Chapter 948. Are they going to seek refuge with Jun Yixie? Tang Li asked in shock. Gu rolled his eyes at him. Jun Yixie can't afford it. Jun Yixie couldn't repay Deacon Jin's debt, but Kangon Bank would pursue the matter to the end. Kangon Bank's influence in the business world couldn't be underestimated. Who wouldn't be wary of it? Gu couldn't imagine how many people would feel the same heartache as he did if the fact that Kangon Bank belonged to Long Fei was exposed one day. For now, Long Fei didn't need Kangon Bank to directly involve itself in the battle between the various powers. After all, the business world and the military world couldn't be completely intertwined. This was considered a backup plan. Tang Li was silent for a while. Suddenly, he grabbed Gu's hand tightly and said in shock, "Are we going to sell them to Winter Crow Kingdom as slaves?" Gu didn't even want to roll his eyes. He asked coldly, "How much can they be worth if they're sold to Winter Crow Kingdom? I might as well sell them to the Tang sect." Gu had only recently figured out the relationship between Tang Li and Long Fei. After that, the more time he spent with Tang Li, the more he couldn't believe that Long Fei had such a stupid younger brother. Then where are we going to find them? Tang Li wasn't stupid. He was just on the verge of a mental breakdown and couldn't think properly. Gu was also frustrated. How were they going to find them in such a big place if they were to head north? Mu Ling had always been the one chasing him everywhere. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be chasing Mu Ling. He couldn't find them the first time he chased them. It turned out that the feeling of not being able to catch someone wasn't very good. "Let's go. We're heading north too." Gu made a prompt decision. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well chase after them. Perhaps they could find something. Mu Linger and Ning Jing were not stupid. They would find a way to leave some clues behind. If he remembered correctly, Mu Linger seemed to have told him a few years ago, when she searched for him all over the world, she would leave a mark wherever she went. Gu told this to Tang Li. Tang Li was overjoyed and quickly asked, "What mark?" Unexpectedly, Gu thought about it seriously for a long time before saying, "I forgot." Tang Li was so angry that he almost scolded Gu. "Let's look for it first. Let's split up and search." Although there were many roads to the north of the three-way black market, there were only two general directions. One was west of the three-way battlefield, northwest of the three-way black market. The other was east of the three-way black market, northeast of the three-way black market. Northwest of the three-way black market was the border between western Zhou and northern Li. It was a war-torn place. After crossing the border, there were many roads. One of the roads to the northwest led to Heavenly River City, where Ning Cheng's troops were stationed. Northeast of the three-way black market was the border between Tian'an and northern Li. It was a desolate place filled with towering mountains and steep mountain paths. Past the mountains was the east of northern Li, where the water plants were the most fertile. "Deal." Gu agreed. "I'll go east. Then I'll go northwest. Let's keep in touch if anything happens," Tang Li said seriously. The two of them each led a group of subordinates and left the three-way black market that very night. Before leaving, Gu asked his subordinates, "Have all the poison corpses arrived?" When he had rescued Poison Girl from Liberty City, he had mobilized a large group of poison corpses. Back then, he had even asked Qi Zonglin whether his poison corpses were stronger, or Long Fei's shadow guard was stronger. This time, he could finally let Long Fei see with his own eyes whether the shadow guard or the poison corpses were stronger. Thinking of this, Gu's lips curled into a smug smile. Yes, he did not know that his Poison Girl was still unconscious to this day. It was very, very uncertain how the battle at 100 Poison Sect would turn out. Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean were naturally paying attention to the events at 100 Poison Sect. However, the two of them did not reveal anything to Ning Jing and Mu Ling. "Stop the car!" Mu Ling's loud voice broke the silence of the night. Veins were popping out on Uncle Cheng's forehead. On the way, Mu Ling had been making all sorts of demands just because she was pregnant. Not only had she asked for a lot of things, she had even complained about them in all sorts of ways. She had simply gone from bad to worse. Uncle Cheng did not have a good impression of her to begin with, and he hated her even more for secretly leaving him a piece of cloth last time. If Deacon Jean had not stopped him, it would have been strange if Uncle Cheng had not made things difficult for Mu Ling. Last time, Deacon Jean had said that Mu Ling and the child in her belly were his hostages. If anything happened to them, he would no longer work for Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng could only let him be. Mu Ling complained that the carriage was too hard and wanted a comfortable cushion. 3 days later, when they passed by a town, Deacon Jean really did find one for her. Mu Ling requested to drink a bowl of hot soup every day. Deacon Jean really would leave alone every evening and go to the nearby villages and towns to find one for her. Sometimes, when he could not find one, he would hunt some wild animals and cook them himself. Mu Ling wrote a prescription to prevent miscarriage. She wrote down a total of 20 Chinese medicinal herbs, including some expensive ones. Deacon Jean immediately asked Uncle Cheng for money and found everything for her. He stopped the carriage, boiled the soup, and sent it to the carriage area. Those who did not know would really think that Deacon Jean was the child's father. "Stop the carriage," Deacon Jean said in a low voice. Uncle Cheng, who was driving the carriage, immediately became angry. What is she trying to do in the middle of the night? "Jean Z, are you really the child's father? Stop the carriage." Deacon Jin's tone was much heavier. Under his bangs, his dark eyes were cold and deep, full of warning. Uncle Cheng was puzzled. Ever since the incident with the cloth strip, he did not know what Mu Ling and Deacon Jean had talked about. This guy had always been gloomy, and his mood had not improved since then. Could it be that this guy had taken a fancy to Mu Ling? Uncle Cheng quickly rejected this idea. Mu Ling was the real culprit behind Deacon Jin's death, and Mu Ling's belly. How could Deacon Jean take a fancy to her? Or maybe he just wanted to take care of her and protect the baby so that he could bargain with Gu. When Uncle Cheng stopped the carriage, Ningjing immediately felt much more comfortable. She had to stay in bed, so she did not get out of the carriage much. As a result, she often got carsick and needed to stop to rest. This situation was becoming more and more frequent. Every time she could not help it, Mu Ling would make up all kinds of reasons to stop the carriage to give her some time to adjust. "I want to vomit." As soon as Mu Ling finished speaking, she leaned against the window and vomited. Ningjing leaned against the window and laughed secretly. She did not realize that she had been talking and laughing with Mu Ling for a long time. Ever since she was young, she had never been so close, even with her own sister. Uncle Cheng sat motionless, and Deacon Jean lowered his eyes and did not move. Mu Ling vomited for a while, then leaned against the window in exhaustion. Hearing no movement, Uncle Cheng was about to set off, but Mu Ling stopped him. "Let's rest tonight. I really can't take it anymore." Before Uncle Cheng could say anything, Deacon Jean said in a deep voice, "Let's go." They were on the run, hurrying and not sightseeing. Mu Ling anxiously wanted to take the medicine. Among the medicines that she had asked Ning Cheng to prepare, there were some that could cause mild poisoning and vomiting. Otherwise, how could she have fooled them along the way? "Don't take it anymore. I'm really fine." Ning Jing stopped her. "I'm fine too. You don't look so good today. Don't force yourself," Mu Ling said seriously. "I'm really fine." Ning Jing's face was serious. "I won't fight with you with the child's life." Mu Ling compromised this time. After putting on a show of protest, she slammed the window shut. "Ling, Deacon Jean is acting strangely towards you." Ning Jing had been observing for a long time. Although Deacon Jean did not admit his identity, she was sure that she just could not guess who the old man was. "What's so strange about him?" Mu Ling asked. "He's very nice to you." Ning Jing's eyes narrowed. He wouldn't have taken a fancy to you, would he? As soon as she said that, Mu Ling almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth and snickered. Ning Jing, Tang Li is the one who treats you well. Deacon Jean is afraid that something will happen to my belly and he won't be able to get the ransom. If he really liked me, he would have stopped the car long ago. Mu Ling aside. But those who have a bottom line have ulterior motives. They're not really good. Ning Jing, who was extremely difficult to convince, was convinced by Mu Ling. Ning Jing gently stroked her slightly bulging belly under her skirt. She thought of Tang Li and how good Tang Li was. Did Tang Li's kindness have a bottom line? Suddenly, she missed him so much. The mountain forest was silent. The wheels of the carriages rumbled as they gradually moved north. Unknowingly, the sky in the east began to turn white. The sky was bright. How many people in 100 Poison's sect and Great Central County were looking at the same sky? Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei stayed by Han Yunqi's side for another night. There was only half a day left before the challenge. What should they do? The room was so quiet that it was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, a series of hurried knocks on the door broke the silence. Your Highness, something big has happened. Something very big. Your Highness, quickly open the door. Your Highness, Bai Yanqing has shown up. Su Donglin wouldn't have dared to disturb them if it wasn't something serious. However, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei were indifferent. Long Fei Yi was still looking at Han Yunqi gently. Gu Beiwei sat in the outer room with a deathly stillness. It was only when Su Donglin told them the big news that the two of them were shocked. Su Donglin said, Bai Yanqing has accepted the challenge. He's even set up a banquet at the foot of 100 Poison's Sex Mountain and invited guests from all over to be the witnesses for today's challenge. Your Highness, the people in Great Central County are all heading towards 100 Poison's sect. When Gu Beiwei walked out, Su Donglin finally let out a sigh of relief. If the two of them still didn't come out, he was really afraid that they would have fainted like the princess. What's Bai Yanqing's motive for doing this? Gu Beiwei asked calmly. Bai Yanqing clearly knew that he wouldn't be able to fight against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped last time. Without hostages in his hands, it was uncertain whether he would show himself or not. Who would have thought that not only would he show himself, he would even summon all the spectators with such fanfare? What was he planning to do? Could it be that his poison storage space is stronger than the princess? Su Donglin asked worriedly. Gu Beiwei was also worried. He only knew that the poison storage space was at the 3rd level, but didn't know much about it. If Bai Yanqing advanced to the 3rd level, how much stronger would he be compared to the princess? Gu Beiwei looked back and saw that Long Fei Yi still hadn't come out. He sighed softly and fell silent again. If the princess didn't wake up, no matter how big the matter was, he wouldn't be able to call out Long Fei Yi. Su Donglin also fell silent, waiting at the door with Gu Beiwei as time passed. It was getting closer to noon and 100 Poison sect was already very lively. Momo is away on a business trip for the annual meeting. I'll be updating every day for the next few days. Chapter 949. There were only 2 more hours until noon. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had jointly issued a challenge to Bai Yanqing. Logically speaking, they should have been at the 100 Poison's sex gates by now. However, at this time, everyone had arrived except for the 2 of them. Bai Yanqing had ordered people to set up a grand banquet in front of the 100 Poison's sex gates and invite all the guests. He even set up a stage for the competition. No matter what medicine he had up his sleeves, his methods were even more ruthless than Emperor Kongcheng's. This way, every detail of the competition, including every word he, Long Fei Yi, and Han Yunqi had exchanged, would be made public. Everyone present would bear witness to the competition. Not only would they bear witness to the outcome, but also to the cause of the civil war in the Great Qin Empire. Smart people could tell that Bai Yanqing wasn't just setting up a stage for the competition, but also to clarify the cause of the civil war. The two sides of the stage were filled with guests. Of course, everyone was afraid that the 100 Poisons sect would take advantage of the situation to harm them, but they couldn't back down now that they'd received an invitation. Otherwise, they'd be laughed at. Moreover, the 100 Poisons sect wouldn't openly make an enemy of the entire world or do anything despicable in such a large venue. As a result, Western Zhou and Tian didn't come in person, but sent their own representatives instead. Emperor Kongcheng sent the head of the Imperial Guards and his personal bodyguard, Commander Wang. Long Tianma sent none other than Mu Qingguo, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders, the Bailey Army's young General Bailey Chiu, representatives from Medical City, Medicine City, and a few other Jianghu factions and aristocratic families were all present. At this moment, everyone was whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. What's going on? Are the East Qin Crown Prince and Western Qin Princess playing us for fools? They won't come, right? Hee hee, what a joke. I knew it. How could East and Western Qin cooperate? They're playing us like monkeys. As I see it, this can't be faked. 100 Poisons sect had already set up the stage, so how could it be fake? There's an 80% chance that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi are scared. Of course, the people who said these words were the forces of the underworld, the aristocrats and the Eastern and Western Qin factions. Although they looked calm, they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Last night, they had been trying to contact Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, they couldn't find them. After worrying all night, they couldn't help but wonder if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would come. Long Fei and Han Yunqi weren't just toying with the rest of the world. They were even toying with their own people. The time was getting closer and closer, but there was still no sign of him. Even though it was a cold day, many people were sweating from anxiety. Even Su Donglin didn't believe it. Bailey Chiu asked his subordinate in a low voice. No, I've already sent people to look for him. Young General, could something have happened to His Highness? His subordinate asked worriedly. What could have happened to His Highness? Bailey Chiu scolded unhappily. Right now, he was most worried that Han Yunqi had bewitched His Highness and left this mess behind to run off to the ends of the world. Only his father and himself knew the truth between His Highness and Han Yunqi. It had to be said that Han Yunqi was very innocent. Over at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, a few elders were suspecting Han Yunqi as well. The princess was the one who suggested the cooperation. What does it mean to leave everyone here? Myriad Merchant Hall is being too careless, isn't it? It's fine if the princess is willful, but they're following suit? If Master Ning was here, this wouldn't have happened. Just where is the princess? She won't really not come, right? Yesterday, that East Qin Crown Prince humiliated Qi Zonglin like a dog, and even said he was avenging the princess. There are rumors everywhere now. Could the East Qin Crown Prince have taken the princess away? As the time drew nearer, everyone grew impatient. The discussions grew more and more heated until they were soon filled with discontent. The cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin really is out of the ordinary. They've fooled everyone. Isn't that so? Isn't Han Yunqi a direct descendant of the Poison sect? What? Did she hide as soon as 100 Poisons sect accepted the challenge? Aya, how is this fooling people? Are they joining forces to hide in their shells like turtles? The world was so big, so there were bound to be a few dregs who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two masters who'd spoken were from unknown origins, but their voices were especially loud. Bailey Chiu couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and said loudly, "The East Qin Crown Prince arrived at Great Central Village yesterday and is on his way here. As for the Western Qin Princess..." Bailey Chiu didn't finish before he shot a provocative look at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Although Bailey Chiu was impulsive, he was still a schemer. His words were to tell the crowd that the East Qin Crown Prince was already here and didn't shrink back. Instead, he pushed the blame onto the Western Qin princess. Secondly, he wanted to sound out the Western Qin people. Perhaps they knew where His Highness and the Western Qin princess were and whether they were coming or not. Unfortunately, Bailey Chiu had underestimated the situation and overestimated his own intelligence. How could a mere soldier like him beat the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium who'd been in the business world for years? Second elder sneered. Echoing Bailey Chiu's words, he said, "The West Qin princess came with your highness." Why, isn't the young general aware? Apart from the people of Myriad Merchant Hall, no one else present actually knew about this. Second elder's words were a cut above Bailey Chiu's. First, he wanted to tell the crowd that Han Yunqi was already here and didn't shrink back. Second, Han Yunqi was traveling with the Long Fei Yi. If anything happened to her, or if she went missing, then the Long Fei Yi would bear more responsibility as a man. Third, he wanted to sound out the East Qin people. Perhaps they knew what had happened between the Long Fei Yi and the princess. Would they come or not? But as soon as second elder finished speaking, Bailey Chiu lost his temper and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Everyone had been paying attention to them to begin with, but now the crowd fell silent. Seeing Bailey Chiu's reaction, second elder's eyes flashed with calculation before he smiled. "That's exactly what I mean. Does the young general not understand human speech?" In such a big occasion, if the dignified Bailey Army's young general made a fool of himself, said something out of line, or did something out of line, then the Bailey Army's reputation would be ruined. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi desperately hoped that the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin all those years ago was a misunderstanding, and that today would be the beginning of peace. But the people from both camps didn't think so. They were here to confront each other and push all the blame for the civil war on the other side. Everyone in both camps was eager to use this opportunity to humiliate the other side and turn them into a laughingstock. As expected, Bailey Chiu couldn't take the provocation and stood up with a slap on the table. "I dare you to say that again." The second elder snorted lightly and didn't continue to respond. Bailey Chiu immediately picked up his weapon and prepared to charge over. But as soon as he took his first step, a familiar voice came from the silent crowd. "Young general, it's rare for friends from all walks of life to gather here today. Let's give everyone some face and talk things out." Following the voice, the speaker was another young general, the Tian and Emperor's representative, Mu Qinggu. The goaded Bailey Chiu immediately understood what was going on. The fury in his heart flared even more, but he held it in this time. Everyone was waiting for His Highness and the princess. Who knew what would happen? If he made the first move, Western Qin would definitely make a big deal out of it. Not only would they become a laughingstock in 100 Poison sect, but they would also become the laughingstock of the world. His sin would be too great. Mu Qingwu's words were too clever. Not only did they remind Bailey Chiu, but they also gave him a way out. Bailey Chiu generously put down his sword and bowed to Mu Qingwu. "All right, let's focus on the bigger picture." But as soon as Bailey Chiu sat down, the 100 Poisons sect guards burst into laughter. Dogs are the ones who don't understand human speech, aren't they? A figure flew out from the crowd and landed in front of the stage. This person was in his 50s. He had a small goatee and wore a long gray robe. He was very low-key, but it couldn't hide his innate nobility. When he laughed, he gave off a sense of unfettered arrogance. No one knew who he was, but one thing was for sure. He was from 100 Poison sect. I didn't expect the Bailey army to have such a cowardly soldier. He looked at Bailey Chiu and laughed even more savagely. But it doesn't matter. You're not the most cowardly one. The most cowardly one is Long Fei Yi. This time, Bailey Chiu didn't care whether this person was mocking him or trying to goad him. He immediately raised his sword and jumped out of his seat. "Who do you think you are? Come and fight me if you dare. Whether you're a coward or not, we'll know once we fight." Someone like you doesn't deserve to fight, old man." There's still 2 hours left. Old man will stand here and watch how Long Fei Yi is cowardly. Everyone take a look too. When he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped into the air and landed on the stage with his hands behind his back. He stood as steady as a pine tree. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Bailey Chiyu's face paled. Did this old man mean to stand on the stage and wait for Long Fei Yi to come? So he was Bai Yanqing. Mu Qingguo muttered to himself. The scene quickly quieted down. Bailey Chiyu didn't dare to act rashly, but he didn't embarrass Long Fei Yi. He quickly recovered and glared. Bai Yanqing, just you wait. Wait for His Highness to deal with you. Bai Yanqing didn't argue with Bailey Chiyu and just snorted disdainfully. He stood still on the stage and looked around. His gaze was fixed on the intersection in front of him. He would wait. These days he had been tracking Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's whereabouts, but to no avail. He was also very curious as to why Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi hadn't shown up yet. No one knew, but he hoped more than anyone else that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would appear today. Even if Gu Beiwei was no longer in his hands, he could still defeat Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Last time at Black Tower was an accident, but this time it definitely was. He had waited for this day for far too long. Silence reigned over the large crowd. Almost everyone was seeing Bai Yanqing for the first time, so they were both shocked and curious, but none of them dared to talk about it. There were only 2 hours left. Could Bai Yanqing wait for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? Right now, Han Yunqi had just opened her eyes. Chapter 950. Han Yunqi slowly opened her eyes, filled with bewilderment. Her consciousness wasn't clear at all. This time, she didn't enter the poison storage space like before. Instead, she was completely exhausted and her mind was in a state of chaos. Still, she could sense Lil Thing's presence amidst the chaos. She could sense that it was much stronger than before. She didn't know why, but she had a vague feeling that her own cultivation had improved as well. Yunqi, the familiar voice, was very, very close. Only then did Han Yunqi recover her wits and notice the face that was already right in front of her. This was the face she was most familiar with. She could imagine every detail of it, even with her eyes closed. Yunqi, can you answer me? Long Fei Yi spoke carefully, afraid that Han Yunqi would fall asleep again if he spoke too loudly. After all, he was already on the verge of collapse. Han Yunqi had no idea how many days she'd been unconscious. She calmed herself down and reached out to stroke Long Fei Yi's stubble. Before she could finish, Long Fei Yi suddenly grabbed her hands and pressed them against his face. He gave her a deep look without a word before burying his head in her chest. Han Yunqi wasn't sure if she was imagining things, but she felt as if this man was trembling. She suddenly realized that she must have been unconscious for a long time. There were many things she could work hard and do her best to control, but there were some things she couldn't control no matter how hard she tried, much less stop them. For example, she couldn't completely understand and control the poison storage space. She didn't know when she'd succumb to cultivation deviation and never wake up again. She couldn't control whether she stayed or left. She didn't know why she'd come to Cloud Realm Continent, much less when she'd leave. Both she and Long Fei Yi had always believed that she wouldn't leave. But that was just self-deception and mutual consolation. Long Fei Yi, I've made you worry again, she sighed, her voice soft and helpless. Long Fei Yi looked up at her, wanting to say many things, but ended up hugging her tightly with a sigh. You've made me afraid again. What should I do? Han Yunqi's heart ached at the sight of his bearded face, bloodshot eyes, and haggard, but when she heard his helpless sigh, she felt as if a large hand was clenching her heart. It was so stifling that she almost stopped breathing. It was an indescribable discomfort. It's fine. I'm already awake. It's all right. Han Yunqi kept repeating these words as she hugged Long Fei even tighter. It was as if she hugged him tightly, She would own him, and they would never separate again. The two of them hugged each other, neither willing to let go. How they wished they could hug each other tightly for the rest of their lives. Gu Beiwe had rushed over when he heard the commotion in the inner room. But at this moment he was standing beside the screen, watching Han Yunqi and the others quietly. He was very calm, but his clear eyes were filled with gentleness. His gentleness towards Han Yunqi was a kind of pity, because he loved her. His gentleness towards Long Fei Yi was a kind of empathetic pity, because he understood him. He was like an outsider, but no one knew how deeply he immersed himself in the role and how deeply he loved her. But he was never lost. He was very sober and immersed himself in the role. He knew his position and his mission too well. He waited for a while, looked at the sky, and decisively interrupted Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi, who were immersed in each other's arms. He said, "Your Highness, since the princess is awake, please allow this subordinate to take her pulse." At this moment, Long Fei Yi finally woke up. Even though he was reluctant, he still let go of Han Yunqi and made way for Gu Beiwe. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Is it the poison storage space? You've never been unconscious for so long before." "How long have I been unconscious?" Han Yunqi asked. "We've already been into Central Garrison for 3 days," Long Fei Yi replied. Han Yunqi estimated the time on the road and the time they'd been staying here. Even she was shocked. She immediately thought of the incident at 100 Poison Sect. "What time is it today? Is it the agreed time? Is Bai Yanqing here?" she asked anxiously, unconsciously shaking her hand away so that Gu Beiwe couldn't take her pulse. Long Fei Yi didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't answer Han Yunqi and immediately came forward. He pulled her hand down and pressed it against the headboard for Gu Beiwe to take her pulse. Gu Beiwe took a closer look at Han Yunqi's complexion and could basically confirm that she was fine. A helpless smile flitted across his lips, and he began to take Han Yunqi's pulse again. Han Yunqi couldn't calm down and was burning with anxiety. "What time is it today? Gu Beiwe, tell me." "Am I?" She looked at Long Fei Yi in horror. "Is it because of me that this matter fell through? Is Bai Yanqing here?" Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe didn't answer her. Long Fei Yi pressed his hands on her shoulders to prevent her from moving, while Gu Beiwe looked down and focused on taking her pulse. "I'm fine. I can feel Lil Thing. I'm really fine. This time it's different from before. It seems like Lil Thing is cultivating. I can feel it cultivating. Maybe it's affecting me." After confirming that her pulse was normal, Gu Beiwe spoke. He wasn't talking to Han Yunqi, but to Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, the princess's pulse is normal. There's nothing wrong with her body." He was completely sure of this. As for the poison storage space, he wasn't sure. Long Fei Yi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. He immediately asked, "What's wrong with Lil Thing? Why can you feel it? Where is it?" Long Fei Yi had never been so concerned about Lil Thing. Han Yunqi wasn't clear about some of the rules of the poison storage space. She didn't have a master. Her understanding of the poison storage space was either from her own exploration or from the secret manuals of the poison storage space. When she advanced to the second level of the poison storage space, she could feel the rules of cultivation. However, this rule wasn't all the rules of the poison storage space, just the rules of cultivation. "It's just a feeling. I don't know what's going on. Lil Thing's strength has recovered a lot. I seem to have improved a lot. It's very tiring." Han Yunqi answered honestly. "Could it be that the princess and Lil Thing's cultivation is the same?" Gu Beiwe asked in shock. Han Yunqi had her suspicions as well, so she nodded. "What else can you feel? Is Lil Thing in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space? It can't escape?" Long Fei Yi had a lot of questions. Han Yunqi shook her head. "I'm not sure. I can't feel Lil Thing at all." Gu Beiwe was also very curious. However, he didn't probe any further. Instead, he reminded, Your Highness, Princess, there's less than 2 hours until the appointed time with Bai Yanqing. If we rush over now, we might still be able to make it. Han Yunqi was shocked when she heard that. Today? Yes. Gu Beiwa nodded. Han Yunqi got off the bed without another word. Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. She mistakenly thought that he was going to stop her, so she was very agitated. Long Fei Yi, you should know how important this matter is. Long Fei Yi wanted to explain, but Han Yunqi emphasized. This matter is very, very important. No matter the price, we have to do it. She had already made up her mind a long time ago. How could she give up so easily? Long Fei Yi didn't know what kind of decision she had made, but he could see her determination. He only thought that she was thinking for the sake of Eastern and Western Qin. It wasn't easy for Eastern and Western Qin to work together. It wasn't easy for them to fight side by side openly. This was an opportunity that she couldn't give up so easily. Moreover, there were many people watching from 100 Poison Sect now. They were waiting for them to not appear, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. He was frightened by Han Yunqi. He didn't want to care about any of this. Right now, all he wanted to do was to hug her and have a good sleep. Even if he didn't appear today, he still had a way to deal with 100 Poisons Sect afterwards. However, he still obeyed Han Yunqi. Men, prepare the horses. After Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi hurriedly appeared, Su Donglin delivered the latest news. Your Highness, Bai Yanqing is here. Su Donglin also relayed Bai Yanqing's words when he was at the tower. Gu Beiwa was no longer in his hands, but he was still so arrogant. Why? Did he have an ulterior motive, or did the poison storage space level up and surpass Han Yunqi? So what if the poison storage space level up? Han Yunqi never intended to poison him to deal with him. Han Yunqi's poison storage space was enough for defense. The one who really wanted to deal with him was Long Fei Yi. With Bai Yanqing's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought of this. Therefore, Bai Yanqing's high-profile appearance must have an ulterior motive. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi discussed as they mounted their horses. Gu Beiwa chased after them. Princess, Your Highness, be careful. Bai Yanqing's high-profile appearance. He must have a trick up his sleeve. He must be thinking about the feud between Eastern and Western Qin. Long Fei Yi nodded. Wait for our good news. Don't worry, there will be good news, I promise. Han Yunqi's tone was even more resolute than Long Fei Yi's. Long Fei Yi hugged Han Yunqi tightly with one hand and brandished the whip with the other. The husband and wife galloped towards 100 Poison Sect. Although the horses were very fast, they had to admit that they had wasted too much time. Soon, Long Fei Yi said seriously, we won't make it, time is almost up. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to reach 100 Poisons Sect on time. Once they exceed the time limit, who knows what will happen? Han Yunqi pondered. Not long after, she suddenly grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand that was holding the reins. Turn right, we'll go up from the back of the mountain. The path to the back of the mountain is easy. We'll be in time if we kill our way through. Good idea. Long Fei Yi quickly changed directions and galloped forward. The two madams were like a gust of wind, quickly disappearing into the mountain path. As the time approached, the entrance to 100 Poisons Sect grew even quieter. Although many people were muttering that Han Yunqi and Long Fei wouldn't show up, they were still stunned when it really happened. None of them dared to believe it. After all, this wasn't just a challenge to 100 Poison Sect, but also the first time that Eastern and Western Qin had cooperated to settle their old grudges. What reason could there be for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi not to show up? There was only the time it took to brew a cup of tea left, so no one could sit still. Even Bai Yanqing was beginning to clench his fists behind his back. He had to admit that he was nervous as well. Soon, a Poison Sect disciple brought an hourglass and placed it on the stage. Once the hourglass finished one round, time would be up. Bai Yanqing stared at the hourglass and silently counted in his heart. 5, 4, 3. When he counted to 2, a disciple suddenly rushed out from 100 Poison sect and whispered, "Master, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi are attacking from the back of the mountain." Bai Yanqing's lowered eyes suddenly lit up. He whispered, "No need to make a fuss." But before the disciple could retreat, someone else shouted from the crowd, "The East Qin Crown Prince and Western Qin Princess are attacking from the back of the mountain." Chapter 9:51. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi are here? News of their arrival sent the crowd into an uproar. Bailey Chiu and the other elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium all stood up at the same time, excited and pleasantly surprised. Bailey Chiu unsheathed his broadsword and rapped the handle against the wooden table. Behind him, a dozen or so soldiers followed suit, their voices quick and orderly like the beating of military drums. It was a rousing sight to behold. They were cheering for Long Fei Yi. If not for his misgivings about poisons, Bailey Chiu would have led his men to kill them long ago. The elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium were all businessmen, so they weren't as hot-blooded as the soldiers. Still, they were all wearing smiles on their faces. Although they didn't approve of Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi's alliance, they were truly glad and happy at this moment. They whispered into each other's ears, hoping that Han Yunqi could fight for Western Qin's honor. Among the excited crowd, one person was especially quiet. He was none other than the young general of the Tian and General Mu's estate, Mu Qingguo. His thick eyebrows and large eyes were staring blankly at the 100 Poison sect's gates, afraid to even blink for fear of missing something. He was waiting for Han Yunqi to walk out of the gates with nervousness, apprehension, anticipation, and infatuation in his eyes for the first time. It had been far too long since he last saw Han Yunqi, so long that it felt like an entire lifetime. This time, he was lucky enough to meet her again in his next life. While everyone was excited, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi attacked from the back, Bai Yanqing would definitely rush over. That way, no one would be able to witness the poison duel between Bai Yanqing and Han Yunqi or Long Fei Yi's martial arts skills. After all, no one dared to go any further than the gates. Poison was everywhere in the 100 Poison sect. Once you stepped in, you wouldn't even know how you died. Everyone could only wait for the outcome. After Bai Yanqing was taken down, the confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin would begin. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing didn't move. He only whispered to his disciples, "Don't stop them. Lead them here." Yes, the disciple respectfully accepted the order and left. Disciple thought that since Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were looking for Shizhuan, as long as the disciples of the 100 Poison sect did not resist or provoke them, they would naturally come to the mountain gate. The facts proved that this disciple had guessed wrong. After Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the 100 Poisons palace from the back of the mountain without any obstructions, they did not walk towards the mountain gate. Instead, they sat on the high and lofty main seat in the main hall of the 100 Poisons palace. Even though this was the 100 Poisons sect, just by casually sitting here, the two of them looked more like the masters of the 100 Poisons sect than Jun Yixie did in the past. They looked down on the entire mountain and were respected. Han Yunqi's aura and Long Fei Yi's domineering aura were incomparable. A few disciples at the entrance peeked at them. With just one glance, they immediately retracted their heads, trembling with fear. Long Fei Yi sat there lazily. The stubble on his chin did not make him look sloppy. Instead, it gave him an indescribable masculinity. He was mature and sexy, causing people to have countless wild and fanciful thoughts. He tilted his head and glanced at Han Yunqi. He smiled but did not say anything. That faintly curved mouth was full of indulgence. Han Yunqi stared at him in a daze. She also did not say anything. In the past, no matter how long she stared at him in a daze, he would remain indifferent and unperturbed. He would ignore her and pretend that he did not notice. However, he did not know when it started. He could no longer bear her gaze. He could not help but laugh. He even felt uncomfortable. Very quickly, he turned around again and asked Han Yunqi, "What are you looking at?" Han Yunqi actually did not want to stare at him for so long. However, when she saw the stubble on his face, she unconsciously became distracted. She grinned craftily. "Long Fei, how about we have a match?" "Compete in what?" Long Fei Yi was very interested. The people at the foot of the mountain were all waiting for them. They actually had the mood to chat here. A few disciples who were eavesdropping at the entrance looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to get closer to hear what they were talking about, but they were afraid of being discovered and did not dare to get too close. In reality, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi both knew that although the road was unobstructed, there were many people secretly watching them. Bai Yanqing was at the pagoda at the foot of the mountain. He also asked the disciples to let them pass. It was obvious that he wanted them to go down the mountain. Unfortunately, they did not plan to do so. The representatives of various factions at the foot of the mountain were watching. They did not want to be the center of attention. Moreover, both of them had their own selfish motives. They did not want to expose the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin in front of the world. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi continued to do as they pleased under the supervision of the 100 Poisons sect disciples. Han Yunqi said in a low voice, "Let's compete to see who can force Bai Yanqing up the mountain first." Long Fei Yi was happy. "All right, you come up with the idea first." Han Yunqi had already thought about it. She smiled and said, "Let's go take a look at the 100 Poisons sect's poison vault." "All right." Long Fei Yi immediately pulled her out of the main hall. The poison vault was the most famous place in 100 Poison sect. It was divided into the upper and lower vaults. The lower vaults stored some common poisons. The upper vaults stored some very rare and expensive poisons. This place could be said to be the foundation of 100 Poison sect. Without these poisons, 100 Poison sect could no longer be considered a poison sect. The two of them had only heard of the poison vault, but did not know where it was. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunqi to a stop at the entrance of 100 Poisons Temple. The disciples who were secretly monitoring them were all wondering what he wanted to do. Who knew that he would suddenly flash and land in a corner? He grabbed a disciple by the neck and pulled him in front of Han Yunqi. A disciple who could monitor them in 100 Poisons Temple was definitely not an ordinary disciple. Even so, it would be difficult for them to poison Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's vigilance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, Han Yunqi was also present. It would be useless for them to do anything. Han Yunqi said coldly, "Take us to the poison vault. Otherwise, you should know that I have many ways to make you wish you were dead." The disciple was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His lips and teeth trembled. Without another word, he led Han Yunqi and the others in the direction of the poison vault. Elder Shi Joshia, who was hiding in the distance, immediately ordered someone to report to Bai Yanqing. He then followed Han Yunqi and the others. Not long after, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the entrance of the poison vault. They saw that it was a palace hidden in the mountain forest. There were 2 floors above ground and an unknown number of floors below ground. The door of the secret storehouse was tightly shut with a huge golden lock. There were no guards around, but there were 5 poisonous wolves guarding it. When Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi approached, the poisonous wolves surrounded them. They opened their bloody mouths and howled at them. "Be careful, their saliva is poisonous," Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Fortunately, her detoxification system was intelligent. It could identify different types of poison and give effective and timely warnings. For example, the detoxification system's warnings were different for the poisons in the poison vault, the aggressive poisons of the poisonous wolves, and the poisons in the human body. After Han Yunqi identified the poisonous wolves' toxins, she secretly activated the detoxification system to analyze the distribution of various poisons in the poison vault. She did not believe that Bai Yanqing would not feel distressed and chase after her if she emptied the poison vault. Don't worry, they can't get close. As soon as Long Fei Yi finished speaking, the poisonous wolves suddenly rushed over from all directions. Their speed was unexpectedly fast. Fortunately, Han Yunqi reminded him. Otherwise, Long Fei Yi would definitely let the poisonous wolves get close and then kill them. No matter how fast the poisonous wolves were, they could not be faster than Long Fei Yi. He made a prompt decision to hold Han Yunqi tightly and soar into the sky, avoiding the siege of the poisonous wolves. At almost the same time, Long Fei Yi unsheathed his sword. The sword on was as fast as lightning. With a sweep, a slash, and a slash, all of the poisonous wolves had their throats slit. Even Han Yunqi was astonished, to say nothing of Shi Jiuxia, who was hiding in the shadows. When did Long Fei Yi's martial arts improve so much? It was like advancing by leaps and bounds. After Han Yunqi finished cultivating her internal energy, she began to study acupuncture. She had only practiced with Long Fei Yi a few times, but he was the one teaching her most of the time. Could it be that they'd started dual cultivation long ago? Han Yunqi didn't have time to think, because Long Fei's sword had already shattered the large golden lock that held the secret storehouse. The swift and fierce sword Qi blasted open both doors. Let's go, let's be bandits. Han Yunqi grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand excitedly. In Cloud Realm Continent's poison world, the 100 Poison sect was the leader of the evildoers. Many of the widely used poisons in Cloud Realm Continent all came from that sect. Robbing them was like getting rid of a scourge for the people. As long as Han Yunqi was happy, Long Fei Yi would go along with her no matter how much she robbed. The two of them quickly entered the poison vault. Shi Jiuxia's face turned green as he watched from the sidelines. "Why hasn't the old sect head come up yet?" he asked anxiously. "I've already sent someone to report." "Elder Shi, please calm down, calm down." As soon as the disciple on the side finished comforting him, the disciple who'd gone down the mountain came back, panting for breath. "Elder Shi, the old sect head wants you to think of a way to lure them down the mountain, no matter what. Do you have eyes or something? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi are clearly refusing to go down the mountain. Don't they know the old sect head is down there?" Shi Jiuxia was furious. But the old sect head won't go up the mountain. The disciple grew anxious as well. A complicated look flashed past Shi Jiuxia's eyes. He instructed the disciple to guard the door of the poison vault and hurried down the mountain. At that moment, the foot of the mountain was bustling with activity again. Long Fei Yi had sent someone to inform the people at the foot of the mountain about everything that happened. Every time a disciple went up the mountain to report to Bai Yanqing in a low voice, Long Fei Yi's people would loudly inform everyone of the situation at the top of the mountain. Everyone was puzzled. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were bullying them, but Bai Yanqing remained indifferent and guarded the place. What did Bai Yanqing mean by this? Everyone had been discussing this for a long time. Even the Eastern, Western Qin, and Eastern Qin factions could not figure out what was going on. Shi Jiuxia hurried up the mountain and said in a low voice, "Old sect head, Poison Wolf, has been killed. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi are in the poison vault right now. With Han Yunqi's ability to identify poisons, she'll definitely take away all our hidden poisons. Hurry up and go up." Laughter immediately came from the crowd. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Princess of Western Qin have successfully broken into the poison vault. After destroying 100 Poison sect, they'll definitely go down the mountain to deal with Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was as steady as Mount Tai and did not move. "I asked you to lead them down. Why did you come down yourself? Cut the crap. Go now." Shi Jiuxia didn't understand Bai Yanqing's intentions either. He was about to coax him when a laugh rose up from the crowd. "His Highness and the West Qin Princess have already broken into the poison storehouse. The 100 Poison sect is about to be emptied. Bai Yanqing, The coward only dares to show off here. Ha ha! When His Highness and the others go down the mountain, won't Bai Yanqing run away? Bai Yanqing was not provoked, but Shi Jiuxia was furious. He roared, "Who are you? Come out and speak if you have the guts." A man and a woman came out of the crowd. The man was none other than Long Fei Ye's personal bodyguard, Su Donglin. The woman was unexpected. Chapter 952. The woman who walked out behind Su Donglin was none other than the youngest daughter of the Bailey army, Bailey Chiyu's younger sister, Bailey Mingxiang. In the beginning, she was a well-bred young lady from a well-known family in the capital. She had been waiting to get married for many years and had been visited by matchmakers all over the capital, but she had never found a suitable husband. Later, she was willing to lower herself to the Duke of Qin's estate and serve as Han Yunqi's maidservant. Later on, there were rumors in the Bailey army that she had an ambiguous relationship with Long Fei Yi. There were still many versions of this rumor circulating today. Some said that Bailey Mingxiang had ulterior motives and entered the Duke of Qin's estate as a maidservant to get close to Long Fei Yi. Later on, when Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi became enemies, she successfully took the position. Others said that Long Fei Yi had always been interested in Bailey Mingxiang, and that it was Long Fei Yi who arranged for her to enter the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Fei Yi had always only been using Han Yunqi. In short, amidst the various opinions, the name Bailey Mingxiang gradually became known and remembered by the world. With this woman sitting by Bailey Chiyu's side, it wasn't strange for the siblings to support Long Fei. However, it was surprising that she and Su Donglin would stand up together and provoke Bai Yanqing. Could it be that she wanted to get involved in this battle too? What right did she have to get involved? Everyone was very surprised, but Bai Yanqing was not at all surprised. As soon as he saw Bailey Mingxiang, his calm eyes immediately revealed a shrewd, cold glint. Stone Mortar naturally recognized Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang. He retorted sarcastically, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's Long Fei Ye's dog. Great Guard Su, go and tell your master that our old sect leader is waiting for him at the top of the tower. Tell him to stop hiding behind Han Yunqi. What's the point of hiding behind a woman?" Su Donglin was about to refute, but Bailey Mingxiang beat him to it and said angrily, "His Highness is not afraid of Bai Yanqing's poison." It was Bai Yanqing who didn't dare to go up the mountain. His lair has already been destroyed, yet he's still standing here deceiving himself. It was a rare opportunity to argue for His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang, who was usually gentle, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was aggressive. Long Fei Yi isn't afraid of poison. Why would he join hands with Han Yunqi? It's 2 against 1. Does Long Fei Yi still have any face left? Shi Jiuxia retorted confidently. Bailey Mingxiang was exasperated. Bai Yanqing was no match for the princess in terms of poison, and he was no match for His Highness in terms of martial arts. There was no way to be absolutely fair in this matter. For a moment, she didn't know how to refute, and the crowd fell silent. Just as the situation became awkward, Bailey Mingxiang threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Shi Jiuxia, are you blind? Can't you see that there are so many people here for your 100 Poisons sect? 100 Poisons sect is scum. It's too easy for you to fight 2 against 1. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a gentle and magnanimous woman to shout and scold people like that. Even Su Donglin, who was standing beside Bailey Mingxiang, was shocked by her. Bailey Mingxiang's face was red and her heart was beating wildly. She was also shocked by herself. However, she clenched her fists and forced herself to stay calm. No matter what, she had to protect His Highness and the princess's reputation. No matter what, she couldn't embarrass His Highness and the princess. If it was before, there would be some people who would come out to undermine her. However, now that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were here, who would dare to stand on 100 Poisons sect side? 100 Poisons sect was an unjust sect. Moreover, with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's current strength and influence. There really wasn't anyone who dared to openly challenge them. Sir Joshua was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't refute. He said in a low voice, "Old sect leader, this subordinate will take care of these 2 dogs first." Okay. Bai Yanqing didn't say anything else. His gaze never left Bailey Mingxiang. Sir Joshua immediately threw a poisonous dart at Bailey Mingxiang. The disciples of 100 Poisons sect didn't resist Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi because they wanted to lure them down the mountain. There was no reason for them not to attack at the foot of the mountain. After killing these 2 people, he didn't believe that Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi wouldn't come down the mountain. Before the poisonous dart could get close to Bailey Mingxiang, it was kicked away by Su Donglin. The disciples of 100 Poisons sect weren't good at martial arts, but they were good at poison. They had to rely on inner strength and hidden weapons to poison from a distance, which wasn't their strength. They could only poison invisibly at close range. Su Donglin had already figured this out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring Bailey Mingxiang here so easily. After 1 poisonous dart was kicked away, Sir Joshua threw another one. This time, Bailey Mingxiang's movements were faster than Su Donglin's. She pulled out the software hidden at her waist and threw the poisonous dart back. Although the force wasn't very strong, it was enough to send the poisonous dart back to the stage. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Bailey Mingxiang knew martial arts. Only Bai Yanqing wasn't surprised. Instead, there was a meaningful look in his deep eyes. There were all kinds of legends about Bailey Mingxiang in the world. However, very few people knew that this woman knew martial arts and that she was secretly sent to Tian Shan Mountain to dual cultivate with Long Fei Yi on the pretext of healing. He had always sent people to keep an eye on Bailey Mingxiang. Although they couldn't completely monitor Bailey Mingxiang, they had a rough idea of her movements. In the past, he had only heard reports from his subordinates. At this moment, he finally saw Bailey Mingxiang's martial arts with his own eyes. Sir Joshua was very unhappy that 2 of his poisonous dart were kicked away. He immediately leaped into the air and flew toward Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang. At the same time, more than 10 disciples of Poison sect surrounded them from all directions. Sir Joshua had just mocked them for fighting 2 against 1, but now he was bullying them with numbers. It was a slap to his own face. For some people in this world, if you didn't want to be angered to death, you had to be more unreasonable than them. What was unreasonable? In essence, it was martial arts. Su Donglin immediately grabbed Bailey Mingxiang and leaped into the air to escape from the encirclement of Sir Joshua and the disciples of Poison sect. Everyone thought that they were going to escape, but they didn't go far. Instead, they landed next to the mountain gate. "You're courting death." Sir Joshua immediately threw his men aside and chased after them. However, they stopped abruptly after a few steps. People walked out of the bushes behind Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang like walking corpses. They were all men dressed in black, and their faces were as pale as corpses. Poison corpses. Sir Joshua blurted out. Bai Yanqing also looked over in shock. In the time it took for them to speak, a large group of poison corpses had already walked out. Soon, not only were there more poison corpses behind Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang, but there were also more and more poison corpses coming out from the surrounding forest. It was as if there was no end to them. Everyone present became nervous. Sir Joshua turned to look at Bai Yanqing, clearly asking for help. How could he and the disciples of Poison sect deal with such a large group of poison corpses? Poison corpses were similar to death warriors. Their lifespan did not exceed a year. They were immune to mid-grade poisons such as those that were fatal to bones and blood. If there were only a few of them, Sir Joshua could still deal with them. However, this group of poison corpses terrified him. This group of poison corpses was brought over by Gu's men. Bailey Mingxiang was the one holding the poison corpse's token. "Let's go." Bailey Mingxiang held the token up high. Under the protection of the poison corpses, He easily entered the boundary of 100 Poisons sect with Su Donglin. A few poison corpses followed them, enough to protect them from the attacks of 100 Poisons sect's poisonous creatures. Bai Yanqing could no longer remain calm. He suddenly leaped into the air and chased after them. Seeing this, Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang were overjoyed. Su Donglin brought Bailey Mingxiang and ran up the mountain under the protection of 2 poison corpses. The remaining 100 or so poison corpses stood guard at the mountain entrance, blocking Bai Yanqing and buying time for them. Bai Yanqing landed in front of the poison corpses. No one knew if he would give chase or not. At this moment, a disciple rushed over from another side of the path and hurriedly reported. Old sect master Han Yunqi swept away all the poisons in the secret vault. Long Fei Yi and her are now at the poison corpse pool. Long Fei Yi is still unable to open the door. Hearing this, Shi Jiuxia's face turned pale. He no longer dared to chase after Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin. He immediately took another path up the mountain. The secret vault was where the 100 Poisons sect's storehouse was located. The poison corpse pool was where the 100 Poisons sect cultivated poison humans, poison corpses, and studied poison insects. If this place fell into enemy hands, the foundation of the 100 Poisons sect would be destroyed. Disagreeing with Shi Jiuxia's anxiousness, Bai Yanqing looked at the place where Bailey Mingxiang had disappeared with a complicated expression. Bailey Mingxiang's sword strike had clearly been extremely powerful, but it had been restrained. It was obvious that she had deliberately concealed her true strength. He did not care what the relationship between Long Fei Yi and Bailey Mingxiang was. He only needed to confirm one thing, and that was that Bailey Mingxiang was a woman who could dual cultivate with Long Fei Yi. She was a martial arts genius. Originally, he was 90% confident. Now that he saw Bailey Mingxiang concealing her strength with his own eyes, he basically dispelled his last bit of worry. Long Fei Yi's cultivation of the lust bite power had a total of 3 stages. The first stage was to accept the seal of the lust bite and cultivate the lust bite power with the seal. The second stage was to control the lust bite power and use it freely. The third stage was to combine the lust bite power with the original internal energy and reach an invincible state. By then, not to mention the strongest venerables of Heavenly Mountain, even the undying and indestructible poisonous pets would be destroyed by the lust bite power. Long Fei Yi had already been able to use the lust bite power freely in the battle on Heavenly Mountain. The strength that Long Fei Yi had displayed when he dealt with Qi Zonglin and his son from Liberty City a few days ago had made Bai Yanqing even more convinced that Long Fei Yi's dual cultivation had begun a long time ago, and it was progressing smoothly. Once the dual cultivation began, Bailey Mingxiang would have to stay by Long Fei Yi's side until the dual cultivation was completed. After the dual cultivation was completed, Long Fei Yi would no longer need Bailey Mingxiang. However, during the dual cultivation period, if Long Fei Yi wanted to perform at his best, he would have to combine his swords with Bailey Mingxiang's. The more Bai Yanqing thought about it, the more certain he was that his speculation was correct. Bailey Mingxiang seemed to have taken Gu's token and brought the poison corpses to support Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, but in fact it was a cover-up. Su Donglin had brought her up the mountain to combine her swords with Long Fei Yi to break the gate of the poison corpse pool. Bailey Mingxiang had been concealing her strength all this time, and Long Fei Yi had been helping her put on an act. She must be Long Fei Yi's dual cultivation partner. There was no mistake about it. If he did not kill her now, when would he? Bai Yanqing finally drew his sword and chased after Bailey Mingxiang through the swarm of poison corpses. He did not know that Bailey Mingxiang's attack just now was a pretense to conceal her strength. He also did not know that the scene at the foot of the mountain was under Long Fei Yi's orders. Even the gate of the poison corpse pool was not broken by Long Fei Yi on purpose. Bai Yanqing finally went up the mountain. Chapter 953. When Bai Yanqing first received the challenge letter, his first thought was to give up on 100 Poison sect. But Emperor Kongcheng and Long Tianma's actions reminded him of that fact. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had caused a huge uproar over the matter until everyone in the world knew about it. Emperor Kongqing had even invited guests from all sides as the host. With so many people watching, he naturally had to use this chance to embarrass Han Yunqi and consign Eastern and Western Qin to eternal damnation. He'd racked his brains to set up such a huge trap, but he'd failed to incite Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi. Who knew that Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi would create such a perfect opportunity for him? Since Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi wanted to know the reason behind the Great Qin Empire's civil war so badly, he'd have to tell them the truth. Of course, he'd have to tell the two of them, the Eastern and Western Qin factions, and the rest of the world that the Great Qin Empire civil war had never been a misunderstanding. The hatred between the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans was irreconcilable. Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi could never be together. Before he came to 100 Poison Sect, he'd steeled his heart. No matter how Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi attacked 100 Poison Sect or provoked him, he'd stand at the gates in front of the world. If necessary, he'd even sacrifice 100 Poison Sect. But once he'd dispelled the last of his misgivings about Bailey Mingxiang, he didn't hesitate to chase up the mountain. Right now, he was still rational, but he was still heading up the mountain. But for the sake of Bailey Mingxiang, he was willing to take a gamble. Once he killed Bailey Mingxiang, he could force Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi down the mountain all the same. Bailey Mingxiang was even more important than inciting Eastern and Western Qin. He didn't even want to take the risk of using Bailey Mingxiang to threaten Long Feiyi. He only wanted to kill him early. No matter what, he would never allow Long Feiyi to cultivate the third stage of the lust bite power. Absolutely not. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin wouldn't be able to escape far, even if the poison corpses were to cover their retreat. Soon, Bai Yanqing caught up to them and easily poisoned the poison corpse to death. He somersaulted a few times in the air and landed in front of Bailey Mingxiang. His sword had already been drawn. Su Donglin was already prepared. He immediately shielded Bailey Mingxiang behind him. One had to know that Bai Yanqing's poison was much faster than his sword. They were still on the slope of the mountain. Fortunately, Su Donglin didn't walk on the stone steps of the main road. Instead, he chose a more secluded path. It would not be easy for the people at the foot of the mountain to find out what was going on here. But even so, Su Donglin still underestimated Bai Yanqing's speed. The place he had agreed to meet with His Highness wasn't here. They still had to walk a little further. Perhaps it couldn't be said that he underestimated Bai Yanqing's speed. He could only say that he had already tried his best. With his ability, he could only escape to this place. Su Donglin protected Bailey Mingxiang as they retreated step by step. Bai Yanqing didn't move forward. Instead, he pointed his sword at them. Neither he nor Bailey Mingxiang could tell whether Bai Yanqing was using poison or not. They could only take one step at a time and think of ways to stall for time. Bai Yanqing, do you know how Lady Tianqin died? Su Donglin changed the topic. Ordinary topics couldn't attract Bai Yanqing. Su Donglin could only think of Lady Tianqin. Bai Yanqing was most likely the father of the princess of Western Qin, which meant that he was Lady Tianqin's husband. Speaking of Lady Tianqin, he would at least say a few words. Su Donglin's idea was very good, but Bai Yanqing was very decisive. He didn't say a word. His sword clanged. Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang smelled a strange scent at the same time. They didn't have time to hold their breaths. Poison! It must be poison. If His Highness and the princess could rush over in time, then he and Bailey Mingxiang could be saved. If not, then their lives would be in the hands of Bailey Mingxiang, the #1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the Flaming Lotus. Su Donglin, you go first. His target is me. Bailey Mingxiang was ready to risk everything. I'll cooperate with you. Su Donglin said in a low voice. Suddenly, he pulled out his sword and stabbed at Bai Yanqing. Miss Mingxiang, run. His Highness is at the poison corpse pool. As soon as she spoke, Su Donglin's entire body went limp. He'd been standing at the front and inhaled much more poison than Bailey Mingxiang. His poison was acting up. Bai Yanqing stepped on Su Donglin's head and ground it a few times. Coldly, he looked at Bailey Mingxiang. His hands didn't stop moving. He raised his sword. The speed of poisoning was faster than the speed of using a sword, but the speed of killing with a sword was much faster than the speed of killing with poison. Bai Yanqing wanted to slit Bailey Mingxiang's throat. Unexpectedly, just as Bai Yanqing was about to swing his sword, Su Donglin suddenly grabbed Bai Yanqing's leg and pulled him back. Bailey Mingxiang, hurry! Su Donglin didn't have any strength, but he still held on to Bai Yanqing's leg. He was already bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He was risking his life to buy time for Bailey Mingxiang. He didn't tell Bailey Mingxiang to run. He only said, hurry. Bailey Mingxiang should understand. He had to understand. He wanted Bailey Mingxiang to make a move. He held on tightly to Bai Yanqing. As long as Bailey Mingxiang used the Flaming Lotus, Bai Yanqing would definitely die. What was the Flaming Lotus? The Flaming Lotus was a hidden weapon that could explode a person's body in an instant. At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang didn't need to find a chance to use the Flaming Lotus on Bai Yanqing. Moreover, she would be poisoned soon. There was no chance. What she needed to do now was to make a move before Bai Yanqing broke free from Su Donglin's grip. The opportunity was right in front of her, but Bailey Mingxiang didn't move. Su Donglin roared angrily, Bailey Mingxiang, don't forget your identity. His Highness and the princess hadn't arrived yet. Once both of them died in Bai Yanqing's hands, and Bai Yanqing went down the mountain. How could His Highness trick Bai Yanqing into going up the mountain? Their identity was to obey, to sell their lives, and to sacrifice. Bailey Mingxiang didn't forget, but she couldn't do it. If she did, not only would Bai Yanqing's corpse be destroyed, Su Donglin would also be destroyed. While Bailey Mingxiang was hesitating, Bai Yanqing had already kicked Su Donglin away. Su Donglin rolled to the side. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he was unconscious. Almost at the same time, Bailey Mingxiang's poison acted up. She felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She collapsed on the ground weakly. She didn't even have the strength to use the Flaming Lotus. Bai Yanqing didn't want to waste any time. He strode to Bailey Mingxiang and said, Bailey Mingxiang, it's a pity that I didn't get to see your true ability. The taste of this poison isn't bad, right? He sneered, held his sword with both hands, and stabbed down fiercely. Clang! There was a crisp sound as Bai Yanqing's sword broke in half. The sword fell to the side. Bailey Mingxiang had escaped a disaster. She looked at the broken sword hanging in midair in disbelief, unable to recover from her shock. However, Bai Yanqing didn't hesitate to hold the broken sword tightly and continued to stab down. At this moment, a sharp sword aura flew over from the side. It was like an arrow leaving the bow. It was so fierce that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Not only did it overturn the broken sword in Bai Yanqing's hand, it even forced Bai Yanqing to take a few steps back. Bailey Mingxiang looked back and saw 2 figures standing not far away. They weren't far away, but for some reason she couldn't see them clearly. However, she could still make out the elegance of that beautiful figure, that tall and proud one. The princess and His Highness had finally arrived. Bai Yanqing didn't even turn to look at the newcomers. He made a prompt decision and reached out to Bailey Mingxiang. However, Long Fei Yi was staring at him. Long Fei Ye's sword aura directly hit his arm. Han Yunqi had already rushed to the side to help Su Donglin detoxify the poison. Bai Yanqing dodged the sword aura and immediately reached out again. However, Long Fei Ye's sword aura was much faster than his hand. This time it didn't attack his hand but his entire body. The sharp sword aura came crashing down. Bai Yanqing had no choice but to dodge and stay away from Bailey Mingxiang. His gaze turned cold. He quickly flew towards Han Yunqi, who was helping Su Donglin detoxify the poison. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would change his perception. This time, Long Fei Ye's sword aura was several times stronger than before. Even though Bai Yanqing dodged, he was still injured by the sword aura. Half of his wide sleeves were cut off. Finally, Bai Yanqing threw away his sword. He didn't move from his original position. With his hands behind his back, he made a few strange gestures. In an instant, the surrounding wind started to blow. Although it didn't blow, it could brush against his face. Bai Yanqing was going to use his poison technique. Han Yunqi had just finished detoxifying Su Donglin. She rushed to Long Fei Ye's side without hesitation. At the same time, Bai Yanqing suddenly turned around and went back to Bailey Mingxiang. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi had been staring at him. Long Fei Ye's sword never stopped. Su Donglin is fine. The poison in Bailey Mingxiang can only last for 10 minutes. Let's end this quickly, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Long Fei Yi grabbed her waist with one hand and held his sword with the other. He flew into the air and elegantly slashed out. Several sword auras flew at Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was completely restrained by Long Fei Ye's sword. He couldn't touch Bailey Mingxiang or Su Donglin at all. As for the Imperial Wind Technique's poison, it was completely restrained by Han Yunqi. As long as Han Yunqi was here, his poison technique would be completely restrained. If Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi worked together, he would lose without a doubt. He was very clear on this. This time, he didn't have any plans of winning. He was only chasing after Bailey Mingxiang. Bai Yanqing had already changed from attacking to defending. He dodged several sword auras from Long Fei Yi. After hesitating for a bit, he turned around and ran down the mountain. Bai Yanqing, if you want to kill yourself, this crown prince can leave your corpse intact. Long Fei Yi said. As soon as he finished speaking, a rainbow of sword aura slashed down in front of Bai Yanqing, forcing Bai Yanqing to retreat. Bai Yanqing landed calmly and coldly said, The lust bite energy is indeed extraordinary. Long Fei Yi landed with Han Yunqi in his arms. Speak. What happened to Eastern and Western Qin in the past? Did your Wind clan do something? And where's the Black clan? Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. Long Fei Yi, the Bailey Army, and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people are all at the foot of the mountain. It's really interesting for you to ask old man questions like this. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had already deployed large groups of poison guards and poison mercenaries from the City of Daughters to stand guard around the area. Even 100 poison sex men would find it difficult to get close, much less the people at the foot of the mountain. Today, Bai Yanqing's every word was only known to the two of them. You don't have to speak, but this crown prince promises that you'll regret it. Long Fei Yi warned. Bai Yanqing laughed even louder. Long Fei Yi, I'll speak, but you better not regret it. Haha. Chapter 954. What did Long Fei Yi have to regret? Since he dared to ask Bai Yanqing for the truth, he wasn't afraid of the consequences. He and Han Yunqi attacked from the back of the mountain, led Bai Yanqing up the mountain, and avoided the group of spectators at the foot of the mountain. He didn't do all this for nothing. No matter what Bai Yanqing said, he was prepared to bear the consequences. He just wanted to figure out what happened back then, who was right and who was wrong in the East, Western Qin, or if, as they guessed, everything was provoked. What did the Feng clan do in this provocation? What did the Black clan do? He even wanted to know why the neutral Li clan disbanded their huge army so decisively back then. Just say it. Long Fei Yi replied. Of course, Long Fei Yi wasn't stupid enough to completely believe Bai Yanqing. What he wanted to do was to find some clues from Bai Yanqing's words. Bai Yanqing sneered. Even if he didn't tell the truth in front of the world, as long as Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were present, he could still say it. He would make Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi regret it. Okay, you two listen carefully. Bai Yanqing's face became serious. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't say anything, waiting. Not far away, Bailey Mingxiang, who had fallen to the ground, also listened quietly. Back then, Bai Yanqing opened his mouth, as if to keep them in suspense. He deliberately paused and didn't continue. Instead, he looked meaningfully at Long Fei. The surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. The mockery in Bai Yanqing's eyes became more and more intense. After a pause, he continued, "Back then, the flood of the Sha River was actually, say no more." Han Yunqi suddenly interrupted him domineeringly. "Long Fei, Yi didn't care about the truth. He just wanted to know." As for Han Yunqi, she didn't even want to know the truth. Back in the three-way black market, she had already made up her mind to ignore what happened between East and Western Qin back then. Bai Yanqing was a little stunned. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi, but didn't stop her. Han Yunqi. Bai Yanqing didn't understand what Han Yunqi meant. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Long Fei Yi, kill him!" If Long Fei didn't know the truth behind Han Yunqi's transmigration, he might have asked her, "Don't you want to know the truth?" However, now that he knew she was not the real princess of West Qin, he understood why she was so resolute, since she didn't want to know names not. In his heart, there was no difference between knowing and not knowing. It wouldn't affect his decisions. "I'll listen to you," Long Fei Yi said and raised his sword. Bai Yanqing couldn't believe it. These two people, one was Western Qin's princess, and the other was East Qin's crown prince. Even if they could ignore their hatred and love each other. However, how could they give up on the truth? Long Fei Yi didn't hate Han Yunqi, but how could he not hate the Western Qin camp? Han Yunqi didn't hate Long Fei Yi, but how could she forget the East Qin camp's massacre of Western Qin? You really don't want to know the truth?" Bai Yanqing angrily asked. "The truth?" Han Yunqi domineeringly said to Bai Yanqing, "Who cares if it dies?" Bai Yanqing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't care about the truth, then what was the point of him coming here to fight? "Bai Yanqing, you really want to say it, right? I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance." Han Yunqi said this, and then said to Long Fei Yi in a low voice, "Do it." Long Fei Yi immediately made his move, slashing down with his sword without any hesitation. Although Bai Yanqing dodged, he was still injured by the powerful sword qi, falling to the side as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he dodged, he didn't forget to use poison, but it was a pity that it was all blocked by Han Yunqi. "Long Fei Yi, you've let down the East Qin ancestors." Bai Yanqing angrily cursed. Han Yunqi was a woman, so she could be willful. However, Long Fei Yi was a man, and he had known his mission since he was young. So how could he give up like this? Long Fei Yi learned Han Yunqi's words. He didn't say it as domineering as Han Yunqi, but it was incomparably cold as he said, "Who cares? Die." As soon as his voice fell, another sword slashed down. Bai Yanqing rolled to the side as his internal organs were almost shattered. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Bai Yanqing finally drew his sword, but Long Fei Yi did not give him a chance to swing it. Long Fei Ye's sword strike after sword strike was fierce and fast, not stopping at all. Bai Yanqing was overwhelmed. He dodged while shouting at Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, the Wind Clan did not betray Western Qin. The Black Clan colluded with the East Qin Crown Prince in the past to destroy the dam to protect the iron mine. It was East Qin that abandoned the world. It was East Qin that ordered the Black Clan to attack the Wind Clan. It was East Qin that let down Western Qin and the world." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not say anything. What answered Bai Yanqing was Long Fei Ye's sword qi that was stronger than the last. Han Yunqi, the Western Qin royal family, was exterminated in the past, not leaving a single person alive. How cruel was that? This was all because of East Qin. The East Qin royal family already had the ambition to swallow Western Qin. Could it be you can't see it? Han Yunqi, what is the truth? Long Fei Yi is the clearest on this. He has been lying to you the entire time. As soon as his voice fell, Long Fei Ye's sword chi hit Bai Yanqing's abdomen, sending his entire body flying. He hit several large trees before finally landing on a cliff. Bai Yanqing's body was covered in blood and he was on the verge of death, but he was still holding on. Han Yunqi, old man, has ambition, but the Wind clan definitely did not have the heart to betray you. Long Fei Yi wants to use you to take care of the D clan. Can't you see it? If someone who didn't know saw this scene, they would think that Bai Yanqing was a loyal minister, using his life to persuade him. But Han Yunqi did not answer him. She had been seriously helping Long Fei Yi block Bai Yanqing's various poison attacks. Han Yunqi, do you know how many people in Western Qin have died unjustly, waiting for you to avenge them? Han Yunqi, old man, can die, but you can't not believe the truth of that year. Bai Yanqing had one hand on his chest and the other on the ground. It seemed like he was not going to dodge. He said it as if it was true. If she had not experienced so much with Long Fei Yi, perhaps Han Yunqi would really believe Bai Yanqing. Kill him. Han Yunqi still said the same thing, determined not to change. Bai Yanqing had fallen to this point. Whether he was telling the truth or not, he had to die. With Bai Yanqing's cunning personality, if he did not provoke them before he died, would he be satisfied? Once they decided not to take the truth to heart, no one would be able to provoke them. Nothing would be able to affect them. Long Fei Yi raised his sword. Instead of slashing, he was going to stab directly. Behind him was a cliff. Bai Yanqing would not be able to dodge this attack. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to strike, Bai Yanqing suddenly stopped him. Wait. Should he wait just because he said so? Long Fei Yi's sword waited for no one. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing said, Han Yunqi, I'm your father. You can't do this to me. In the end, Long Fei's sword stopped. Han Yunqi was a direct descendant of the poison sect, and so was Bai Yanqing. They had long suspected this, but Han Yunqi had never pursued the matter, so he had not asked. Now that Bai Yanqing had spoken, he had no choice but to stop his sword. You knew my identity from the very beginning, but you refused to acknowledge me. What are your motives? You're clearly using me. Han Yunqi retorted angrily. Long Fei Yi had long told her that Lady Hellion was a spy. Lady Hellion hadn't entered the Han estate late. In other words, Bai Yanqing had found out her identity years ago. You're saying that you were the one who killed my mother? Han Yunqi demanded. Bai Yanqing played the emotional card. Daughter, your mother's death was the most painful thing in my life. No matter what, you have to believe me. I would never do something so heartless. Then why don't you acknowledge me? Han Yunqi asked next. I have my own difficulties. Yunqi, come here. Father will definitely give you an explanation for this. Come here first. Believe your father, Long Fei Yi, is using you. Don't be fooled by him. Bai Yanqing coaxed earnestly. Han Yunqi only said word by word. Long Fei Yi, I only trust you in this world. What are you still hesitating for? Long Fei Yi understood and pointed his sword at Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was alarmed. Han Yunqi, no matter what, I'm your father. Your biological father. You're not. You're not. Han Yunqi shouted back. Bai Yanqing still wanted to argue, but Long Fei Yi had already thrown his sword at Bai Yanqing's heart. Old clan head, Shi Jiuxia's voice suddenly called out. Be careful of poison. Han Yunqi pulled Long Fei Yi away and stored Shi Jiuxia's poison powder into her poison storage space. Shi Jiuxia saw Bai Yanqing lying paralyzed in front of his chest and couldn't believe it. Old clan head. Old clan head. Bai Yanqing only had one last breath left. He gripped the sword and pulled it out viciously, causing a pool of blood to spurt out of his chest. He gripped Long Fei Yi's sword and struggled to his feet. He pointed at Han Yunqi and cursed. Patricide! You'll be struck by lightning. Han Yunqi was stunned, her face ashen. Bai Yanqing wasn't her father, nor did he deserve to be. But blood relations couldn't be changed. At this moment, Long Fei made a grabbing motion and grabbed Profound Frost's sword before viciously kicking Bai Yanqing into the abyss ahead. Old Clan Head, Sure, Jiuxia shouted. Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi and chased after him. For someone like Bai Yanqing, they had to see his corpse even if he was dead. Halfway through their chase, they saw Bai Yanqing hanging from a tree trunk on the cliff. Long Fei Yi tested him and confirmed that he was no longer breathing. He glanced at Han Yunqi and saw that Han Yunqi was silent. He was still decisive. He cut the tree trunk with his sword and said to Han Yunqi, "It's none of your business. I killed him." After watching Bai Yanqing's corpse fall into the abyss and disappear, Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunqi back to the cliff. On the cliff, Shi Jiuxia knelt on the ground in a daze. Su Donglin was still unconscious. Bailey Mingxiang lay on the ground, her face as pale as a corpse. Han Yunqi had already recovered. She strode toward Bailey Mingxiang and quickly detoxified her. After detoxifying her, she fell to the ground. Everything that happened today was going according to plan. However, she didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably uneasy. Long Fei Yi stood beside her and stared at Shi Jiuxia, who wasn't far away. Although there were still many things to do, he would give Han Yunqi enough time. After all, the word patricide was too heavy. Everything seemed to have calmed down. However, no one expected what happened in the abyss at this moment. Chapter 955. At this very moment, an extremely frightening thing was happening in the abyss. Bai Yanqing was clearly dead. He'd been shot in the heart and had fallen from such a high place. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had already confirmed that he wasn't breathing. However, he actually stood up shakily. Yes, he wasn't dead. He would never die, unless Long Fei Yi could cultivate to the third level of the lust bite energy and combine it with his nirvana powers to control the world's greatest power. No one in this world would be able to kill him. Except for time, except for natural aging. He was invincible in this world. Because he'd already uncovered the secret recipe for the poison sect's legendary poison guman. He'd raised himself into a poison guman in a fit of rage after being hurt by love. Thus, Long Fei Ye's lust bite energy was his only nemesis. Even if he had to give up on inciting discord between Eastern and Western Qin, he still wanted Bailey Mingxiang dead. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal that he was a poison guman. He didn't want to become the world's enemy, Cloud Realm's public enemy. Besides, one of the poisons needed to break the perplexing butterfly illusion was the poison guman's blood. Once his secret was exposed, he'd be in big trouble. Breaking the perplexing butterfly illusion required the 5 elements poisons: water, earth, fire, metal, and would have 10,000 poisons. He also needed the 4 great poisons: poison beast blood, poison corpse blood, beauty's blood, and poison guman's blood. He controlled the world's only poison, guman's blood. The poison beast blood could be regenerated. The 10,000-year-old poison, corpse blood jade, could be found, and the beauty's blood could be reproduced. However, the poison guman's blood was unique. Even if he had the secret recipe for raising a poison guman, he wouldn't be able to raise a second one. That was because all the poison plants were unique. He'd already used them all back then. When he'd heard about Gu's childhood in Medical City, he'd suspected that Gu had been secretly raised as a poison guman, which was why he was immune to all kinds of diseases. But after careful consideration, he rejected this idea. He didn't know what kind of physique Gu had, and he wasn't very interested. Now his enemies were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, the East Qin camp and the Western Qin camp. He was curious whether Han Yunqi couldn't accept her background or whether she knew the truth. That was why she was so determined not to acknowledge him. He didn't mind slowly figuring out everything, playing with them slowly and making the stakes bigger. He wanted to see who would regret it in the end. Bai Yanqing went up the cliff. The cliff was so high that he could not see the end. He could only see a vast expanse of whiteness above his head. There was fog in the abyss. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest. At this moment, the little thing, which had been in a daze for a long time, finally regained its senses. Heavens, I clearly felt Mama Yunchi's presence just then. Very close. Could it be that the owner of the dark space had gone to find Mama Yunchi? Why is this naughty fellow looking for Mama Yunchi? Does Mama Yunchi know I've been locked up? What was the situation now? It couldn't feel Mama Yunchi again. Lil Thing became irritated and charged forward with all its might into the darkness ahead. However, it was quickly bounced back by an invisible force. Because of the contract, it could not only enter and exit Mama Yunchi's poison storage space, but also sense what was happening outside. But now that it was locked up in the dark space, it couldn't sense anything outside. It could only sense Mama Yunchi's approach. Could it be that Mama Yunchi has left? The more Lil Thing thought, the more uneasy it felt. Unconsciously, it thought of the gentleman. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a howl. The howl echoed heavily in the large black space, sounding especially desolate. Gentlemen, don't die, all right? Mama Yunchi, where are you? Lil Thing misses you guys? Currently, Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi were still on the cliff. Long Fei Yi had given Han Yunchi plenty of time, so she didn't tarry for long. Of course Han Yunchi was worried about Lil Thing. Like Gubeiwa, she suspected that Lil Thing was in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. She didn't know if the poison storage space would disappear after a person died. She could only deal with the important matters at hand first before looking for Lil Thing. Killing Bai Yanqing was just a means. What came next was their true goal. This was her true resolve from the start. No matter how uneasy her heart was, she had to hide it and endure it. At this point, there was no reason to waste all her previous efforts. She could only keep moving forward. At the very least, she knew she hadn't wronged or disappointed anyone with her choice. She wanted to be together with Long Fei Yi openly. She wanted there to be no more enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin. She wanted to join hands with Long Fei Yi to build a new nation. She wanted the land they ruled to be eternally peaceful. Han Yunchi stood up and said coldly, Shi Juxia, tell me, how should this princess silence you? Shi Juxia had killed his way out of the encirclement of female mercenaries and poison guards to find his way here. He'd heard everything Bai Yanqing had said, including the fact that Han Yunchi was Bai Yanqing's daughter. It had to be said that Shi Juxia was astonished by all of this. Han Yunchi, you killed your father. Shi Juxia reprimanded. Bai Yanqing was killed by this crown prince. He slandered my East Qin and sowed discord between Western Qin and Eastern Qin. He deserved to die. Long Fei Yi raged. It was your East Qin that started the war back then. Long Fei Yi, your East Qin is the culprit that destroyed the great Qin Empire. Shi Juxiao accused. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Han Yunchi firmly said, No, Bai Yanqing didn't say that just now. Shi Juxia, you heard wrong. Bai Yanqing said that the enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin was instigated by the Feng clan. The enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin was just a misunderstanding. The culprit, the Feng clan, was admitted by Bai Yanqing himself. Han Yunchi was lying through her teeth. In fact, she had already prepared these lines. As long as Bai Yanqing was dead, the truth would be determined by her and Long Fei Yi. Even if she had to lie to the world, she would go all out. Seeing Han Yunchi's cold eyes, the originally aggressive Shi Juxia was a bit scared and unconsciously took a step back. Of course, he understood what Han Yunchi's words meant. Han Yunchi was warning him to cooperate with their lies, or else they'd kill him to silence him. Shi Juxia had always lived in seclusion, wholeheartedly helping Jun Yixie manage the 100 Poison sect. He wasn't very clear about the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. He had heard that Han Yunchi was a very ruthless woman, but he never thought that Han Yunchi would be this ruthless. Not only did this woman kill her father, she also wanted to deceive both Eastern and Western Qin, deceiving the world. The most terrifying thing was that this woman in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of fear or guilt. Instead, she was so domineering, decisive, and magnificent. What kind of woman was this? Shi Jiuxia was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Long Fei Ye's sword was already at his neck. Long Fei Yi said, "You don't have much time left. Choose for yourself if you want to die here or continue to lead the 100 Poison sect." This was a combination of kindness and severity. "Elder Shi, do you believe that Bai Yanqing is prepared to sacrifice the 100 Poison sect today? Why would you linger around such a master?" Han Yunqi sneered. "If not for Long Fei Ye's plan, I would have destroyed the poisonous corpse pool. I'll also tell you responsibly that even if the poisonous corpse pool is destroyed, even if I burn down the 100 Poison sect, Bai Yanqing won't come up the mountain." Shi Jiuxia didn't understand the affairs of the world. He didn't know why Bai Yanqing wanted to stay at the pagoda at the foot of the mountain. In fact, he was also very surprised by Bai Yanqing's sudden appearance today. He was so anxious on the mountain that he thought Bai Yanqing wouldn't come. He thought that 100 Poison sect's reputation would be completely lost. He was already dissatisfied with Bai Yanqing's actions today. After hearing Han Yunqi's words, he was somewhat shaken. Seeing the hesitation in Shi Jiuxia's eyes, Han Yunqi pressed on. "Shi Jiuxia, do you think the 100 Poison sect can survive if you die?" As she spoke, she suddenly closed in, narrowed her eyes, and warned fiercely, "I promise I'll burn this mountain down. I mean what I say." Long Fei Yi didn't like Han Yunqi getting too close to any man. Before he could pull Han Yunqi back, Shi Jiuxia stumbled back in fright. He stared at Han Yunqi in disbelief. Although he wasn't the head of the sect, he devoted his entire life to the 100 Poison sect. He'd poured his heart and soul into the sect. How could he bear to see the sect destroyed? Long Fei Yi silently lowered his hand and continued to watch as Han Yunqi subdued Shi Jiuxia. If Bai Yanqing died, it wouldn't be easy to convince the people at the foot of the mountain to believe him and Han Yunqi. However, it would be much easier if Shi Jiuxia stepped forward. "Shi Jiuxia, I'm a direct descendant of the Poison sect and its head. Medical City has already acknowledged my status and cleared the Poison sect's name. If you surrender to me, do you think I'll treat you unfairly? I promise you the position of head of the 100 Poison sect will be yours. Moreover, Medical and Medicine City will never ostracize 100 Poisons sect again," Han Yunqi added. She'd laid out 2 paths for Shi Jiuxia. One was a dead end, while the other was a broad, open road. Shi Jiuxia's heart belonged to the 100 Poison sect, not Bai Yanqing or Jun Yixia. How could he not be moved? But he was still hesitant. How could there be such a good deal in the world? Would Han Yunqi trust him so much? Wasn't Han Yunqi afraid he'd reveal the truth one day? Before he could probe further, Han Yunqi tossed him a bottle of poison. Coldly, she said, "If you don't want to die, drink this poison. I'll only give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Looking at the poison in his hand, Shi Jiuxia felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He wanted the 100 Poison sect to survive and become one of Cloud Realm Continent's honorable powers one day. Even more than that, he wanted to continue living well. Without hesitation, Shi Jiuxia downed the antidote in one gulp. He was an expert in poisons, but even he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. He only knew that it was a poison that flared up on a regular basis. After confirming that Shi Jiuxia had taken the antidote, Han Yunqi exhaled in relief. "Every 10 days, I'll have someone give you an antidote. If you're curious about the consequences of the poison, you can give it a try, but you'll definitely regret it." Shi Jiuxia was curious, but Han Yunqi's tone made it impossible for him to test it. Everyone who made poisons knew how terrible it would be to live a life worse than death after the poison acted up. Han Yunqi whistled to summon a poison guard to send the unconscious Su Donglin down the mountain. Bailey Mingxiang recovered her strength after the antidote was cured. She clutched the raging red lotus flame in her sleeve, uneasy, but still came forward. Princess, Your Highness, this servant. Chapter 956. Princess, Your Highness, this servant has failed you. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with apprehension. If she was asked whether she regretted it now, she wouldn't know how to answer. After all, she couldn't bear to watch Su Donglin die without doing anything. Everything had already happened, and Bai Yanqing was dead. Bailey Mingxiang was no longer of any use in this matter. Long Fei, Yi didn't say much. He only said indifferently, "After we leave the mountain, return to the army." When they left the garrison, Long Fei Yi conferred the military rank of Bailey Mingxiang. After Bai Yanqing's matter was settled, she naturally had to return to the army and stay at her post. Although she was reluctant, Bailey Mingxiang still secretly sighed in relief. She knew better than anyone that leaving them was the greatest redemption in her life. Redemption for herself. Red lotus, raging fire. Bailey Mingxiang whispered, wanting to return the item. However, Han Yunqi said no need. Keep it for self-defense. You may not be safe with Bai Yanqing dead. Only the heavens knew if Bai Yanqing had told others about their dual cultivation. Long Fei Yi had created so many misunderstandings and created so many rumors about Bailey Mingxiang. Once Bai Yanqing revealed the matter, there would be many people in the world who wanted Bailey Mingxiang's life. Thank you, Your Highness. Bailey Mingxiang bowed. After hesitating for a moment, she still said seriously, Princess, please take care of yourself. Mingxiang won't be able to serve you in the future. Han Yunqi finally realized that this was a long separation. Bailey Mingxiang was going to return to the army. It was very likely that she wouldn't have the chance to be by their side in this lifetime. You take care too. She helped Bailey Mingxiang up and gently shook Bailey Mingxiang's cold hand. If it weren't for the rumors in the army, if it weren't for the crowd at the bonfire party that night, they wouldn't have been so awkward. Han Yunqi sighed softly. She quickly ordered several female mercenaries to escort Bailey Mingxiang back and instructed seriously, find a few people to disguise themselves and go in different directions. Don't be followed. Also, you must keep a low profile in the army. Su Donglin was unconscious, so other than Shi Jiuxia, Bailey Mingxiang was the only one who had heard what Bai Yanqing said. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't guard against Bailey Mingxiang. If Bailey Mingxiang wanted to betray them, he wouldn't have waited until now. After sending off Bailey Mingxiang, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi went down the mountain with Shi Jiuxia. Along the way, Han Yunqi kept talking to Shi Jiuxia. Long Fei Yi didn't interrupt and listened quietly. Long Fei Yi noticed that Han Yunqi's eyes were downcast. She was in a bad mood. After killing Bai Yanqing and getting the truth, as long as they could convince the people at the foot of the mountain, there would be no more hatred between Eastern and Western Qin. There would be no insurmountable gap between them. This was what they were all looking forward to, wasn't it? However, Long Fei Yi didn't see any joy on her face. Even if she hid it well, he could see how much the word patricide affected her. At this moment, most of the people at the foot of the mountain stood up and waited. They didn't know what was going on. Even the disciples of the 100 Poisons sect didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Are they fighting? Who won? Are they still fighting? Where are they? How long are they going to fight? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi can't beat Bai Yanqing if they work together, right? Can anyone say something? Where's Elder Shi? Come out and say something. Many people couldn't wait and started shouting. However, most of them were nobodies. The real big shots didn't say anything and just sat there quietly waiting. For example, Mu Qinggu and the people from Eastern and Western Qin. They couldn't figure out why Bai Yanqing was indifferent when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi attacked 100 Poison Sect. However, when Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin led the poison corpses up the mountain, Bai Yanqing immediately chased after them. What was going on? Although Bailey Qiu knew about Bailey Mingxiang's fake dual cultivation, he didn't know much about it. He wasn't smart enough to figure out that it was Long Fei Ye's plan to lure Bai Yanqing up the mountain. Neither Eastern and Western Qin nor Mu Qingguo were worried about the outcome of this battle. They were confident in Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. They only hoped that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would quickly capture Bai Yanqing and come down the mountain to confront the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin. Soon, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi appeared in front of the crowd. Step by step, Long Fei and Han Yunqi descended the mountain, then ascended the battle stage. Shi Jiuxia followed them and stood next to them. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The few people who were sitting also stood up. As for Mu Qingguo, he forgot about everything else when he saw Han Yunqi. She was the only one in his mind. Bailey Qiu had long known about His Highness and Han Yunqi's relationship. He was most concerned about the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin. He remembered that His Highness and Han Yunqi had promised to meet on the battlefield if necessary. Bailey Qiu was the first to speak. "Your Highness, where is Bai Yanqing?" Long Fei Yi remained silent, but it was Shi Jiuxia who spoke. "Everyone, I am Shi Jiuxia, the head of the 100 Poisons Sect's Elder Council. Bai Yanqing hasn't joined the 100 Poisons Sect yet, but I am already a disciple. Bai Yanqing is both a descendant of the Poison Sect and the Feng Clan, but he has always concealed his identity. No one in the 100 Poisons Sect knows of his origins until today, when I heard Bai Yanqing arguing with Western Qin's princess and East Qin's crown prince. Only then did I know the truth." As soon as these words came out, the noisy crowd quieted down. But Shi Jiuxia's next words were like a bomb that sent the crowd into an uproar. "Bai Yanqing has already died by the East Qin crown prince's sword. His corpse lies in the abyss behind Mount Deong. Dead. Bai Yanqing's really dead?" This Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's third elder immediately asked. "Your Highness, why didn't you escort Bai Yanqing down the mountain? Back then, we agreed to question Bai Yanqing and confront East Qin about the civil war. Bai Yanqing wasn't killed by this princess." "You should ask the East Qin crown prince that question," Han Yunqi replied. Third elder shot a questioning look at Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi ignored him and pretended not to notice. Shi Jiuxia looked towards the other elders of the consortium and said, "Everyone, there's no need for a confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin anymore. The civil war in the Great Qin Empire wasn't the fault of either Western Qin or East Qin. It was—" Before Shi Jiuxia could finish, someone in the crowd cut him off. "Elder Shi, you're quite the busybody, aren't you? Since when did you have a say in the enmity between Eastern, Western Qin? Neither master of Eastern, Western Qin is in a rush, so why are you? What a joke!" His words were full of sarcasm, but the crowd was puzzled as well. Shi Jiuxia was an elder of the 100 Poison Sect and a true manager. What right did he have to stand here and speak? He'd led the 100 Poison Sect disciples to commit so many crimes that it was already good enough that he hadn't become public enemy number one. Shi Jiuxia was a man of character, but he remained as steady as empty Tai. He retorted, "What's this big brother's background? Why are you meddling in other people's business? What's the rush?" That person wasn't from East Qin or Western Qin, so he had nothing to say. But Bailey Qiu couldn't take it anymore. "Cold," he asked. "Shi Jiuxia, who do you think you are? You don't have a say in the affairs of Eastern, Western Qin. The civil war was instigated by East Qin with ulterior motives. What the hell do you know? What nonsense are you spouting? Get out." Shi Jiuxia lived up to his reputation as an elder. He remained calm and said seriously, "I don't have the right to comment on the grievances between Eastern, Western Qin, but as an elder of the 100 Poison Sect, I have the right to denounce Bai Yanqing." I want to announce everything Bai Yanqing has done to the public. Everyone quieted down after he said that. Sure, Jiuxia's reason was sufficient. Back then, the grievances between Eastern and Western Qin were instigated by the Feng clan. They slandered East Qin for destroying the dam to protect the iron mine. They even spread rumors and slandered the East Qin heir. East Qin was instigated by the Feng clan to attack them, but the Feng clan blew the matter up and caused a misunderstanding between the two royal families. Today, Bai Yanqing, as the former sect master of the 100 Poison sect, did not hesitate to sacrifice the 100 Poison sect to sow discord between the Western Qin princess and the East Qin crown prince. As the head of the Elder Council, I must announce this matter to the public. At this point, the crowd couldn't be any quieter. Everyone had a complicated look on their faces. Who would have thought this would happen? No one dared to believe it. Sure, Jiuxia paused before adding, if this one hadn't seen Bai Yanqing arguing with the East and West Qin masters in the mountains and revealed the truth, I and the 100 Poison sect disciples would still be in the dark. Bai Yanqing stood at the foot of the mountain and allowed the Eastern, Western Qin masters to attack the 100 Poison sect because he wanted to wait for the two of them to descend the mountain. He wanted to use the confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin to provoke the two royal families in front of everyone. At this point, everyone's doubts about Bai Yanqing's decision to not go up the mountain were resolved. Many people began to believe Jiuxia's words. Even some in the Eastern, Western Qin camp began to consider the possibility that the Feng clan had instigated a civil war. Jiuxia stepped forward and bowed to the crowd. Everyone, I, Jiuxia, am indebted to the Princess of Western Qin for sparing my life. From now on, I am willing to overthrow the entire 100 Poison sect, turn over a new leaf, and join the Poison sect. Today, I will expose Bai Yanqing's true colors and expose the Feng clan scheme. I hope that everyone here will give the 100 Poisons sect a chance to turn over a new leaf. The huge venue was incomparably silent. No one cared about the 100 Poison sect. Everyone was shocked by the truth of the conflict between Eastern, Western Qin. No one was right or wrong between the Eastern and Western Qin. In the end, it was all a misunderstanding. How was this possible? After all, the feud between the two royal families had lasted for 3 or 4 generations. If Jiuxia had defended Eastern, Western Qin from the start, no one would have believed him. Instead, they would have suspected that he'd been bribed. However, if Jiuxia denounced Bai Yanqing as an elder of the 100 Poison sect and exposed Bai Yanqing, the effect would be different. At least half of the crowd would believe him. A complicated look flickered past Bailey Chiyu's eyes, but he didn't speak. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Meanwhile, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's old fox wasn't so easy to fool. Cold, third elder said, Jiuxia, why should we believe you? Jiuxia wasn't easy to deal with. With a cold smile, he replied, this one is only speaking on behalf of the 100 Poison sect. You have no right to speak on behalf of Eastern, Western Qin, much less this one. Naturally, Eastern, Western Qin, and Western Qin have the final say in their affairs. He then added, Western Qin's princess has already accepted this one's surrender. If third elder doesn't believe me, he then, Jiuxia's words were such a coincidence. If third elder didn't believe him, then he didn't believe Han Yunqi either, who would openly doubt their own master, unless he wanted to rebel. Chapter 9, 57. Jiuxia's words rendered third elder speechless. But third elder wasn't convinced in his heart. He knitted his brows at Han Yunqi, unable to believe what he'd just heard. How could the grudges between generations, the knots between the two imperial clans, and the enmity between the two factions be erased with a few words? They couldn't believe it without hearing it with their own ears. Third elder bowed, respectfully. Princess, there's something fishy about this matter. I ask that you take it seriously. Third elder was smart enough not to openly oppose Han Yunqi or question Han Yunqi. Instead, he used persuasion to express his suspicions. Han Yunqi had already established her authority among myriad merchant hall's elders, but she wasn't completely intimidated by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders. No one dared to refute her words yet. Still, Han Yunqi wasn't stupid. She didn't want to start a fight with Third Elder and become a joke to the world. She said seriously, Third Elder's words are very true. There were many people present just then, not just me. The East Qin Crown Prince, the Bailey Army's Miss Ming Xiang, the head of the East Qin Shadow Guards, Su Donglin, the 100 Poison Sect's Eldersher, the 100 Poison Sect's disciples, and this princess's poison guards and mercenaries were all present. This princess wouldn't have misheard or made a wrong judgment. The people Han Yunqi listed all belonged to the two factions, so they could all be witnesses. As soon as she said this, apart from the two camps, most of the outsiders present believed this result. After all, who wouldn't want revenge after such a huge feud between nations? If not for the truth, how could Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi have made peace so easily? Thus, there was still plenty of discussion around them. Everyone was shocked by the truth and grew nervous. After all, the truth was going to change the balance of power in Cloud Realm Continent. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi weren't husband and wife, then even if East and West Qin didn't have any enmity between them, Western Qin and Eastern Qin would still fight for supremacy in Cloud Realm Continent. It was impossible to restore the peace of the Great Qin era. However, the original relationship between Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi made the current situation more uncertain. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't intend to mend their relationship, then the two of them would still be enemies after all. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi reconciled, would Eastern and Western Qin cooperate? And after the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin, would there be people in the two camps who would be dissatisfied and take the opportunity to establish their own factions? It could be said that Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's union would decide the future of Cloud Realm Continent for the next few years. It was even possible that it would decide its future. While the outsiders were thinking about the future, the people from both camps were still fixated on what had happened today. In fact, their unwillingness to accept the truth was greater than their suspicions. Unlike the Western Qin camp, Long Fei Yi had absolute control over the East Qin camp. Bailey Chiu had his doubts, but he didn't dare say a word. He decided to ask his little sister later and find out what was going on. This was too big a matter for him to handle. He couldn't interfere with His Highness's decision, so he had to discuss it with his father first. The elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium exchanged glances. They didn't know that Han Yunqi had gone to Long Fei Ye's camp as a hostage, nor did they know that Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were working together now. Still, they couldn't accept the grudges between the two imperial clans being settled so easily. Third Elder didn't question Han Yunqi's answer, but he didn't accept it either. Instead, he remained silent. The truth had been revealed, the misunderstanding cleared, and the enmity dissolved. This should have been a cause for celebration. But aside from the discussions of the outsiders, no one from either camp showed any signs of excitement. The atmosphere wasn't good at all. There was a limit to what outsiders could say. What really affected the big picture were the opinions of the two camps. Seeing Bailey Chiu and the other elders silent, everyone felt that something was off and quieted down. Mu Qingguo looked at the couple on stage and thought, if this world belongs to them, what's there for me to refuse to accept? The Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders assumed that Bailey Chiu would stand up and say something, but he didn't say a word. It was as if he completely agreed with Shi Jiuxia's words. Keeping quiet wasn't a solution, either. The elders finally lost their cool. If only it was Master Ning, Third Elder sighed with emotion. There's definitely something wrong here. Just then, the princess was the only one on the mountain. Everyone else was from East Qin. Could the princess have been tricked by them? Fourth Elder said worriedly. Just where is Master Ning? If he was kidnapped, he should have come to extort money by now. Third elder fretted. But fifth elder hesitated before he said seriously, "The two of you, if there's something fishy about this matter, the East Qin Crown Prince should have been able to tell. Moreover, Bai Yanqing has no reason to fake the truth." Third elder and fourth elder became even more silent after hearing this. After all, the enmity between East Qin and West Qin wasn't one-sided. Western Qin hated East Qin, but both sides insisted that it was the other side who started the civil war and destroyed the peace of the past. A woman like Han Yunqi might be tricked, but how could Long Feiyi make such a huge mistake? If this wasn't the truth, how could Long Feiyi, the East Qin Crown Prince, let Western Qin off so easily? How could he write off the enmity of the past so easily? The third elder and the fourth elder looked at each other and agreed with the fifth elder's thinking. However, this wasn't enough to convince them of the truth. At this critical moment, in front of everyone, the elders couldn't question Han Yunqi or go against Han Yunqi. However, if they didn't say anything now, Han Yunqi wouldn't listen to them after this. "Old third, how about we make a statement? Just say this matter. Just say that we'll discuss this matter another day and have the princess come back with us?" Fourth elder lowered his voice. Third elder also had this plan. As long as they delayed this matter and didn't make a statement today, they wouldn't need to acknowledge this debt in the future. Actually, taking 10,000 steps back, even if there was no enmity between the two royal families, they still had to create enmity. Otherwise, if Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi reunited, how could Western Qin compete with East Qin for Cloud Realm continent? Han Yunqi was a woman rarely seen in 100 years, but no matter how good her skills were, she couldn't compare to a man like Long Feiyi. While the elders were hesitating, Long Feiyi opened his mouth. He stood high up on the battle stage, looking around at the crowd. His deep and cold eyes seemed to look down on the world. As expected of Long Feiyi, a single look from him was enough to intimidate everyone present. Third elder, who was about to speak, couldn't help closing his mouth. Long Feiyi said, "In the past, Great Qin had internal strife and the country was destroyed. The two royal families had enmity for over 100 years, and today, the truth has been revealed to the world. In the past, the internal strife between the Eastern and Western Qin royal families was caused by the Wind Clan's instigation. Today, this prince has personally killed the Wind Clan's descendant Bai Yanqing. However, this enmity has yet to be avenged. Bai Yanqing's disciple, the 100 Poison sect master, Junixia, has come to Northern Li, coveting our southern fertile lands." Long Feiyi's words stopped here. The entire crowd was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for him to continue. After getting rid of Bai Yanqing, Junixia was naturally the target of public criticism. How to deal with Junixia was what he was most concerned about. However, Long Feiyi's next move caused the entire crowd to boil. He took Han Yunqi's hand, intertwined their fingers, and raised it high. What did this mean? Actually, there was no need for words. These tightly intertwined fingers meant that Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi were reunited. They would join forces to deal with Junixia and deal with Northern Li. Before Long Feiyi could continue, Third Elder immediately spoke up. "Your Highness," unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't give him the chance. Long Feiyi's cold voice suppressed Third Elder's, not only stopping him from speaking, but also making everyone forget about him. Third Elder was extremely embarrassed, but Long Feiyi continued. "This Crown Prince announces that from this day forth, East Qin and Western Qin will work together to resist the invasions and raids of the Northern Cavalry. We will protect the peace of the Central Plains and the South." Cries of alarm rose from the crowd at his words. If the sight of Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi holding hands was shocking enough, then Long Feiyi's words were enough to stun all of Cloud Realm continent. He had never held hands with her so openly and forcefully before, facing the world with her. This was the first time. It would also be the beginning of countless times in the future. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with all sorts of indescribable feelings. She didn't care what Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders thought. Loudly, she declared, "I, the Princess of Western Qin, the wife of Long Fei Yi. From this day forth, I will join hands with him to resist the enemy and create a new golden age for Great Qin." The cries of alarm grew louder at her words. Some even cheered for Han Yunqi. What other confession could surpass these words? What other confession could be so domineering and powerful? What other kind of confession could be so emotional? What other woman could be braver and more resolute than Han Yunqi? Han Yunqi looked at the vast crowd, steady and calm. She was a very resolute person. Once she'd made up her mind, she wouldn't change it or turn back. She knew that this was the most courageous decision she'd ever made in her life. Right now, she was looking straight ahead, not at the crowd, but into the distance and into the future. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi had turned to look at her, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness and infatuation. He never thought that he'd see a day like this, when he could see her beautiful profile with such infatuation. All sorts of voices rose from the crowd. Although there were many doubts, the cheers still won out. Bailey Chiu had long predicted this, so he remained relatively calm. Mu Qingguo smiled bitterly, but only he knew what he was laughing about. The faces of the Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders all turned white. They would never allow such a thing to happen. Neither would Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders. If Han Yunqi admitted to being husband and wife with Long Fei Yi, then the two of them wouldn't just be working together. Eastern and Western Qin were going to become one. When that happened, wouldn't the D clan have to take orders from Long Fei Yi too? Third Elder couldn't take it anymore. He rushed to the front of the stage and raged, "Princess! You!" Unfortunately, a wave of very orderly exclamations suddenly burst out from the surroundings, abruptly drowning out the latter half of his words. On the stage, Long Fei Yi. Chapter 958. Why were all the spectators suddenly crying out in alarm? That was because Long Fei Yi had suddenly turned around and circled one arm around Han Yunqi's waist. He pulled her close and lifted her chin with his other hand before kissing her domineeringly. Han Yunqi was caught off guard, but she didn't struggle. Her arms quickly circled around Long Fei Ye's waist, enjoying his domineering kiss as she responded to him. And as soon as she did, he became even more unbridled as he plundered her. His kiss deepened and grew more intense, treating the hundreds of people around them like air. If this was any other time, Han Yunqi would have avoided it, but she'd long forgotten everything now. She did her best to respond to Long Fei Yi, afraid that he'd think it wasn't enough, afraid that he'd be dissatisfied, afraid that she'd fail to live up to his passion. Amidst wave after wave of surprised cries, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi embraced each other and kissed passionately. They controlled the world and were under the gaze of the world, but in this moment they'd forgotten all about the world. They only had eyes for each other. They were each other's world. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders were all stunned, including Third Elder. They'd lived for so long, but had never seen such a bold move. Just what were these two planning? Even Bailey Chiu couldn't keep his cool. In his impression, His Highness wasn't an open-minded man, but rather a conservative one. Could it be that he'd been seduced by Han Yunqi? There was only one person in the crowd who didn't look up at the stage, and that was none other than Mu Qingguo. His head was lowered as he stared at his feet. The ones who should be bashful were the two shameless people on the stage, but Mu Qingguo's ears had turned red. He didn't dare to look at the stage. Fortunately, everyone was focused on the stage, or else young General Mu's innocence would become the biggest joke of the 100 Poisons sect battle. Thinking back to those days, how much determination had it taken for him to run around the streets for Mu Luiyue? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi kissed for a very, very long time. They kissed until they almost couldn't breathe, but Long Fei let go of her. After giving each other some time to breathe, they immediately kissed again. If they continued to kiss, Han Yunqi was afraid that someone would lose control. Fortunately, he still stopped. Long Fei let go of Han Yunqi's lips and pulled her into his arms before turning to face the crowd. This time, everyone immediately quieted down. A man of action never liked to talk nonsense. What he did just now was to tell everyone, especially the Eastern and Western Qin factions, that he was determined to get Han Yunqi. The alliance between the Eastern and Western Qin factions was also inevitable. Bailey Chiu remained silent until the very end. The other elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had yet to recover their wits, especially Third Elder. He stood in front of the stage in a daze, as if he'd forgotten what he was here for. Long Fei had no time to waste here. He was about to take Han Yunqi away when a middle-aged man dressed as a soldier suddenly walked out from behind the group of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders. This was none other than Ning Cheng's most trusted Deputy General, Deputy General Shui. His armor was quite eye-catching, and the D character on his chest was even more eye-catching. Even if no one recognized him, they could tell that he was a representative of the D clan's military. Your Royal Highness, this soldier refuses to accept the truth that Bai Yanqing gave us. Neither do the Ning clan troops. This soldier earnestly requests that your Royal Highness distinguish between personal feelings and matters of state. Don't mix personal feelings with matters of national vengeance. If you're tricked, you'll lose face for Western Qin's imperial clan. His words were very direct. Soon enough, everyone quieted down. Han Yunqi looked at Deputy General Shui with a complicated look in her eyes. She always knew that the real problem wasn't Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but the Ning clan troops. Businessmen valued profits, while soldiers valued loyalty. The old foxes in the Council of Elders knew how to judge the situation and know when to advance or retreat. But the Ning clan troops wouldn't compromise so easily. Once Deputy General Shui stepped forward, he'd probably stop fearing her status as a princess. The Ning clan troops obeyed Ning Cheng, not her. Han Yunqi guessed right, because Deputy General Shui's next words were very blunt. Long Fei, why did you bring Bai Yanqing down the mountain for a confrontation? Why did you kill him with a single blow? Do you have the guilty conscience? Are you afraid that Bai Yanqing will tell you the truth? You didn't kill Bai Yanqing to silence him, did you? Actually, everyone present could guess that possibility. But almost everyone felt that Long Fei and Han Yunqi had no reason to do so. The enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was their family's grudge. Long Fei and Han Yunqi had once been irreconcilable enemies because of this. How could they join forces to deceive themselves and the rest of the world? They were the ones who wanted revenge, not everyone else. In the end, they were just spectators. Your Royal Highness Princess, you can't let down Western Qin's imperial clan and the D clan's loyalty. Your Royal Highness Princess, you mustn't be fooled by Long Fei. Long Fei has been using you this entire time. Can't you tell? Your Royal Highness Princess, just what did Bai Yanqing say? You know what's going on in your heart. You have to have a clear conscience. A few of the elders grew agitated as well, throwing caution to the wind to admonish her. Han Yunqi knew things wouldn't go so smoothly, but she always assumed that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the D clan's military would question her in private. She never expected the military to challenge her in public. Was this the rhythm of a rebellion? If she insisted on joining forces with Long Fei today, would the Ning clan troops really rebel? If Ning Cheng was here, what would Ning Cheng's attitude be? Perhaps he'd be the same as the military and trade consortium. After all, the military and trade consortium were absolutely obedient to Ning Cheng. Was the D clan going to force her to abdicate in front of everyone, threatening her, making her choose between Long Fei and the D clan? Although she felt uneasy, Han Yunqi still replied calmly, Deputy General Shui, What kind of person do you take this princess for? How could this princess forget about national enmity and family just because of love? Western Qin's imperial clan was destroyed, and this princess was a victim as well. I've been living under someone else's roof since I was a child and suffered all sorts of grievances at the Han estate. I lived in vain for 20 years before I found out about my origins. This princess remembers all of this. If not for the internal strife back then, this princess wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Nor would I be standing here being questioned by a bunch of men like you. Let me tell you, Western Qin's imperial clan's hatred comes from family, but national enmity comes from Western Qin's imperial clan. You're insulting this princess by questioning her like this. You're insulting Western Qin's imperial clan. What right do you have to question this princess? What are your motives? When it came to the truth, Han Yunqi really was lying. However, at this moment, her indignation was not an act. It was real. The D clan claimed to be loyal to Western Qin's imperial clan, but aside from Myriad Merchant Hall's fifth elder, who else in the D clan was truly loyal to a princess like her? In this dynasty, the relationship between monarch and subjects was like that between generals and soldiers. Absolute obedience was emphasized, and the orders of the monarch couldn't be disobeyed. But how could the D clan act like subjects at all? Compared to Long Fei Ye's control over the East Qin camp, Han Yunqi didn't feel like a princess at all. She felt more like the sole orphan of the imperial clan. Deputy General Xue, this princess hasn't forgotten her enmity, but clearly recognized her enemy. If this princess hadn't figured out the truth today, I would have continued to be incited by others. Eastern and Western Qin would never see another day of peace. As Han Yunqi spoke, she looked at the crowd. Let me ask you, if Eastern and Western Qin will never see another day of peace between them, will Cloud Realm Continent ever see a day of peace? Will the common people ever have a day of peace? Han Yunqi's words were sonorous and forceful, without a trace of guilt. As she saw it, the grudges of the past were already in the past. Whether it was individuals or countries, they should all look forward. Rather than cling to past grudges, it was better to live well in the present and plan for the future. Those who lived in the past weren't people who loved peace. In the grand scheme of things, grudges, right and wrong, there was only one standard to judge: whether or not they could bring peace to Cloud Realm Continent. Cloud Realm Continent had always been a single entity that belonged to the Great Qin Empire. Only people with selfish motives would haggle over past grudges and national enmities. The common people didn't care about such things. They only wanted peace, stability, and peace. With such beliefs and perseverance, Han Yunqi looked down at everyone present, calm and collected. Very soon, cheers rose from the crowd. Mu Qinggu had long raised his head to look over, a smile tugging at his lips. Aside from his secret love for Han Yunqi, he admired her even more. It had to be said that Han Yunqi's words had struck a chord with his heart. As a soldier, he'd always believed that the true meaning of protecting the country wasn't hatred, but the peaceful lives of the common people. Too many people use the pretense of protecting the country and maintaining peace as a pretext to start wars, but they were actually seeking power for themselves. In this aspect, Mu Qinggu had clashed with his father many times. Although he'd been lectured and disappointed countless times, he still held fast to his beliefs. Today, hearing the woman he admired speak such righteous words, the admiration in Mu Qinggu's heart quietly turned into worship. Just like how he worshipped Long Fei, he now respected Han Yunqi even more. Long Fei looked at Han Yunqi in surprise as well. He hugged Han Yunqi tighter to tell her that he agreed with her words. Han Yunqi was both righteous and intelligent. Once she raised the topic to the level of Cloud Realm peace, Deputy General Xue would only fall into an unjust trap if he kept arguing. Who would have thought that Deputy General Xue would neither argue nor obey? Instead, he bowed and said, "Farewell, before turning around and leaving. As soon as he left, the other deputy generals followed closely behind him, along with the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. They didn't even bid farewell to Han Yunshi. Watching their backs, Long Fei murmured, "The D clan will definitely rebel." A complicated look flitted past Han Yunshi's eyes. The D clan's power was equivalent to the entire Western Qin faction. If they rebelled, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? "I won't be polite," Long Fei said. He didn't even need to send a single soldier to deal with the D clan. With Myriad Merchant Hall's current situation, he could easily cut off the D clan's source of income. As long as their source of income was cut off, they'd only be able to last a year at most. "Long Fei, no matter what, we can't waste our time with the D clan. Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors are both watching us," Han Yunshi said seriously. Chapter 959. How could Han Yunshi and Long Fei know that the dead Bai Yanqing was actually still alive? If it was just the D clan's rebellion, it wouldn't have been a big deal to Long Fei. Although Han Yunshi had taken care of Myriad Merchant Hall's gambling house and auction house, these two businesses were now in their hands. As long as Long Fei's Kingon private bank stopped working with the auction house's business would plummet. As for the gambling house, it had just opened in the few days they'd been at 100 Poison Sect. As long as the inside story of the new casino was leaked, it would basically be ruined. The 700 million Tails Myriad Merchant Hall had paid for the deed would basically go down the drain. With Myriad Merchant Hall's current financial resources, they had to bear all kinds of losses to survive the harsh winter while also paying for the D clan's various expenses, especially the Ning clan's. At most, they could only last for a year. Once war broke out, they might not even last a year due to the high cost of military supplies during the winter. When marching to war, rations and fodder came first. Without sufficient military supplies, they would lose half the battle. What could the D clan use to fight Long Fei? Han Yunshi understood all of this. However, she was worried about Northern Li and Emperor Kongcheng. "Don't worry. Jun Yixie and Emperor Kongcheng will never make peace. Jun Yixie won't be able to send troops south this year." Long Fei's grasp of Northern Li's political situation was very precise. In order to protect little Helian Zuexiang had already agreed to all of noble consort Zhao's requests and exposed Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie's many years of conspiracy in front of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had previously cut off Jun Yixie's military pay, so they were sure to make a big move soon. Of course, Jun Yixie had another way to get his military pay, and that was to work with the D clan in secret. If it was in the past, the D clan might have had the financial resources to support Jun Yixie, but now the D clan could hardly even protect themselves. In a sense, Long Fei and Han Yunshi still had to thank Gu. If not for Gu sacrificing Golden Wing Palace's interests, messing up the three-way black market's casino and Myriad Merchant Hall's auction, they might not have been able to completely control the D clan's financial resources. After hearing Long Fei's words, Han Yunshi came to her senses. How could she forget that when she was still in the D clan's army, Long Fei had already held Northern Li in check. He had enough military strength and financial resources to contend with the D clan. At that time, the D clan had been defeated and lost many cities. The reason Long Fei took the initiative to make peace was all for her sake. Now, if the D clan rebelled, it would not be good in terms of military strength or public opinion. Why would the D clan do this? If they wanted to be loyal to Western Qin, shouldn't loyalty to Western Qin begin with loyalty to her, the princess? Long Fei, is there any other way? If the two armies go to war, it will be a waste of manpower and resources, Han Yunshi asked in a low voice. Long Fei chuckled. "Fool, if you and I join hands, the D clan will completely become our subordinates. How could they be willing to accept that?" These words enlightened Han Yunshi. It turned out that not believing the truth was just an excuse. The D clan was worried that if she joined hands with Long Fei, the D clan would be suppressed forever and might even be swallowed up by the East Qin camp. Therefore, even though they knew they could not resist, they would still fight to the end. Han Yunqi smiled. So, they are worried that I can't win against you, and Western Qin will be controlled by him in the end. If the two of you join hands, I won't touch a single one of your soldiers, Long Fei said simply. He had always given Han Yunqi, not demanded. I believe you, but they won't. Han Yunqi was a little helpless. Perhaps I should go back to three-way black market and do my best to make an issue out of Myriad Merchant Hall to avoid a war. Myriad Merchant Hall's elders were much cleverer than Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders and Deputy General Shui. If the two sides worked together smoothly, they could make a move against Jun Yixie immediately. If things didn't go well, he didn't know how things would develop. Long Fei, give me a bit more time, Han Yunqi murmured. In the end, she still didn't have full control over the D clan. Everyone present was still waiting. Everyone present was a reputable figure and no fool, so they could tell that the Western Qin camp was at odds with each other. Many of them had been hoping to see a fight break out, but the D clan's representatives had already left. If the Western Qin camp was at odds with each other, then the cooperation between Western Qin and East Qin wouldn't go smoothly. There was bound to be a good show in the coming days. Many busybodies were looking forward to it. Young General, I'm afraid the D clan has ulterior motives, Mu Qingwu's guard murmured. Mu Qingwu glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Like Long Tianma, he couldn't figure out why his father had gotten involved in the 100 Poisons sect battle this time. Father had borrowed Emperor Kongcheng's hand to stir up such a scene. Why? Everything here was basically over, but he couldn't figure out anything. Actually, as he saw it, the enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin wasn't unresolvable. Even without exposing the Wind clan's instigation, Long Fei and Han Yunqi could sit down and negotiate a deal. Why couldn't they just bury the hatchet with a smile? The reason why the enmity had persisted to this day was because of the conflict of interest and the struggle for power behind it. Back then, the Great Qin Empire was ruled by two emperors, East and West, so there were all kinds of hidden conflicts. Otherwise, how could they have been so easily instigated? How could they have started a civil war over a flood? Behind all these enmity was an old saying, a mountain cannot hold two tigers. If not for Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's deep relationship, their reconciliation, and the resolution of today's misunderstanding, would the Eastern, Western Qin, and Eastern Qin really cooperate sincerely? Wouldn't they continue to fight to the death for territory and power just like before? What enmity, what national enmity, what family hatred? In the end, they were all just excuses. This wasn't a personal matter between Han Yunqi and Long Fei, but a matter between the two camps. In Mu Qingwu's opinion, the 100 Poison sect incident was enough to affect the overall situation. It wasn't the truth that had been revealed and the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin had been resolved. But Long Fei and Han Yunqi had mended their old friendship and truly joined forces. Therefore, he was very glad that Long Fei had full control over the East Qin camp. Otherwise, the East Qin camp would also have internal strife. Who knew how chaotic this matter would be? At this moment, Long Fei was looking at Bailey Qiyu on the stage. He asked coldly, Bailey Qiyu, the D clan has many problems. What about your Bai clan? Bailey Qiyu was on the verge of tears. He thought that as long as he didn't say anything, it would be fine. He could let his father argue with His Highness when he returned. Who knew that His Highness would call him out in public? How should he answer? If he supported it, what could his father say when he returned? He had come today as a representative of the Bai clan. If he opposed it, he wouldn't have the guts to challenge His Highness in front of the entire world, no matter how much he wanted to. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Bailey Qiyu, but he didn't have time to think. He could only bow respectfully with his hands clasped in front. Everything will be done as your Highness says. Now this is how a subordinate should act. In comparison, Han Yunqi felt that her Western Qin princess title was nothing more than a title in name. Hurry back to the army and discuss the grand plan. We'll head north to fight against Jun Yixia. Long Fei Ye's words ended the battle at 100 Poison Sect. Not only did it incite discussion and suspicion amongst the crowd, but it also shook the calm surface of Cloud Realm Continent. Various factions began to secretly prepare for war. Once Long Fei Yi headed north to fight against Jun Yixia, the true battle of Cloud Realm Continent would begin. Once they were out of sight, Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi's hand and pressed it against his lips. Smiling, he muttered to himself, Long Fei Ye's wife. Han Yunqi was magnanimous in front of the crowd, but she was a little embarrassed in front of this guy. She withdrew her hand and prepared to speak when a few shadow guards brought Gu Beiwe over. Princess, is Bai Yanqing really dead? Gu Beiwe had been listening from the sidelines. He couldn't believe that Bai Yanqing had died just like that. I stabbed him in the heart and confirmed that he stopped breathing. I kicked his body into the abyss behind the mountains, Long Fei said. Gu Beiwe finally believed him, but his brows furrowed. He seemed uneasy about today's events, but since things had already come to this, he closed his eyes without a word. He had rushed here to meet them for another important matter. Princess, do you have any news of Lil Thing? Gu Beiwe asked anxiously. Han Yunqi had been thinking about this as well. She shook her head. If Lil Thing was trapped by Bai Yanqing, would the poison storage space have shattered after Bai Yanqing's death? She really didn't know much about the poison storage space. She didn't control it, but felt like she was being controlled by it instead. She was being forced to cultivate step by step, so she didn't have much control over it. Gu Beiwe didn't know much about the poison storage space either, so he analyzed carefully. Princess, if the poison storage space had shattered, Lil Thing would have come looking for you already. The only thing in the world that could trap Lil Thing was the poison storage space. Although they hadn't gotten any confirmation from Bai Yanqing, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Lil Thing was trapped in the space. If Lil Thing was in the same mountain, it would be able to find Han Yunqi immediately once it was free. Therefore, after analyzing it this way, Bai Yanqing's poison storage space hadn't shattered. You mean Bai Yanqing's poison storage space hasn't shattered? Han Yunqi was shocked. He's dead, but the poison storage space hasn't shattered. Could it be that Bai Yanqing's soul was still in the poison storage space even after his physical body died, maintaining the space? Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi felt goosebumps rise on her hands. What kind of space was the poison storage space? Did it have anything to do with her soul transmigrating here? Long Fei Yi looked at her with a serious expression, his eyes so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. Gu Beiwe was also very surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then suggested, Your Highness, Princess, why don't we take a look at the body first before we discuss? Long Fei Yi didn't object. The three of them waited for the shadow guard for a while before rushing to the cliff at the back of the mountain. They quickly reached the cliff. Bai Yanqing's blood had already dried and spilled all over the cliff. There were many poisons that the detoxification system didn't record. Although the detoxification system couldn't analyze them, it would still alert Han Yunqi that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in 100 Poison Sect, which was filled with poisonous plants and animals, Han Yunqi might have noticed Bai Yanqing's blood. After killing Bai Yanqing, Han Yunqi couldn't stand the incessant notifications and turned off the detoxification system. Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunqi, while the shadow guard carried Gu Beiwe. The group quickly flew down the cliff and into the abyss. Chapter 960. Long Fei Yi landed first with Han Yunqi. This abyss was much deeper than they had imagined. It was like a deep ravine with a small stream flowing through it. The vegetation was lush and covered the sky. It was very cool, and even the air was humid. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi looked around, but did not see Bai Yanqing's body. They did not notice anything strange. After all, Long Fei Yi had stabbed Bai Yanqing in the heart personally. Moreover, after Bai Yanqing fell off the cliff, his body was hanging on a tree. Long Fei Yi had personally checked his breathing. After confirming that he was dead, he kicked the body down the abyss. Even if he was still gasping for his last breath, how could he not die after falling from such a high place? Perhaps even his body could not be preserved. They only thought that the body was nearby and were not in a hurry to look for it. Instead, they waited for the shadow guard to bring Gu Beiwei down. Han Yunqi was not in a good mood, especially in this abyss. Her depressed mood was written all over her face. Long Fei Yi had already noticed it. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, you didn't kill him." He knew that what she could not let go of was the word patricide. At that time, even he did not expect that Bai Yanqing would say something like that and acknowledge his daughter at that time. Perhaps Han Yunqi could no longer stay calm from then on? Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi and asked, "I told you to kill him, right?" She was indeed not calm at that time and could not think. Now that she thought about it, she forgot what she said to Long Fei Yi at that time. Long Fei Yi remembered very clearly that when Bai Yanqing acknowledged his daughter, Han Yunqi was stunned for a long time. In the end, she said to him, "I only trust you in this world. What are you hesitating for?" She did not have the heart to kill her father. She refused to admit that she had a father like Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi held her hand tightly. "Han Yunqi, you just have to remember that you didn't kill him. I killed him. Back then, the Wind clan joined forces with the Black clan and the D clan to destroy my East Qin. I have to settle this debt." Back then, the East and West Qin had a grudge. However, the Black clan was the one who truly destroyed the Western Qin royal family, and the Wind was the East Qin royal family. Today, even if Han Yunqi did not make up her mind, Long Fei Yi would not show mercy. Han Yunqi then looked up at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi said again, "Bai Yanqing is not your father. You are not the Han Yunqi of the Han family." "No, he is." Before Han Yunqi could finish, Long Fei Yi interrupted her. He said, "Why did Madame Tianqin hide her identity and marry into the Han family? Why did she have a difficult birth? Bai Yanqing clearly knows your identity, but he still refuses to acknowledge you. Don't you think this is too strange? He acknowledged you as his daughter at a time of life and death. Do you really believe his words?" Although Long Fei Yi's words were comforting, they were not without reason. Han Yunqi looked at him as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she did not say anything. She was reflecting if she had been too impulsive. With Bai Yanqing dead, who would know about Madame Tianqin's past? What if Bai Yanqing was not her father? Then who was her father? Was he alive or dead? Where could she find out? Han Yunqi was silent. Long Fei Yi did not say anything either. He held her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. Actually, words were the most powerless. A hug or a tight grip was actually more reassuring. They waited for a while before the shadow guard brought Gu Beiwei down. "Have you found the body?" Gu Beiwei asked seriously. "We were waiting for you. The body should be nearby. Let's split up and search," Long Fei Yi said calmly. Gu Beiwei only needed to glance at Han Yunqi to know that something was wrong with her emotions. A faint smile flitted across his lips. Long Fei Yi was not waiting for him. He was clearly giving Han Yunqi time to calm down. It had to be said that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's actions regarding the 100 Poison Sect incident were rather impulsive. Gu Beiwei did not say much. Although they had been impulsive today, there was no better way. Judging from the way Bai Yanqing had waited at the foot of the mountain for so long, no matter what the truth between East and Western Qin was, Bai Yanqing would definitely sow discord in front of everyone. Cloud Realm's situation had developed to this point. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had reached this point. If they didn't use this opportunity to find a reason to cooperate, what would happen between East and Western Qin after Bai Yanqing's death? Very soon, they split up to search for Bai Yanqing's body. However, when they walked around the area, they all panicked. Bai Yanqing's body was nowhere to be seen, including in the shallow stream. Only a pool of blood could be seen not far away. Your Highness, are you sure Bai Yanqing is dead? Gu Beiyue's originally pale face was now so pale that there was no trace of blood. If Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, then the situation was serious. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's expressions were even uglier. Long Fei Yi said seriously, I personally checked his breathing. He's no longer breathing. A sword to the heart. At this point, Long Fei Yi seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. Hadn't there once been a person who had been stabbed in the heart with a dagger? Hadn't that person also lived well? Seeing Long Fei Yi's strange behavior, Gu Beiyue asked anxiously, What's going on? After confirming that he's dead, let's search again. Even though Long Fei Yi was facing Han Yunqi and Gu Beiyue, he didn't reveal Gu's secret. All right. Gu Beiyue didn't pursue the matter. They went south and north respectively, searching almost the entire deep stream. It wasn't until the next morning that they reunited at the same spot. Could the body have been stolen? Han Yunqi could only think of this possibility. She saw with her own eyes that Bai Yanqing's heart had been stabbed. Moreover, it wasn't caused by sword qi, but by the profound frost sword. How could he have survived in such a situation? Next, Long Fei checked Bai Yanqing's breathing. As she saw it, he was being exceedingly cautious and even superfluous. The possibility of the body being stolen isn't high. Gu Beiyue said seriously, In 100 Poison Sect, other than Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie, who were highly skilled in martial arts, everyone else had won with poison. Even that girl Bai Yuqiao's martial arts were average. Almost no one in 100 Poison Sect could go down such a deep abyss. Moreover, Shi Jiuxia had surrendered to Han Yunqi on the spot. Who else in 100 Poison Sect would take such a risk to search for Bai Yanqing's body? Since he was already dead, it was useless even if they found it. Could it have been bitten by a poisonous beast? Han Yunqi asked again. However, when she said this, even she herself felt that it was untenable. Poisonous beasts that ate corpses were extremely rare. Even if they did, they would have left traces whether they killed the body on the spot or dragged it away. But besides a pool of blood, they didn't find any other traces. The three of them fell silent. Actually, they all had the same worry, but they didn't say it out loud. In the end, it was Gu Beiyue who spoke up first. Your Highness, Princess Bai Yanqing might have faked his death. But he clearly... Han Yunqi was about to retort, but Long Fei Yi cut her off. Have you heard of the poison sects poison Gu humans? Back when he found out that Gu hadn't died after being stabbed in his heart, he had been investigating the reason. The poison sect had been caught by Medical City because of their research on poison Gu humans. In the end, the entire sect was destroyed. Rumor had it that the method to raise poison Gu humans hadn't been successful, and Gu's father, Academy Head Gu, had been secretly researching the secret recipe for raising poison Gu humans all this time. But did any of the poison sect's direct descendants succeed in researching the secret recipe? Did the poison sect's direct descendant gain control of the recipe and succeed? Who could say for sure? Who could guarantee it? Long Fei Yi hadn't believed it at first, but Gu's appearance changed his mind. Gu Yuntian's secret had been exposed at Medical City's medical skills competition. Although he'd been secretly researching the poison sect's secret arts all this time, it seemed that he hadn't succeeded in his research based on what he'd found in the underground chamber. It seemed that Gu hadn't been raised into a poison Gu human by Gu Yuntian. But Gu's immortality was an ironclad fact. So why hadn't Gu died? Gu was familiar with everything about the poison sect. Could he have used other means to raise himself into a poison Gu human? At this time, Long Fei Yi didn't have time to think about Gu. He only knew that immortals did exist in this world. When he killed Bai Yanqing, He hadn't considered that possibility at all. Time had been tight. First, the mercenaries and poison guards couldn't hold on for long. If they delayed any longer, sure Jiu Xiao wouldn't be the only one coming. The more people knew about this, the more troublesome it would be. Second, Bailey Mingxiang had also been poisoned, leaving Han Yunqi limited time to treat the poison. Third, the people at the foot of the mountain couldn't wait for long. Now that he thought about it carefully, Bai Yanqing was a direct descendant of the poison sect. If he hadn't died after being struck, he had to be a poison Gu human. Poison Gu human. Gu Beiwe broke out in cold sweat. Han Yunqi's face was deathly pale, and she didn't speak for a long time. The two of them had only just realized what was going on. Poison Gu human was enough to explain the strange disappearance of the corpse. Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, so they were in big trouble. Bai Yanqing had an immortal body, so they were in even bigger trouble. Long Fei Yi was the calmest of the three. He asked seriously, "What exactly is a poison Gu human?" There were many legends about poison Gu humans. Some said they were immortal, indestructible, and immortal. Others said they were invulnerable to weapons and poisons. There were even some who said that poison Gu humans were the evolved form of poison corpses and could be controlled by their masters. Gu Beiwe shook his head, and so did Han Yunqi. The poison Gu man was a legend of the poison sect to begin with. Forget them. Even the elders of Medical City might not have a definite answer. A complicated look flitted through Long Fei Ye's eyes. It looked like he still had to meet Gu again, even though he didn't want to see that untrustworthy fellow ever again. "Is there a way to kill a poison Gu human?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "Your Highness, the problem at hand isn't how to kill Bai Yanqing, but how to stop him," Gu Beiwe said seriously. "Once he shows up, everything we said today will be overturned." Han Yunqi was worried about this as well. Bai Yanqing only needed to show up, and he didn't need to say anything to overturn everything she and Long Fei Yi had said today. No matter what the world thought, the Eastern, Western Qin, and Eastern Qin factions would definitely be dissatisfied. Forget her. Even Long Fei Yi would find it hard to convince the masses. "Your Highness." Today's matter lacked consideration. Gu Beiwe didn't want to say much at first, but since Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, he had no choice but to say it. Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi were worried that Bai Yanqing would expose their lies today, but Long Fei Yi wasn't as worried. He looked at Han Yunqi and asked, "Do you regret it?" Chapter 961. Regret? Han Yunqi's first reaction was to shake her head. She had made this decision at the three-way black market and had persisted until now. Although it seemed like a wrong decision now, she did not regret it. She did not want to regret it. When she first learned about Long Fei Ye's childhood, she made this decision. She only had one thought, and that was to stand side by side with Long Fei Yi hand in hand and be together openly. This man's literary and military skills were unparalleled. This man's lofty ambitions were also unparalleled. This man had suffered unimaginable hardships as he grew up. She loved him, respected him, and felt sorry for him. This kind of person should not be bound by hatred. He should not live for East Qin. He should live for himself. Whether it was his ideals or his ambitions, he had the right to go further and fly higher. She did not want the hatred between East and West Qin to drag him down. She did not want him to give in again and again because of her. She wanted to be his support, not his stumbling block. In the current situation, the battle at 100 Poisons sect was their best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, she did not know how long they would have to wait. Perhaps after leaving 100 Poisons sect, they would have to go their separate ways. Seeing Han Yunqi shake her head, Long Fei Yi seemed to feel that it was not enough. He looked at Han Yunqi and asked seriously, "Answer me." Han Yunqi threw caution to the wind and said loudly, "I won't regret it. East and West Qin have no grudges. There will never be hatred between us." Wasn't that what Long Fei Yi had been waiting for? He pulled Han Yunqi into his arms and hugged her tightly before letting go. As long as she did not regret it, it was enough. What kind of mess could he not clean up after her? Now that Gu Beiwa had returned, even Bai Yanqing could not stir up the world that he was determined to conquer. Long Fei Yi said, "We don't need the truth. We just need an opportunity to cooperate. The world is full of people, and everyone has their own opinions about what is right and wrong. Even if Bai Yanqing shows up and exposes everything we did today, so what? Not everyone in the world would believe what he said." After Long Fei Yi finished speaking, he turned around and instructed the Shadow Guard, "Pass down the order. Spread the news that Bai Yanqing escaped by faking his death after being stabbed in the heart." As soon as Long Fei Yi said this, Gu Beiwa, who had been tense all this time, suddenly relaxed and smiled. In the end, he was still inferior to Long Fei when it came to scheming. Long Fei Ye's preemptive strike had caught Bai Yanqing off guard. If they waited until Bai Yanqing showed up to explain everything that had happened today, the world would definitely not believe them. However, if they made the first move and released the news that Bai Yanqing had faked his death, the public would still support them more when Bai Yanqing appeared again. Moreover, Long Fei's declaration of "the sword in the heart won't die" would probably shake all of Cloud Realm Continent. Bai Yanqing's background as a descendant of the poison sect would definitely make the world think of the legendary poison Gu humans. The poison sect was already viewed as a public enemy when they researched the secret recipes for poison Gu humans, much less Bai Yanqing. No matter whether he was really a poison Gu human or not, the world would dread him and view him as an enemy. No one would believe him so easily. Han Yunqi's heart also settled back into her chest. She had to admit that Long Fei Ye's move was ruthless and ruthless. She could already imagine how much Cloud Realm Continent would stir up once the news got out. As the poison sect head, she had to fan the flames a bit. Send orders to the poison sect to remove Bai Yanqing from the list of direct descendants, Han Yunqi instructed. The guard hesitated before asking, "Princess, that's all." "That's all. There's no need to say anything else. Leave it to the world to guess." Han Yunqi's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. Now it looked like she didn't need to bear the crime of patricide. Bai Yanqing and she were both direct descendants of the poison sect, so naturally there would be people who would suspect their relationship. If she used her status as sect head to remove Bai Yanqing's name now, she could prevent Bai Yanqing's notoriety from affecting the poison sect that had just been rehabilitated. Secondly, if Bai Yanqing came to acknowledge his daughter, she could interrogate him properly. If necessary, she didn't mind placing righteousness before family and cutting ties with Bai Yanqing in front of the world. "Your Highness, Princess, the most important thing right now is to stabilize the D clan and find a way to neutralize the poison Gu humans. Since there's a secret art to nurture them, there must be a secret art to neutralize it," Gu Beiwa said seriously. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both agreed on these points. After weighing the pros and cons, finding a way to neutralize the poison Gu humans was even more urgent than stabilizing the D clan. Before, they hadn't known that Bai Yanqing was a poison Gu human, so they hadn't sensed the threat. Now that they knew the truth, they still felt lingering fear. In truth, even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing must have hidden his true strength because he had his own misgivings and didn't want to become public enemy number one. Everyone in this world yearned to be immortal and live forever. But who wouldn't be afraid when an unkillable monster like that appeared? Who wouldn't want to destroy such a monster? Even the major factions would do everything in their power to destroy it if they couldn't control it. A monster like this not only threatened the safety of the common people, but also the rule of the various major factions. As for the D clan, let's have Kingan Private Bank put some pressure on them first. Long Fei Yi said, although the myriad Merchant Hall elders didn't know that Kingan Private Bank belonged to Long Fei Yi's faction, they all knew that it had close ties with Han Yunqi. As long as Kingan Private Bank put pressure on the auction houses, the myriad merchant hall elders would understand that Han Yunchi was planning to make a move against the D clan's treasury. They only had two choices: help Han Yunchi convince Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the Ning clan troops, or join forces with the Consortium and the Ning clan troops to resist Han Yunchi. There were many factions within the D clan as well. If they wanted to control them, they had to sound them out first before making any plans. All right, Han Yunchi nodded. She wanted to test the strength of the D clan's support for peace. There was still no news of Ning Cheng being kidnapped by Yu Qiao. If Ning Cheng was here, things would be much simpler. The most direct and effective way to control the D clan was through Ning Cheng. Actually, she didn't have such a strong desire for control. Instead, she hoped that Ning Cheng could set aside his years of obsession and join forces with Long Fei to deal with the Wind clan. Back then, Ning Cheng had abandoned commerce for the army and started as a small soldier. It hadn't been easy for him to build such a large army. The D clan was a family of merchants who had been doing business for generations. What they needed most was peace and prosperity. Han Yunchi had always thought that if Ning Cheng hadn't joined the army and the D clan hadn't put so much thought into military affairs, perhaps Kingon Private Bank wouldn't be Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's biggest bank today. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's businesses wouldn't have been destroyed so easily by Long Fei either. The fatal flaw of the Ning clan troops was that Ning Cheng had been getting very little money from the national treasury over the years. He was using Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to support the Ning clan troops. As long as Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's finances were in trouble, the entire D clan would be in trouble as well. Although Long Fei was a rich man, the Bailey Navy had been raised by the Tianning Imperial Court. Moreover, they continued to do so until Tianning fell into civil strife and Emperor Tianhui fell from power. Meanwhile, Long Fei rarely supported the troops in the south with their salaries. Most of them were raised by the powerful families and financial groups of the south. Long Fei had the ability to balance out the checks and balances between the aristocratic families and financial groups, so he didn't have to submit to anyone's whims. Even if the Bailey army was dissatisfied with Long Fei, the aristocratic families and financial groups of the South would still support Long Fei. The only problem between the aristocratic families and Long Fei now lay with her. Still, it wasn't to the point of falling out. Last time, when she'd met with difficulties at the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, the aristocratic family heads had only targeted her. They didn't dare to touch Long Fei. The southern families and financial groups simply wanted to marry off their daughters to Long Fei, but that was still a long way off. At the very least, they still had to rely on Long Fei to conquer the world and rely on the Long Fei to provide them with all sorts of favorable conditions. They didn't dare to challenge Long Fei yet. If the Bailey army rebelled, Long Fei still had the southern armies. The Bai clan would cling to the grudges between eastern and western Qin, but the aristocratic families and financial groups of the south wouldn't. What they wanted was tangible benefits. Compared to Long Fei, Ning Cheng lost because he didn't spread out the risks. The D clan had succeeded because of wealth, so it was likely that they'd lose because of it too. They didn't even need to use a single soldier to keep the D clan in check. All they needed to do was keep Myriad Merchant Hall in check. They'd probe the D clan first while putting the poison goo humans at the top of their list. But that wasn't an easy task. How were they supposed to understand a monster like that? Let's take a trip to the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds, Gubeiwa said seriously. Han Yunchi thought for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed, "The Poison Sect's sacrificial altar, the wordless steel!" Back in the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds, she'd accidentally stumbled upon the Poison Sect's sacrificial altar and seen an ancient and mysterious wordless steel. Later on, she'd dreamed of that place. In her dreams, she'd seen words appear on the steel, which recorded the cultivation methods of the poison storage space. But there were so many words that she couldn't read them all. She only remembered that there were 3 levels to the poison storage space, and how to cultivate them? Would there be an introduction to the poison goo humans on the stele? Or perhaps some other secret of the poison sect? Or perhaps they could find some clues from the sacrificial altar? Han Yunqi didn't believe that Bai Yanqing had created the poison goo human secret on his own. He must have discovered something in the poison sect's forbidden grounds and obtained some sort of inheritance. Han Yunqi told Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa about this. Long Fei Yi immediately decided, "We'll head to the poison sect's forbidden grounds immediately." Gu Beiwa nodded. It was about time for him to make a trip back to Medical City. "I'm afraid the little thing is still with Bai Yanqing," Han Yunqi sighed. It would have been better if she hadn't brought it up, but now that she did, she missed the little fellow dearly. Gu Beiwa's gaze softened. He missed it too. That day, Han Yunqi met with Shi Jiuxia and arranged for a few poison guards and mercenaries to be stationed at 100 Poison Sect. At the same time, she inquired about Bai Yuqiao's whereabouts. Shi Jiuxia had received Bai Yuqiao's letter, but it didn't reveal her whereabouts. Han Yunqi gave Shi Jiuxia a year's time to reform 100 Poison Sect and give up on the trade of poisons. She told him to think of a way out for 100 Poisons Sect himself. She also said that if 100 Poison Sect didn't turn over a new leaf after a year, she would disband it. After settling matters with 100 Poison Sect, Han Yunqi and the others set off for Medical City in secret. Before Long Fei Yi boarded the carriage, he gave them 3 secret orders. Chapter 962. Long Fei Yi's 3 secret orders were as follows. Warn Gu that he would suffer the consequences if he didn't come to see him. Order Bailey Mingxiang to change their route and wait in Medical City. Keep a close eye on all the routes from 100 Poison Sect to Northern Li, in case Bai Yanqing went north to seek refuge with Jun Yixie. Medical City was northeast of 100 Poison Sect, and was where 100 Poison Sect would pass on their way to the land of 3 roads. Long Fei Yi had been very cautious this time. Bai Yanqing had an undying body. If he wanted to take revenge, Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to deal with him, no matter how strong his martial arts were. Thus, Long Fei Yi eliminated 5 teams of Shadow Guard and disguised them as 100 Poison Sect members, heading in different directions. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa only took a few poison guards with them. They entered the deep mountains and forests of western Zhou's eastern region and secretly headed for the Poison Sect. At the very least, their mission at 100 Poison Sect had been a success. Disregarding everything else, discovering Bai Yanqing's undying body was their greatest reward. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't known about Bai Yanqing's secret. Bai Yanqing must have never imagined that Long Fei Yi would purposely go down the abyss after kicking his corpse into it. At this very moment, Bai Yanqing was heading west. He had no intention of going to Northern Li to seek refuge with Jun Yixie. West? Where was he going? Only he himself knew. After Long Fei Yi's group left, news that Bai Yanqing was a poison goo human spread quickly. Emperor Kongcheng and Long Tianma were still in Great Central County when they heard the news. Even Mu Qinggu was scared out of his wits, to say nothing of the 2 of them. Poison goo human? How is that possible? Emperor Kongqing had been restless all afternoon. Long Tianma was silent, but his expression wasn't any better. Long Tianma didn't say anything. As a subordinate, Mu Qinggu couldn't be too unruly in front of outsiders. He was also silent. Emperor Kongqing had just sat down when he stood up again. Could this be a scheme by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? Tell me, how is this possible? Wasn't the Poison Sect destroyed by Medical City back then? They have no reason to make up such a rumor, Long Tianma said lightly. What are you afraid of? Bai Yanqing has no enmity with you or me. Even if the sky collapses, we still have Eastern, Western Qin, and Northern Li to support us. Emperor Kong Cheng disagreed with Long Tianma's opinion. You can't say that. If Bai Yanqing really is a poison goo human, then wouldn't the world be his sooner or later? A poison corpse was enough to fight against dozens of soldiers. Wouldn't a poison goo human be even more so? If Eastern, Western Qin, and Northernly are destroyed, we won't be able to protect them either. Let's just wait and see. In truth, Long Tianma was also somewhat apprehensive. At this point, he no longer had much ambition. He only wanted to protect his little piece of land in Tianan, avoid war, and live in a corner. He'd only recently discovered that General Mu's ambitions weren't small. However, he still didn't understand why General Mu wanted to make such a big deal out of 100 Poison Sect. This morning, Emperor Kongcheng had probed him many times, but he'd only brushed him off half-heartedly. In the end, Emperor Kongcheng hadn't brought up the matter until news of the poison goo human arrived. It's getting late. We must take our leave. Long Tianmo rose to his feet. Emperor Kongcheng didn't linger. After saying a few words of farewell, he walked Long Tianma to his residence. Long Tianma was about to board his carriage when he suddenly remembered something. He smiled. Since Western Zhou and Tian are going to advance and retreat together, why don't we continue our marriage ties? Emperor Kongqing was overjoyed. Long Tianma only had one empress and no children. When he said marriage ties, he meant that he wanted Western Zhou's princess to be married off to Tian, and excellent. Excellent. Emperor Kongqing nodded with a smile. Having a princess in Tian and would serve as an informant. At the same time, it would strengthen the relationship between the two countries. Western Zhou's emperor used to be full of ambition, but after experiencing so many battles, especially against the imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin, he'd long since retreated. His thoughts were the same as Long Tianma's. He wanted to live in seclusion and have the country prosper. Western Zhou and Tian were separated by the forces of Eastern and Western Qin. Neither Western Zhou nor Tian could surpass the forces of Eastern and Western Qin and face them head-on. Since there was no direct conflict between the two countries, marriage ties were the best way to stabilize their relationship. Western Zhou's princess married off to Tian and wouldn't be ostracized or guarded against. Emperor Kongqing wasn't an easy person to deal with. He'd inquired about the situation of Tian and's empress, Mu Luiwe. Now that he heard Long Tianma's suggestion, he could more or less sniff out the secret struggle between Long Tianma and General Mu's estate. He was certain that Western Zhou's princess would be favored by Tian. She might even give birth to Tian's first heir. Emperor Kongqing immediately agreed and promised to marry Western Zhou's princess Dehi to Long Tianma as his consort. Princess Dehi's full name was Duanmu Jin. She had just turned 16 and was the daughter of an imperial concubine. She was the youngest princess of Western Zhou, and the daughter Emperor Kongqing doted on the most after Duanmu Yao. A few years ago, Emperor Kongqing had been waiting for Duanmu Jin to come of age so that he could marry her off to Chu Tianyin to keep the Chu clan in check. He hadn't expected the Chu clan to rebel so quickly. It was rumored that before Duanmu Yao was expelled from the imperial clan, she'd suppressed Duanmu Jin quite a bit. Now that Duanmu Yao and the Empress were both in trouble, the little princess had become Emperor Kongqing's favorite. Long Tianma didn't know who Duanmu Jin was, much less what she looked like. He didn't care about any of that. When he returned to the palace this time, he was going to face the selection of consorts. He needed a noble consort who could suppress Mu Luiwe. Since General Mu wanted to cooperate with Western Zhou, a Western Zhou princess was the perfect candidate. Long Tianma and Emperor Kongqing's meeting went smoothly. Both of them were delighted and exchanged a few more words in low voices before parting. Mu Qinggu stood behind Long Tianma. His heart was heavy as he listened to the marriage proposal. Luiwe had already caused quite a ruckus in the palace because of the selection. He didn't even dare to report it. If news of the marriage proposal got back, heaven knows what kind of chaos would ensue in Tian's harem. Mu Qinggu suddenly didn't want to go back, but he had to escort Long Tianma back and ask his father about certain things. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi left, as did Emperor Kongqing and Long Tianma. Everyone else left as well. In less than 3 days, news of Bai Yanqing being a poison goo human spread throughout Cloud Realm continent, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Many of the great clans wrote a joint letter requesting a clear explanation from Medical City. The Medical Academy and the Poison Sect issued a joint statement admitting to the matter and expelling Bai Yanqing from the Poison Sect. Jun Yixie soon learned of the news as well. The secret missive in his hand fell to the ground as he fell to his knees. His master had chosen to return to the 100 Poison Sect instead of coming to Sky River to find him, which was already a disappointment. He never expected Bai Yanqing to tell him the truth about the Great Qin Empire, or that Bai Yanqing had already turned him into a poison goo human. He had studied poisons with Bai Yanqing and asked him more than once about the Poison Sect's poison goo human secret arts. Every time Bai Yanqing's reply was, "I don't know." Just what was Bai Yanqing planning to do by hiding it so deeply? He'd called Bai Yanqing master for so many years, but Bai Yanqing had no feelings for him at all. Poison goo human, hee. What a poison goo human. Very good, very good. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Bai Yanqing, you lied to me." The resentment in his heart finally exploded. Jun Yixie was so angry that his eyes turned red. "Bai Yanqing, my black clan will break all ties with you. We're irreconcilable." Jun Yixie spent an entire night calming himself down and convincing himself to forget about their master and disciple relationship. No matter what Bai Yanqing wanted to do, they would be enemies if they ever met again. At daybreak, Jun Yixie went to find Ningqing. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had reconciled, but how could Eastern and Western Qin still be allies? It was as if they had become a family. He'd like to ask Ningqing what he thought of the matter. When Long Tianma came over, Ningqing had just woken up. There were wine jars all over the floor, and the air was still filled with the smell of alcohol. Of course, those wine jars were military wine and not the ones Bai Yuqiao bought. "What's the matter? Trying to drown your sorrows with alcohol?" Jun Yixie asked sarcastically. "You, the princess of Western Qin, can finally be together with Long Fei Yi. Ningqing, you're done for." Ningqing raised his head and looked at him. He was drunk and despondent. He sneered, haven't I been done for a long time?" Jun Yixie suddenly grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "Ningqing, you said that the world is mine and Han Yunqi is yours. You better get your act together. You want 30,000 war horses, right? I'll give them to you right now." Ningqing's dejected eyes flashed, but he still pretended to be dispirited. He pulled Jun Yixie's hand away, turned around, and fell from the warm couch to the ground. He pointed at Jun Yixie and laughed drunkenly. "Okay, it's settled then. The world is Long Fei Ye's and Han Yunqi's. Han Yunqi's and Long Fei Ye's. Long Fei Ye's. Hee. Jun Yixie was already furious. When he heard this, he became even angrier. He brought a basin of cold water and poured it on Ningqing's head without hesitation. Then he smashed the metal plate on his face. "Ningqing, wake up. Wake up right now." Ningqing rubbed his temples, looking as if he had just woken up. He glanced at Jun Yixie and walked out without saying a word. "Stop right there," Jun Yixie said coldly. Ningqing kept walking forward. These days, he and Jun Yixie were in a deadlock. Jun Yixie didn't give him any war horses, and he didn't give Jun Yixie any military pay. "Ningqing, write a letter to Myriad Merchant Hall immediately and have the Ning clan army prepare. I'll give you the 30,000 war horses of Sky River City," Jun Yixie said generously. Jun Yixie had just said these words. Ningqing had been putting on an act all this time to completely dispel his doubts. Jun Yixie didn't immediately bring up the matter of military pay. In other words, Jun Yixie had accepted his previous condition, He would only provide military pay if the war horses were successfully controlled by the Ning clan army. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. Okay, Ning Chung didn't look back, nor was he happy. Instead, he had a complicated expression. He hadn't been drunk last night. Instead, he had been thinking all night about who he should write to in the D clan. This letter was very difficult to write. Jun Yi-xie would definitely keep an eye on it. He pondered for a while and finally thought of someone. This person was Chapter 963. The person Ning Ching was thinking of was none other than Myriad Merchant Hall's fifth elder. Unlike the other elders, Fifth Elder was absolutely loyal and obedient to Western Qin's imperial clan. Ning Chang couldn't guarantee what the letter would do once it reached Fifth Elder's hands, but he believed it would be better in his hands than in anyone else's. At the very least, Fifth Elder wouldn't be too rash and impulsive. That way, they could buy some more time. As long as Bai Yuqiao's banknotes reached Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders, everything would be easy to handle. Under Jun Yi-xie's watchful gaze, Ning Ching quickly picked up his brush. Every word of the letter was difficult to write. Under Jun Yi-xie's scrutiny, he couldn't reveal the truth of his imprisonment here, nor could he order the D clan to remain loyal to Western Qin and fully cooperate with Han Yunqi. At the same time, he had to create a false impression for Jun Yi-xie to see, so that Jun Yi-xie would believe he wanted to pit the D clan against Han Yunqi and Long Fei-yi. The three main powers of the D clan, Myriad Merchant Hall, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, and the military, were all under his control. He knew the Council of Elders and his deputy generals very well. Leaving aside the fact that Long Fei-yi and Han Yunqi had killed Bai Yanqing first, then cleared up the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin, it wasn't entirely convincing. Even if Bai Yanqing claimed in front of the world that the Wind and Black clans were the ones who instigated the civil war in the Great Qin Empire, none of the D clan elders would believe him. They wouldn't want to. They were just as stubborn when it came to vengeance as he was. In truth, if he had not heard Jun Yi-xie tell him the truth, he would not have believed Han Yunqi and Long Fei-yi's suspicions about the civil war in Great Qin. Moreover, these old men were all senior members of the D clan. Their loyalty to the D clan was far greater than their loyalty to the Western Qin royal family. They more or less had their own selfish motives. They hoped that the D clan could become a great contributor to the restoration of the Western Qin Empire. They hoped that the D clan could become the most powerful force in the Western Qin Empire. They even hoped that the D clan could marry into the royal family in order to preserve their status and power. Han Yunqi and Long Fei-yi have reconciled in public. The D clan's Elders Association must be worried that the D clan will be reduced to Long Fei-yi's subordinates. In any case, they must rebel. Under such circumstances, if Myriad Merchant Hall hadn't received his banknotes, they wouldn't know the truth. Then, once Jun Yi-xie's 30,000 warhorses fell into their hands, they would definitely throw caution to the wind and start a war without caring about the consequences. Ning Chang held the brush. After thinking for a while, he wrote a line of words: receive 30,000 warhorses from the Milky Way. Wait for orders. Prepare 500 million soldiers. Pay at Prosperous Heaven Bank, Northernly Branch. Wait for orders. This was the leeway Ning Chang left for himself and the D clan. It was also his greatest effort for Han Yunqi's sake. The matter of the soldiers' pay was to put Jun Yi-xie's mind at ease. Even if 500 million soldiers' pay was sent to Prosperous Heaven Bank's Northernly Branch, no one would be able to claim it without his appearance. 500 million. Jun Yi-xie asked with a raised brow. They had agreed on 1 billion. Once the warhorses arrive, pay 500 million up front. It's enough for you. Our cooperation won't be short. Why are you in such a hurry? Ning Cheng asked in return. Indeed, 500 million was enough for Jun Yi-xie to turn things around. It wasn't easy to see Ning Cheng use the soldiers' pay, so he didn't ask for more. Ning Cheng put the letter into an envelope. The recipient was Ning Cheng, and he decisively wrote Fifth Elder. Jun Isya took the letter away, leaving behind a sentence, "I'll wait for your soldiers' pay." Seeing Jun Isya walk away, Ning Cheng wiped his face a few times with both hands to wake himself up. "Reconcile." He chuckled and muttered to himself, "Han Yunchi, whether you and I are friends or foes will depend on heaven's will." If his banknotes reached the D clan before the warhorses, he could be considered to have truly joined forces with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi. If the warhorses reached the D clan before the banknotes, once the D clan rebelled, he would never be able to clear his name. Ning Cheng stood at the door for a while. Bai Yuqiao hurriedly ran over. "Ning Cheng, quickly follow me to the prison cell. Hurry!" Bai Yuqiao was burning with anxiety. Ning Cheng lazily glanced at her and turned to enter the room. Bai Yuqiao grabbed him. "Someone's about to die." Ning Cheng's eyes turned cold. He was about to push him away when Bai Yuqiao said, "Su Xiaoyu's about to die. You should go and persuade her. Who knows? You might be able to persuade her." Su Xiaoyu? Ning Cheng was shocked, but he still pushed Bai Yuqiao's hand away. Ning Cheng was still on guard, wondering if this was a trap. Jun Isya and Bai Yuqiao teamed up to test him. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqiao said, "Ning Cheng, Su Xiaoyu is Han Yunchi's most beloved maidservant. If you want to save her life, Han Yunchi will definitely be grateful to you. Han Yunchi will have a good impression of you. You should quickly go and persuade her. She won't even drink her medicine." With Bai Yuqiao's reason, Ning Cheng naturally strode over. Bai Yuqiao immediately followed and briefly explained the situation to Ning Cheng. In summary, Su Xiaoyu was sick. She hadn't taken her medicine, and now her life was in danger. When they reached the prison cell door, Bai Yuqiao stopped and said, "I won't go in. You go in yourself. You can lie to her or coax her, but she will at least believe you." Ning Cheng walked into the prison cell. When he saw Su Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but gasp. Su Xiaoyu was no longer hanging on the torture rack, but placed on the stone bed. Her clothes were torn and her hair was disheveled. Her originally thin body was now completely skin and bones. Her eyes were tightly shut and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Even though she was terminally ill, her entire body was still tense. It wasn't clear whether she was nervous or on guard. Her palm-sized face was so pale that it didn't have a trace of blood, but her expression was still stubborn and unyielding. Even someone as heartless as Ning Cheng felt his heart ache when he saw her. He thought that if that woman, Han Yunchi, saw this child like this, her heart would definitely ache. Ning Cheng suddenly realized that in the huge Sky River Horse Farm, there were so many people, but only this little girl was on the same side as him. Was it because she didn't want to reveal anything and didn't want to become a hostage, so she wanted to die? If there came a day when he couldn't do his best and could only be manipulated by Jun Isya, would Su Xiaoyu's current situation be his tomorrow? After Ning Cheng confirmed that there was no one around, he bent down. He had never been so gentle in his life. He carefully lifted the hair covering Su Xiaoyu's face and whispered, "Little girl, accompany me for a while. If we die, Big Brother will die with you." Su Xiaoyu didn't move, but Ning Cheng clearly noticed that her long eyelashes were trembling. He lowered his voice. "My name is Ning Cheng, the leader of the D clan." When he said this, Su Xiaoyu immediately opened her eyes. Although she was kidnapped all the way to Sky River City, she didn't have the chance to meet Ning Cheng. But she knew that Ning Cheng was kidnapped like her. Previously in the Black Tower, she also heard the Shadow Guard talk about Ning Cheng. This guy was a loyal follower of the Western Qin royal family, but also an enemy of Long Fei Yi. "Little, don't call yourself Big Brother. I don't know you." Even if she was so weak that she only had one breath left, Su Xiaoyu's mouth was still so stubborn and sharp. Ning Cheng smiled. "At least you're willing to talk to me." Su Xiaoyu quickly noticed Ning Cheng's phoenix feather mask. She only felt that the pattern was very familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen it. This is Phoenix Feather? Even speaking was very laborious. She had seen Phoenix Feather a long time ago, when Chu Tianyin asked her to infiltrate Han Yunqi's side to see if Han Yunqi had a Phoenix Feather birthmark. He had given her the pattern. Of course, Su Xiaoyu didn't remember these things, but she knew that the Western Qin princess had a Phoenix Feather birthmark on her back. Yes, Ning Cheng admitted. Your eyes. What happened? Su Xiaoyu asked. I saw something I shouldn't have, so I went blind. Ning Cheng actually laughed. Su Xiaoyu was confused, but she didn't have the strength to pursue the matter. She asked, They sent you? Ning Cheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl was really mature and smart. Compared to those adult servant girls, she was several times better. Yes, they sent me to persuade you to take the medicine. Ning Cheng admitted again. Su Xiaoyu laughed. In fact, she didn't have the strength to laugh, but her expression was smiling. She asked, You, based on what? Ning Cheng didn't shy away from answering loudly. Based on the fact that I like your mistress. He suddenly leaned over to Su Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, Live for another month. If I can't save you, I'll die with you. After Ning Cheng finished speaking, he immediately retreated and stood up. Su Xiaoyu only then realized how tall and imposing this man was. She looked at him and actually nodded without anyone noticing. 1 month, no harm. After Ning Cheng came out, Bai Yuqiao hurriedly asked, How was it? I coaxed her that I would save her and curry favor with Han Yunqi. She believed me, Ning Cheng said indifferently. When he was about to leave, he stopped and said, Remember to give her to me when you're done with the interrogation. Han Yunqi will definitely like such a gift. It had to be said that Ning Cheng's acting was very good. Bai Yuqiao didn't think too much about it. He instructed the soldiers to boil the medicine and personally brought the nurse in to perform the acupuncture. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were wide open and she didn't move. Bai Yuqiao didn't say much to her and just stood at the side and watched. After the nurse took her pulse, she asked Su Xiaoyu to take off her clothes and lay on the stone bed. Su Xiaoyu was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. She didn't move at all. There weren't many maidservants in the army, especially in this place. Bai Yuqiao could only do it himself. She nimbly took off her clothes and flipped her body over. However, she was stunned when she flipped her body over. The nurse began to perform acupuncture on Su Xiaoyu's back. Su Xiaoyu had already closed her eyes. With just a slight movement, she felt that all her strength had been sucked away. She really wanted to sleep. The nurse quickly realized that something was wrong and cried out in alarm, Not good! The nurse hurriedly turned Su Xiaoyu over and desperately pinched her philtrum point. Child, you can't sleep. You can't sleep. Child, wake up. Bai Yuqiao regained her senses and suddenly panicked. What's wrong with her? If she continues to sleep, she will never wake up. Is the medicine ready? If not, bring some sweet soup over first. Hurry! The nurse was extremely anxious. She repeatedly pinched Su Xiaoyu's philtrum a few times and checked her eyelids. This kind of emergency treatment wasn't actually the first time, but this time Bai Yuqiao's entire face was pale. She stood in the same place, not knowing what to do. Her bean-sized eyes kept rolling down. What's wrong with her? Chapter 964. The female doctor was trying to save Su Xiaoyu, but Bai Yuqiao had lost her usual ability and agility as she moved like the wind. She stood by the side at a loss as bean-sized teardrops kept falling down, and unknowingly, she had already cried till she was in a complete mess. Not knowing how long had passed, the female doctor once again pulled Su Xiaoyu back from the brink of death. Actually, this round Su Xiaoyu was in an extremely dangerous situation, but luckily she didn't resist like the previous few times, but was much more obedient. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to be saved. After ascertaining that Su Xiaoyu's life wasn't in any danger, the female doctor then looked towards Bai Yuqiao and was shocked to discover that Bai Yuqiao was in tears. "Young Miss Bai, what's wrong?" the female doctor asked timidly. Bai Yuqiao seemed to have gone crazy as she grabbed the female doctor's collar and questioned, "Is she all right? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, you can forget about living." The female doctor was scared and aggrieved. "Young Miss Bai, how is she? Tell me." Bai Yuqiao roared angrily. She's not. Her life is no longer in danger, but her illness is still very, very serious, and her body is also very weak. She needs to be treated slowly nurtured." The female doctor's voice was trembling. She had been in contact with Bai Yuqiao for so long, but she had never seen Bai Yuqiao in such a state, as though she had lost her mind. "Then why are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and treat her." Bai Yuqiao pushed the female doctor aside as she looked left and right in a fluster, not daring to look at Su Xiaoyu. After some time, she then said, This lass is very important. She must be treated well and nurtured well. Whatever medicinal herbs you need, just tell me." After Bai Yuqiao said that, she ran towards the door, and it was until she saw a group of patrolling soldiers walking past the door when she abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned her back to them. It was only then that she calmed down a little. She wiped away the tears on her face and carefully walked into the prison cell. She did not disturb the female doctor. She stood in the dark and quietly watched the female doctor perform acupuncture on Su Xiaoyu. She really wanted to walk over and take a closer look at the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back, but she didn't dare to. She was brought back by her master from the City of Daughters. She didn't know who her parents were, but she had a younger sister. Other than this, her master didn't tell her anything else. However, she had long been secretly investigating this matter. She had searched through the entire 100 Poison sect and the entire Great Central County before finally finding the granny who had raised her all those years ago. It was a pity that the nanny didn't know much. The granny said that she had a jade rui tattoo on her back, but it was incomplete, only half of it. The granny speculated that if she had a younger sister, then the other half of the jade rui tattoo should be on her younger sister's back. That year, Bai Yanqing had asked the granny to casually give her a name. Because the granny saw the jade rui tattoo, she gave it the word Yu. Because the granny's surname was Qiao, she gave her the name Bai Yuqiao. Just now, she saw a jade rui tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back. It was only half of it, but it could be pieced together with the one on her back to form a complete jade rui. When a person was young, the tattoo would change shape as they grew up. The jade rui tattoo on her back had already changed shape, but the shape could still be seen. And the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back had also changed shape. The degree of change was almost the same as the one on her back. This proved that the tattoo on Su Xiaoyu's back was also tattooed when she was young. Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yuqiao muttered to herself. Su Xiaoyu's name also had the word Yu in it. Who gave her this name? Was it also because of the tattoo on her back? In 100 Poison sect and this army, some of the elders who were familiar with her all called her Yu, or Han Yunqi, and the others all called Su Xiaoyu Little Yu, she was Big Yu, and Su Xiaoyu was Little Yu, Thinking of this, Bai Yuqiao couldn't control her tears from flowing out. Behind her master's back, she had searched for her biological younger sister for so many years. Her only family in this world had actually been by her side for a long time, but she had been tortured by her for so long. She had been sick, injured, and had almost died on the rack several times. Why was it like this? Since she was young, she had always been clear-minded. She had long seen that her master didn't truly love her, and her senior brother didn't treat her with sincerity. She had lived alone in this world, and had never known what it felt like to have a family member. Now that she had one, why did her heart ache so much? Why was she so afraid? She was finally no longer lonely. She finally had someone she could hug, so shouldn't she be happy? Why did her tears keep falling? Why did she want to wail so much? Bai Yuqiao cried silently. silently wiping away her tears as she propped herself up and stood upright. After the female physician finished the acupuncture, she wrote a prescription and waited for the servant girl to bring the decocted medicine over. She stayed by Su Xiaoyu's side until she regained consciousness and fed her a bowl of medicine. After everything was settled, the female physician then walked towards Bai Yuqiao. Seeing Bai Yuqiao's head lowered and her entire person dimmed, the female physician didn't dare to ask too much. She only said seriously, "Miss Bai, in another 6 hours, I'll come over again to take her pulse and feed her medicine. If she wakes up during this period, the servant girl will feed her some millet porridge." Bai Yuqiao lowered her head and didn't say a word. She only waved her hand to signal the female physician to leave. After the female physician left, the large prison cell became empty and quiet. Only Su Xiaoyu's frail and petite body laid there quietly, giving off an unreal feeling. Bai Yuqiao leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, kneeling on the ground. She buried her face in her hands, and very quickly, her entire body started to tremble as she started to cry out. Gradually, the sound became louder and louder as it resounded in the dark and gloomy prison cell. It was extremely miserable. Su Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. In actual fact, she wasn't unconscious after being fed the medicine. She was just too tired and didn't want to move. She was afraid that Bai Yuqiao would know that she wasn't unconscious and would come over to ask her what Ning Chang had said to her. Su Xiaoyu laid there and didn't dare to move. She looked at her surroundings and in her limited vision. She didn't see Bai Yuqiao, who was in the dark. She didn't recognize that such a miserable cry belonged to Bai Yuqiao, and she didn't expect Bai Yuqiao to cry in such a manner. She was extremely curious. Just who was crying here? Did something happen? In the end, she guessed that it was probably one of the maidservants who had been beaten and scolded by Bai Yuqiao and had been wronged. Just like that, Su Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes again and gradually fell asleep amidst the cries of her biological sister. After Bai Yuqiao calmed down, he didn't walk over to see Su Xiaoyu. Instead, he resolutely turned around and left. Based on her understanding of Jun Yixie, if Su Xiaoyu didn't tell him the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion, Jun Yixie definitely wouldn't let her go. And once Su Xiaoyu revealed the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion, she would die without a doubt. Jun Yixie was currently busy working with Ning Cheng. No matter what, she had to save Su Xiaoyu before Jun Yixie had the time to think about Su Xiaoyu. Jun Yixie was the man she had secretly loved for many years. She could give up everything for him, and she was willing to do it. However, she definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted about the matter of Su Xiaoyu, and she definitely wouldn't back down. This matter could only be hidden in her heart. It was enough for her to keep it to herself. Once it was leaked, perhaps even she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, let alone save her. After exiting the prison, Bai Yuqiao instructed in a low voice, "Find 2 more sensible maidservants to serve her. That girl is an important hostage. If anything happens to her, be careful of your heads." The soldiers could naturally see that Bai Yuqiao was acting strangely, but they didn't dare to probe. They respectfully accepted the order and left. That night, Bai Yuqiao sent his trusted aide to continue investigating Su Xiaoyu's past. Helian Zuexiang had said that Su Xiaoyu was a spy that Chu Tianyin had planted in the Duke of Qin's manor. After being exposed, she had lost her memories. She wanted to know how Chu Tianyin had found Su Xiaoyu and where Su Xiaoyu had grown up. Jun Yixie indeed didn't have time to pay attention to Su Xiaoyu's matters. In the past, he would ask a few questions, but recently he had almost completely forgotten about them. He was busy arranging for the 30,000 warhorses to head south, and also busy urging the second batch of warhorses from Wintercrow country to reach Tianhe City as soon as possible. Although he had promised to support the D clan's 30,000 warhorses, he wouldn't let go so easily. At this moment, he was secretly investigating with a few beast tamers from the Black Clan. These beast tamers were also the trainers of the 30,000 warhorses. Not only would they escort the warhorses to the south, but they would also stay in the army to assist the D clan's cavalry. Jun Isie's war horses were preparing to head south, but a group of people had already arrived at the outskirts of Tianhe City and would soon arrive at his army. This group of people was Uncle Cheng and the others. In the dead of night, Uncle Cheng's group settled down at a rundown temple in the outskirts of Tianhe City. Uncle Cheng and Jean Zizi both knew about what had happened at the 100 Poison sect. Mu Ling, and Ningjing only knew that Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi had joined forces to attack the 100 Poison sect, but they didn't know the results. In fact, they could have gone to Jun Isie's army to look for Ningqing today, but Uncle Cheng was still very cautious. They decided to wait for a few days and find out more about the situation in Tianhe City before taking action. The carriage stopped outside the temple. Deacon Jean lit a fire in the temple to keep warm. Outside, the north wind whistled. Northernly had already entered the cold season. Ningjing was wrapped in a large fox fur robe. It kept her warm and also covered her slightly obvious belly. Some people's bellies were very obvious after 2 or 3 months of pregnancy. Some people's bellies only became obvious after 5 or 6 months. Fortunately, Ningjing belonged to the latter. Coupled with her loose clothes, she really managed to hide it from everyone's eyes. At this time, she was kneeling on a shabby praying mat and praying to a broken Buddha statue. Uncle Ching sat on a pile of straw to the side. He looked at the fire, his eyes somewhat out of focus. No one knew what he was plotting in his heart. Deacon Jean had just gone to hunt some game and cleaned it by a nearby stream. At this time, he was roasting it over the fire. Mu Ling sat at the side and stared. The more she looked, the more hungry she became. She didn't even realize that Deacon Jean had been looking at her so many times. After roasting it, Deacon Jean first handed her a roasted quail. Mu Ling didn't even think about it and wanted to take it. Who knew that Deacon Jean would pass it to Uncle Cheng? He said to Mu Ling, you can't eat this kind of thing. Mu Ling finally realized that she was a pregnant woman. She rolled her eyes at Deacon Jean and got up to walk out of the door. Watch her, Uncle Cheng immediately said. Deacon Jean chased after her and saw that Mu Ling hadn't gone far. She was sitting on the steps at the door. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down beside Mu Ling. Chapter 965. Deacon Jean sat down by Mu Ling his side, but Mu Ling ignored him. She was wondering why Chi brother still hadn't found her after leaving so many secret signals on the road. Could it be that something had happened to Chi brother himself? If Chi brother returned to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, he'd definitely find out that she and Ningjing had been kidnapped. He'd probably remember the secret signals she'd left him. Chi brother had disappeared without a trace after going to Black Tower that day. Just what had happened to him? Mu Ling creased her brows at the thought. Deacon Jean averted his eyes at the sight, unwilling to see her like this. But after a while, Deacon Jean finally spoke up. What are you vexed about? Mu Ling glanced at him before asking another question. Hey, you're Deacon Jean, right? Although Mu Ling asked again and again with certainty, Deacon Jean still refused to answer her. She didn't know when it started, but whenever Deacon Jean took the initiative to talk to Mu Ling, I wouldn't care what he said but insisted on asking the same question. As usual, Manager Jean turned his head and looked elsewhere. Mu Ling was still worried about Ningjing, so she glanced back to make sure the old man wasn't bothering Ningjing before turning back again. Jean Z, we're not far from the Wintercrow clan, right? If I remember correctly, this should be Northern Li's Sky River City. Even now, she and Ningjing had no idea where Deacon Jean wanted to take them. But as soon as they entered Northern Li's borders, they'd lost all hope. Deacon Jean didn't speak. Mu Linger asked again, Can you do me a favor and tell me if the D-Clan has any news about Ningqing? I'm not plotting anything. It's just that Ningjing is worried about her brother. Deacon Jean remained silent. Mu Ling pulled a long face and got up to leave. She wouldn't sit with this guy if she couldn't get anything out of him. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jean suddenly spoke. You know about Winter Crow Kingdom? Mu Ling was slightly shocked and immediately sat back down. Are you really taking us to the Winter Crow Kingdom? It should be snowing in Winter Crow country by now. Deacon Jean sighed. Didn't you want to blackmail my sister and Chi brother? Let's discuss this. I have a way for you to extort more silver. Don't take us to Winter Crow Kingdom. I can't stand the weather there. Mu Ling was almost on the verge of tears. If they went to Winter Crow Kingdom, where birds didn't shit and chickens didn't lay eggs, she and Ningjing would have no chance of survival. Deacon Jean ignored Mu Ling's nervousness and said mildly, Winter Crow Kingdom is covered in snow in winter. It's clean and holy. When spring comes next year, the snow and ice will melt, and the grass will grow, and the orioles will fly. It's very beautiful. Mu Ling glanced at Deacon Jean and saw that his face was full of longing for his hometown. She couldn't help but ask, Have you been there before? No. I heard about it from the people there, Deacon Jean said mildly. He had been sold to the black market since he was young, so his impression of Winter Crow Kingdom was already vague. Winter Crow Kingdom produced horses and gemstones. Some fearless merchants would go to Winter Crow Kingdom to buy horses and gemstones at a low price and bring them back to the three-way black market to be auctioned. Gradually, some of the smarter clansmen in Winter Crow Kingdom would imitate this practice and bring the horses and gemstones out of Winter Crow Kingdom to be auctioned at the three-way black market. However, this kind of behavior was rare and could be counted on one's fingers in the past few years. This was because the Winter Crow Kingdom's chief had very strict control over the private sale of horses and gemstones. Jun Yixia was able to obtain so many war horses not as a private sale, but as a member of the Northernly royal family. He had also put in a lot of effort. You really want to go, right? Mu Ling probed carefully. Deacon Jean nodded. Mu Ling, Oi's heart trembled. She continued to ask, We will be there soon, right? Deacon Jean was about to nod when he realized that something was wrong. He didn't know why, but he suddenly chuckled. Mu Ling knew that her probing had failed. She lowered her head, feeling very helpless. Deacon Jean looked at her for a long time, and for the first time he told her the truth. We're not going to East Wu. We're going to meet someone. Mu Ling looked up abruptly. Who? You'll know in a few days. Deacon Jean stopped here. Mu Ling was very suspicious. If they would know in a few days, it meant that the person they were meeting was near Sky River City. She didn't understand the situation in Northernly and couldn't figure out the reason. She thought that she would secretly tell Ningjing later when Deacon Jean and the old man were asleep. With Ningjing's intelligence, she would definitely be able to name a few suspects. Jean Z, will you go back to Winter Crow Kingdom in the future? Mu Ling continued probing. Mu Ling treated this conversation as a test, but she didn't know what Deacon Jin's purpose was. Yes, he gave a very definite answer. Jean Z, do you have a home in Winter Crow Kingdom? Mu Ling asked again. Deacon Jean shook his head. I don't know. He only knew that he was a slave and nothing else. In fact, Mu Ling still sympathized with Deacon Jean and Ning Cheng when they worked together to trap her and Chi brother. She even planned to return his gold card. Is your surname really Jean? Why is your name Jean Z? Mu Ling asked again. Deacon Jean was silent for a while, but he still answered. He said, I'm a slave. I only have a serial number, but no name. Serial number? Mu Ling was very curious. She really didn't know much about slaves. The slaves in the slave market don't have names. There are 10 slaves in each cage, and they are numbered from 1 to 10. They will only be given a name when they are sold to the new owner, Deacon Jean explained. What's your serial number? Mu Ling asked casually. 7, Deacon Jean said lightly. because of Qi brother, Mu Ling. I had a particularly good impression of this number. She muttered to herself. Shao Qi. Deacon Jean had only heard of Gu's name, but didn't know much about him. For a moment, he didn't realize that the Shao Qi Mu Ling I was talking about was Gu. He just thought that Mu Ling I was talking about him. He was a little embarrassed and looked away. Mu Ling. I suddenly missed Qi brother, and her entire being became sorrowful. She didn't ask any further. However, Deacon Jean continued. On the day Myriad Merchant Hall bought me, I bumped into Ningqing. He asked me what I wanted, and I said gold. He then rewarded me with the name Gold. Gold! He needed a lot of gold to redeem himself. In this lifetime, he lived for this one thing. Mu Ling turned to look at Deacon Jean. Her heart felt strangely stifled. Even she found it strange. What did this guy's matters have to do with her? She didn't pity him. If she pitied him, who would pity her? Gold, I'll ask you one last time. Will you cooperate with me? I swear on my life that as long as you send me and Ningjing back to Myriad Merchant Hall, I promise my big sis will return the indenture agreement to you and help you pay off all your debts. Mu Ling said seriously. Deacon Jean gave her a meaningful look before giving a cold smile. He rose to leave as if nothing had happened. After the battle at 100 Poison Sect, Han Yunqi would soon face the D clan's condemnation. Han Yunqi could no longer control Myriad Merchant Hall. He had already made up his mind to hand over the hostages as soon as he saw Ningqing. Once he got the indenture agreement and the money to pay off his debts, he would immediately return to the Winter Crow clan. He had no interest in Cloud Realm continent's conflicts and wars. He only wanted to hide as far away as possible. Mu Ling stared at Deacon Jin's retreating form and only felt that he was acting strangely. Why did he suddenly turn hostile? That night, Mu Ling found a chance to have a private conversation with Ningjing. She told her everything Deacon Jean had said to Ningjing. Say, who do you think we're going to see? This is Sky River City. They wouldn't be colluding with June Ixia, right? Mu Ling asked in a low voice. Ningjing's first reaction was Ningcheng. Mu Ling almost screamed at the name, but Ningjing covered her mouth in time. June Ixia doesn't have any money. My big bro was kidnapped by Yu Qiao, so Ningcheng must be in June Ixia's army. My big bro has silver, or else that old man wouldn't have come here. Jin Zi wouldn't have come either, Ningjing said seriously. Your big bro is colluding with June Ixia? He's going to betray my big sis. Mu Ling, I was most concerned about this. Impossible. Ningjing was very serious. Mu Ling, remember this. Even if the entire D clan betrays the Western Qin Imperial clan, my big bro won't. He must have been threatened. As Ningjing spoke, she glanced at the masked old man sleeping on the grass by the door. I suspect that guy is colluding with June Ixia. Remember, if you see him in a few days, don't say a word. Act according to circumstances, understand? Mu Ling asked timidly. Ningjing, why do you trust your big bro so much? Western Qin is his trust and his responsibility. Do you understand? Ningjing answered. Mu Ling didn't understand. She shook her head and asked again, Ningjing, do you trust Tang Li? Tang Li. It had been a long time since anyone mentioned this name in front of her. However, she would think of him almost every day. In the past, she always wanted to escape and fly away. Now that they were truly separated, she realized that she wasn't as carefree as she thought she was. The child in her womb was growing bigger by the day. It was almost 5 months old. However, the child's father didn't even know of his existence. Ningjing didn't say anything and closed her eyes. Mu Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, she leaned over and whispered, Ningjing, can I tell you something else? Okay. Ningjing seemed to be tired. I think that this time, if we really can't go back this time, or if we die in a foreign land, if you don't know about this, then you've lived your life in vain, Mu Ling said very seriously. Ning Jing immediately looked over. What is it? Actually, Tang Li likes you. Mu Ling. I was afraid that Ning Jing wouldn't believe her, so she quickly told her about Tang Li's situation in prison and her sister's plan to let Tang Li take her away. Ning Jing sat up abruptly and looked at Mu Ling, in disbelief. Not far away, Deacon Jean sensed the commotion and looked over. Ning Jing calmed down a little and lay down again. Mu Ling persuaded her in a low voice, Aya, don't be anxious. Be careful not to affect the baby again. She had put in a lot of effort to take care of Ning Jing's stomach during the journey. If the baby was affected again, she would definitely cry. Chapter 966. Ning Jing, my sister is also afraid that you'll affect the fetus. Besides, Tang Li also wanted to tell you personally, so don't blame my sister. She also didn't know that we would be kidnapped. Mu Ling could be considered a good sister. She didn't forget to speak up for Han Yunqi at a time like this. Ning Jing held Mu Ling, Oi's hand tightly with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. She was silent for a long time before she choked out, Ling, do you know? I really miss him. Mu Ling was a crybaby. When she heard Ning Jing's choked voice, she couldn't help but cry. I also miss Chi brother, sob. Uncle Chung was startled awake. He walked over angrily, but was stopped by Deacon Jean. If you continue to make noise, what if people are attracted here? Uncle Chung said angrily. This is already June Yixie's territory. What are you afraid of? Deacon Jean retorted. Uncle Cheng couldn't refute and could only leave in a huff. Deacon Jean sat back in his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall with his back straight. He closed his eyes and rested. Just now he faintly heard Mu Ling call out, Chi brother. How could that girl cry like this when she missed someone? He lowered his head. His fine bangs covered his eyes. The corners of his mouth were tightly pursed, and he wasn't in a good state. Ning Jing missed Tang Li, and Mu Ling missed Chi brother. Tang Li and Gu had split up to look for them, but they hadn't found any clues yet. Tang Li counted all the routes that 100 Poisons sect used to pass through Tinha City. There were a total of 15 routes. He sent people to search for them one by one. He also ran around day and night looking for the secret signal. However, it wasn't easy to determine the secret signal. He saw it carved on many trees and corners of houses. He copied all of them and sent them to Gu. He had sent more than 10 of them, but all of them were rejected by Gu. According to Gu, he really had forgotten. If Tang Li knew what the secret signal looked like, it would be much easier to find a target. Unfortunately, he didn't. Finally, one day, Tang Li realized that relying on Gu wasn't reliable. He started a carpet search while announcing to the world in the name of the Tang sect that as long as Ning Jing was returned to him, he was willing to give up 30 top secret weapon manufacturing blueprints. When the news is news, the first to boil over was naturally the Tang sect. However, the Tang sect's master was Long Fei, and the sect master was Tang Li. Tang Zijin and the others couldn't find Long Fei, and they couldn't contact Tang Li either. They wouldn't announce that Tang Li's orders were invalid, so they could only wait and see. Deacon Jean and Uncle Chung were very surprised. It had to be said that if it weren't for the fact that he wanted to take back his slave contract from Ning Cheng, Deacon Jean would still be tempted. The Tang sect had been a power that all sides wanted to win over for the past 100 years. 30 top secret weapons were worth a lot. In fact, Uncle Chung was also tempted. Uncle Chung figured that once they met with Ning Cheng, Ning Jing would be a huge bargaining chip for Ning Cheng and June Yixie's cooperation. Gu had already searched through the eastern forests and entered northernly. His first reaction upon receiving the news was that Tang Li wasn't reliable. He only wanted Ning Jing and didn't mention Mu Ling at all. Thus, Gu immediately used his identity as His Excellency Pill Fiend to announce to the world that as long as Mu Ling was returned to him, he was willing to give up the entire medicine Ghost Valley. Within a few days, the news had spread all over Cloud Realm continent. Ningjing and Muling became the subject of everyone's pursuit and discussion. At the same time, they became the envy and jealousy of Cloud Realm continent's women. Unfortunately, the two foolish women were kept in the dark and knew nothing of the matter. One day, Gu was preparing to leave Northernly for three-way black market when he suddenly received a black letter with red words. The Book of Pills is unknown. Gu's devastatingly beautiful face turned black as soon as he read it. The Book of Pills had many meanings, one of which was used by an emperor to issue orders. This letter contained Long Fei Ye's orders and a warning to him to meet the poison sect immediately or face the consequences. Gu arched a brow and looked at the letter in his hands with disdain. Do you think I'll go just because you tell me to? Humph. If I'm going, I'll eat this letter. So speaking, he crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into a ravine. He turned around and walked away, but he stopped after a few steps. A serious and solemn expression appeared on his frivolous face. The letter didn't say much beyond asking him to meet the poison sect immediately. But Gu understood Long Fei Ye's intentions very well. Long Fei Ye wanted him to meet the poison sect immediately for two reasons. One, to deal with Bai Yanqing as a fellow undying freak, and two, to ask him about his immortality. Long Fei Ye had always kept his promise to keep his secret, but would he be able to keep it a secret this time? Actually, he still didn't know how he'd become a poison Gu human. He was raised into a freak so that he wouldn't die no matter what illness or injury he suffered. Later on, he discovered that his appearance and body had remained the same as when he was 20 years old. The legendary poison Gu man was immortal, indestructible, and immortal, so he thought he was one. After the medical conference, Gu Yuntian was locked up. He went to see Gu Yuntian to find out more about this matter. Judging from Gu Yuntian's reaction, he didn't know he was immortal. He was more or less certain that Gu Yuntian had accidentally raised him into a poison Gu human. Over the years, he'd infiltrated the poison sect's forbidden grounds many times in search of a way to break the curse, but to no avail. He'd once joked to Poison Lass that she could save him, but that was just a joke. He'd only sought out the poison sect's poison woman to use the poison sect to topple and destroy Medical City. Gu Qishao sighed softly before whistling to call for his horse. Then he set off for Medical City. A few days later, Han Yunqi's group secretly arrived at Medical City. Long Fei Ye really was a sly old fox. Even after they'd reached Medical City, he still ordered several groups of people disguised as him and Han Yunqi to continue on the road to create a false impression. Thus, news of their whereabouts spread all over the place. In order to ensure their cover, Gu Beiwa met with a few of Medical City's department heads and elders. He learned about the recent situation in Medical City and gave them a few important instructions. Medical City also continued to announce that President Gu Beiwa was in closed-door cultivation. That night, Han Yunqi's group rested in Medical City. They decided to enter the poison sect's forbidden grounds tomorrow morning. After dinner, Gu Beiwa excused himself, saying that he'd forgotten to tell Shin Jueming something, and left first. Long Fei Ye and Han Yunqi were left alone in the courtyard. Han Yunqi propped her chin on her hands as she stared at Long Fei Ye. Long Fei Ye glanced at her, then poured a cup of tea for her. Han Yunqi didn't move, but smiled as she watched. "This is the latest winter slice. Try it," Long Fei Ye said. Winter slice was another name for winter tea. Spring tea was as expensive as oil, especially Mingqian tea. However, winter tea wasn't cheap either. Half of the winter tea leaves were harvested in the autumn, which meant that the leaves were harvested in the winter. But the best winter tea came from winter buds and winter harvests. Han Yunqi still didn't move, but she managed to divert Long Fei Ye's attention. She asked, "Is spring tea better than winter tea?" Han Yunqi used to like drinking tea, but she didn't know much about it. Ever since she'd been with Long Fei, she often drank tea with him, so she'd unknowingly gained a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of rain in spring, so the tea leaves are full and moist. As a result, the tea is fragrant, mellow, and long-lasting. Long Fei sipped his tea, as he explained, his tone leisurely and indifferent. As for winter leaves, the cold weather means that the tea leaves grow slowly. The leaves are thick and firm, so they lack the bitter taste and have a hint of cold charm. This is especially true for high mountains, where the cold charm is especially obvious. If someone who didn't know his identity saw his carefree and relaxed demeanor, they might really think he was a reclusive expert who'd seen through the affairs of the world, calculated the hearts of the world, and stood aloof from the world. But those who knew his identity knew that he not only saw through the affairs of the world, but also understood the hearts of the world. He didn't stand aloof from the world, but held it in the palm of his hand. No matter how others saw him, Han Yunqi liked his current appearance the most. She couldn't help but want to play a song on the zither to help him drink tea and throw the troubles of the poison goo humans to the back of her mind. Long Fei, where's that monarch's whisper of yours? Han Yunqi asked. That year at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Chu Qingge had challenged her to a zither duel, but she'd refused. When she returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, she'd played Lovers of the Liang for Long Fei to hear. Back then, she'd used Long Fei's monarch's whisper of hers. Monarch's whisper of time. You want to play the zither in Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens? Long Fei asked. No, I'm just asking. Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. When can we go back to Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens? In another 2 months. All the plum blossoms will be in full bloom, right? 2 months. Long Fei silently calculated the time. 2 months. They probably wouldn't be able to go back. He had plenty of gardens and gardens, but she had no interest in any of them except Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens. Wasn't he the same? Next year, then. Starting from next winter, we'll go there every year to celebrate the new year, Long Fei promised. Han Yunqi nodded seriously. The situation in Cloud Realm continent should have stabilized after a year. 1 year. Han Yunqi was silently calculating the time as well. As for what it was, only she knew. Their tea grew cold in the time it took to speak. Tea had to be drunk while it was hot, especially in winter. Long Fei helped Han Yunqi change her cup, but Han Yunqi immediately changed the subject. Long Fei, by Yanqing, is undying and indestructible. How lonely and boring must he be? Will he? Long Fei asked mildly. At least he'll be in pain. If he has a sweetheart, family, or friends, he'll definitely be in pain, Han Yunqi said seriously. Watching one's loved ones grow old and leave one's side while remaining powerless in the same place. How much pain would he have to endure if he had to personally send away his loved ones? An undying and indestructible person would only end up being abandoned in the end. Han Yunqi quickly denied her own thoughts. Bai Yanqing probably won't. Bai Yanqing probably had nothing left in his heart. He only had himself. Long Fei fell silent for a long time before he finally said, if it was anyone else, they probably would. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. Goo, that fellow, should be on his way here by now. Chapter 9, 67. For the entire night, Han Yunqi kept diverting Long Fei's attention so that Long Fei didn't have a chance to make her drink tea. But in the end, Long Fei still frowned and asked, You don't like winter flakes? I'm too full to drink. Han Yunqi's reason was very good. Long Fei wanted to ask more, but Han Yunqi grabbed his hand and smiled as they walked. Long Fei, if tea and I were to fall off a cliff one day, who would you choose? Long Fei smiled helplessly. There's no need to fall off a cliff. If you don't like it, I'll try to quit starting tomorrow. Han Yunqi laughed. I'm just kidding. The two had just entered the room when Su Donglin came over. Your Highness, Miss Mingxiang has arrived at Medical City. We'll meet at the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds tomorrow, Long Fei Yi instructed calmly. Han Yunqi was surprised. Why did you have Bailey Mingxiang come? The sword had already pierced his heart, but Bai Yanqing still couldn't die. Heaven knows if his body was even harder to destroy than a steel wall. Even if Bailey Mingxiang lured Bai Yanqing over, the blazing red lotus wouldn't be able to kill Bai Yanqing. But Long Fei Yi asked seriously, if Bai Yanqing's undying body is exposed, would he still need to kill Bailey Mingxiang? Han Yunqi finally understood Long Fei Ye's meaning. Bai Yanqing's martial arts weren't that far behind Long Fei Ye's, so he knew that Bailey Mingxiang was someone who could dual cultivate with Long Fei Yi, so he had to kill Bailey Mingxiang. He didn't want to see Long Fei Ye's martial arts improve and widen the gap between them. But now that they knew about Bai Yanqing's undying body, Bai Yanqing didn't need to worry about Long Fei Ye's martial arts improving. In any case, he didn't need to hide his undying body from Long Fei Yi anymore. He could reveal his true strength and compete with Long Fei Yi. And no matter how strong Long Fei Ye's martial arts were, even if he cultivated the lust bite energy to the 3rd level, he still couldn't kill Bai Yanqing, right? In other words, there was no need for Bai Yanqing to find trouble with Bailey Mingxiang. Could it be that you suspect the lust bite energy? Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. The lust bite's energy, Long Fei Ye's energies. Perhaps. Long Fei Yi was just testing the waters. He really wasn't confident. If Bai Yanqing found them and continued to attack Bailey Mingxiang like he did at 100 Poison Sect, it would be very suspicious. We can give it a try. Han Yunqi nodded, secretly hoping that she'd be able to gain something from the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds tomorrow. After closing the door, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't talk much. They still had important matters to attend to. In the past 2 months, with Long Fei Ye's help, Han Yunqi had already cultivated 100% of her Nirvana heart power. Her needle skills were getting better and better, and she'd learned quite a bit of Qigong as well. During the 100 Poison Sect incident, she'd been afraid of exposing her martial arts, so she'd followed Long Fei Yi and didn't fight. Now that she could control her Nirvana heart power, it was time for Long Fei Yi to officially begin dual cultivation with her. The reason Han Yunqi wanted to cultivate Nirvana heart arts was because Long Fei was cultivating the same thing. Nirvana heart power was the foundation of their dual cultivation, as well as the medium for it. Yin and Yang energies complemented each other. Only through a medium could they influence and help each other. And Long Fei Ye's lust bite energy needed to borrow the power of Yin and Yang to break through. In this dual cultivation, Long Fei Yi would be the master and Han Yunqi would be the support. Long Fei Yi could use the strengthening of his Nirvana heart power and the support of Yin and Yang energy to push the lust bite energy forward. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi's internal energy would also grow stronger. Once the dual cultivation succeeded, she'd be able to control the lust bite energy as she wished. At that time, learning any of Celestial Mountain's sword arts would be a piece of cake for her. Are you ready? Once you start, you must cultivate for 2 hours every day for the next 3 months. You can't stop. Long Fei Yi reminded her seriously. Han Yunqi casually replied, "What do I need to prepare? In any case, I've decided to rely on you for the rest of my life. I won't leave." Long Fei Yi obviously wanted to laugh, but he didn't. He turned his head and coughed a few times. Then let's begin. Long Fei Yi chose a rather spacious warm couch and moved the small tea table in the middle down. The two sat face to face on the warm couch, looking into each other's eyes. Dual cultivation meant cultivating together at the same time. Not only cultivating the body, but also cultivating the heart. Cultivating the body meant that the two of them had to combine their martial arts into one. Cultivating the heart meant that they had to have a tacit understanding of each other. The two of them sat quietly for a full hour. Unknowingly, The two of them had already closed their eyes. They didn't need to look, but used their hearts to feel each other's existence. Suddenly, they opened their eyes at the same time and smiled at each other, understanding each other's intentions. They were originally husband and wife with deep feelings for each other. Cultivating the heart was not difficult for them. Long Fei Yi grabbed the Profound Frost sword hanging on the wall. He pulled out the sword and gave it to Han Yunqi, leaving the scabbard for himself. Just one sword. I'll have to trouble you for a while. I'll have Su Donglin find a good sword for you. Long Fei Yi said. Okay, I'll wait. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She was always full of anticipation for the gift this fellow wanted to give her. Actually, Han Yunqi did not feel wronged at all. Long Fei Ye's Profound Frost sword had never been touched by anyone since he took it from the old man Kenzo. Han Yunqi was the first. Thinking back, Duanmu Yao had racked her brains to obtain this sword. Unfortunately, she did not even touch it. Long Fei Yi held the scabbard while Han Yunqi held the sword. In the room, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi quickly exchanged blows. Han Yunqi did not know any sword techniques. Long Fei Yi only told her, "You can block." Han Yunqi did as she was told. As she blocked, she unknowingly found that her sword seemed to have strength. Han Yunqi did not understand anything, but she completely trusted Long Fei Yi and followed his rhythm. Unknowingly, his movements, which were messy and disorderly at the start, seemed to have become orderly and orderly. Han Yunqi's innate talents were excellent, so she quickly grasped the rules and changed from passive to active. Her sword stabbed towards Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi blocked it with his scabbard and accurately retracted Han Yunqi's sword. "You're almost catching up to me in the past." Long Fei Yi was thrilled. Han Yunqi's comprehension skills exceeded his expectations. "You've taught me well." Han Yunqi grinned. Long Fei Yi removed his scabbard and tossed it to one side. Then he began to guide Han Yunqi through the sword dance. He swung his sword multiple times in a seemingly calm manner, but Han Yunqi could clearly feel the sword qi circling around them. Strong and vigorous. "Transform your energy into qi, and qi into light," Long Fei Yi murmured. "Yunqi, close your eyes. Don't think about anything, I'll guide you." Long Fei Yi wrapped one arm around her waist and the other around her sword-wielding hand to guide her. It was unclear what Long Fei Yi felt, but Han Yunqi only felt like she wasn't cultivating but dancing. Surrounded by his aura, she didn't even want to open her eyes. She only wanted to immerse herself in it forever. The first dual cultivation took a long time. The two of them didn't finish until midnight. Han Yunqi sat on the bed, clearly feeling the warmth in her dantian. There was a strange yet familiar qi settling in there. She rubbed her stomach with a smile. "It's warm and very comfortable." Long Fei Yi immediately reached over. Han Yunqi recovered her senses and followed his touch. But Long Fei Ye's hand didn't move away as soon as it touched her. He had been half lying down, but unknowingly moved closer to Han Yunqi. By the time Han Yunqi realized what was going on, it was already too late. Long Fei Yi gave her a light push, causing her to topple backwards onto the bed covers. He leaned over and looked down at her, a naughty smile on his lips. Ever since her leg injury had healed, he had yet to properly dote on her. Han Yunqi's hands pressed against Long Fei Ye's body. Long Fei Yi was dissatisfied and was about to speak up when Han Yunqi actually helped him undress. Long Fei Yi was very surprised. Han Yunqi's face was clearly red, but her movements were becoming bolder and bolder. Once Han Yunqi took the initiative, there was nothing she couldn't do. It wouldn't end so easily. As expected, Han Yunqi slept until noon when they were supposed to set out early the next morning. When she woke up, she was so shocked that she forgot to put on her shoes and got off the bed. Long Fei Yi was sitting on the side, reading a secret letter. He glanced at her jade feet and said unhappily, "Aren't you cold? Put on your shoes." It's already noon. Why didn't you wake me up? Han Yunchi complained. Long Fei Ye's gaze was already back on the letter. He said mildly, "You're so tired. It's better to sleep more." Han Yunchi had just returned to the bed when she recalled how she was so tired that she had to beg for mercy under him last night. She almost fell onto the bed. She snuck a glance back and looked suspiciously at Long Fei. She was incomparably bewildered. Does this guy never get tired? Although it was embarrassing, Han Yunchi didn't regret it. She was secretly working hard towards a certain goal. Han Yunchi cleaned up and ate a meal when Gu Beiwei arrived. They secretly rushed to the poisoned sect Skype it and found that Bailey Mingxiang had been waiting for a long time. "Your Highness, Princess." Bailey Mingxiang bowed, then nodded at Gu Beiwei. She thought that she would be able to spend the rest of her life peacefully after returning to the army. She never expected to come back and see His Highness and the princess again. She was actually very flustered, but she didn't show it. However, even if she showed it, who would notice it? "Princess, is there any news of little you are?" This was what she was most worried about. The D clan had been searching for Ning Cheng's whereabouts this entire time. But wasn't Han Yunchi the same? Ning Cheng's whereabouts were equivalent to Su Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Jun Yixie's side was the most suspicious, but Long Fei Ye's men hadn't been able to find anything despite their inquiries. It was harder to infiltrate an important military base than anywhere else. And given Jun Yixie's personality, if Ning Cheng fell into his hands, he wouldn't be able to keep his cool. He would definitely show up to save his master after the battle at 100 Poison Sect. Unfortunately, Han Yunchi didn't know that Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing's master-disciple relationship had long been severed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have eliminated Jun Yixie from her list of suspects. "Let's go to the altar," Han Yunchi said seriously. Last time, they discovered the altar in the underground palace of the Poison Grounds purely by chance. They'd fallen into the abyss due to a crack in the ground. Now, they didn't need to go through the underground palace to get to the altar. They could just go straight to the abyss. What would happen at the altar? Chapter 968. To the west of the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds was a large rift valley. Inside the valley was a dense, dark forest. Every tree and blade of grass could be used to create poisons. As soon as Han Yunchi's group entered the forest, they could feel the chill. The valley was dark and cold to begin with, and it was winter now. It was a very strange sight. The vegetation was still lush, but the air was as cold as winter. Han Yunchi was already wearing a cloak, but Long Fei took off his own to drape it over her shoulders. Then he held her by the shoulders. Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang walked behind them and saw the scene. Bailey Mingxiang's expression was calm, as if he hadn't seen anything. However, Gu Beiwei's lips curved into a warm smile. The deeper they went into the forest, the dimmer the light became. Finally, just as they were about to enter the darkness, they saw a large circular altar in the distance. The altar was made of stone and looked very simple and unadorned. It was surrounded by stones with a tall, wordless stele in the center. From a distance, the entire altar looked solemn and mysterious. Han Yunchi hadn't forgotten the feeling she'd felt when she first saw the stele. It was like her soul had been sucked away, and she couldn't control herself. Long Fei Yi also couldn't forget Han Yunchi's dazed expression when he first saw her here. If possible, he didn't want to come here a second time. Han Yunchi didn't dare to stare at it for too long. She turned back to Gu Beiwei and saw that Gu Beiwei was also staring at the stele. "Gu Beiwei, were you the one who saved me back then?" Han Yunchi smiled. Back then, when they were fighting with Chu Tianyin in the secret passage, the passage had caught fire and collapsed, causing a crack to appear in the ground. No one had expected it at the time, so Long Fei Yi didn't have time to catch her. She remembered that when she fell, her head was dizzy. When she woke up, she had already landed on the ground and was safe and sound. At that time, she only felt that it was very strange, and faintly felt that there was a white shadow following behind her. Gu Beiwa laughed. It is this subordinate who has frightened the princess. You saved her life. Long Fei, you would only talk more when he was with Gu Beiwa. More than one life, Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Beiwa had saved her many times while he was hiding his identity. The three of them chatted and laughed. Bailey Mingxiang was alone and very quiet. She looked at Gu Beiwa with envy. She firmly believed that Dr. Gu liked Princess. However, the princess still didn't know about it. Presumably, she wouldn't know for the rest of her life. To be able to love someone to this extent was also a kind of happiness. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it anymore. As they approached, the wordless stele in the altar gradually became clearer. The wordless stele was still simple and mysterious. The upper part had been weathered and blackened, but the lower part was covered in moss. The upper part was lifeless, while the lower part was full of vitality. It was like light and darkness, life and death intertwined. I saw words on this stele in my dream, but I didn't finish reading it, Han Yunqi said seriously. They stopped outside the altar and could clearly see that there was not a single word on the stele. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa looked at the stele seriously. Gu Beiwa even stepped over the short stone wall and walked in. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had wanted to get closer for a long time, but they were a little afraid. The stele was clearly only a head taller than Gu Beiwa, but Gu Beiwa felt small standing in front of it. Even Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi felt the same way. Gu Beiwa walked around and looked carefully. He even gently touched the moss on the stele, but he didn't find anything. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Long Fei Ye's fear was all because of Han Yunqi. Otherwise, there was no place in this world that he wouldn't dare to go. Han Yunqi nodded obediently. Long Fei Yi went over, but he didn't touch the stele. Instead, he checked the grass around the stele. Gu Beiwa had checked it before, so he wasn't worried. He stomped on the ground and knocked on the grass. Then he carefully checked the short stone wall, but he didn't find the mechanism that he expected. Usually, the altar would be the highest place of the clan, and all the inheritance would be hidden in the altar. But if there were no hidden mechanisms and there were no words on the stele, what could they do? Gu Beiwa turned back and said seriously, Princess, maybe the secret is hidden in the poison storage space. Han Yunqi didn't say anything. Maybe if she tried to walk closer and look at the stele carefully, maybe the same thing would happen again, and she would see the words on the stele again. She looked at Long Fei Yi, wanting to ask for his permission. But at this moment, Gu Beiwa suddenly exclaimed, Something's wrong. What's wrong? Long Fei Yi got up and walked over. There's something wrong with this stele. Gu Beiwa punched the stele. The stele actually made a faint buzzing sound. It's not stone. Long Fei Yi was very sure. He clenched his fist and punched it too. Long Fei's punch was much stronger than Gu Beiwa's, so the stone stele shattered into pieces with a loud crack. After the fragments fell to the ground, they saw a wordless stele made of Xian gold. There wasn't a single scratch on it, and it was perfectly preserved. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa simultaneously examined it carefully, but neither of them found any words on the stele. But it had to be said that this was a huge discovery. Gu Beiwa and Han Yunqi exclaimed at the same time, Blood! The blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect could open the Xian gold door. Gu Beiwa had used the Xian gold door to confirm Han Yunqi's identity as a direct descendant of the poison sect. Why was this stele made of Xian gold? And why did it use stone as a disguise? Something was clearly wrong. Han Yunqi strode over, but before she could move, Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. How could Gu Beiwa know that Han Yunqi had transmigrated? He only thought that Long Fei Yi was worried that Han Yunqi would be in danger if a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Thinking up to here, Gu Beiwa turned to Bailey Mingxiang. Miss Mingxiang, if anything happens later, you should return to Medical City. Gu Beiwa was such a warm and attentive person. Bailey Mingxiang quickly nodded. Yes, thank you, Dr. Gu. The invisible Su Donglin appeared and stood by Gu Beiyue's side to protect him. Han Yunqi bit her finger and carefully dripped a drop of blood onto the steel. They hadn't seen what had happened at the Xian Gold door last time, but this time they saw it clearly. As soon as Han Yunqi's blood touched the steel, it was immediately absorbed and disappeared. Now that the blood had dripped, all that was left was to wait. However, the wait was a little long. Even Long Fei Yi had never been so nervous. Han Yunqi was flustered and couldn't help but lean closer to him. Gu Beiyue frowned and was rarely so serious. However, no matter how long they waited, nothing happened, whether it was inside or outside the altar. Could it be that there was something wrong with this method? Or was this Xian gold steel just a coincidence and didn't have any special meaning? Inside the steel, is there still? Long Fei Yi was about to try to break the Xian gold steel when a rustling sound suddenly came from around them. The short stone walls around the altar began to crack, just like how the wordless monument had been shattered and the stones kept falling down. Soon, Han Yunqi and the others saw a very beautiful scene. The entire wall around the altar was made of colored glass and had good transparency. They could faintly see that there were many unknown rare flowers and plants growing inside. Han Yunqi immediately activated the detox system, but it didn't detect any poison in these flowers and plants. The poison sect's forbidden grounds were filled with poison, to say nothing of something hidden so well. These flowers and plants had to be poisonous. It looked like the poison was very rare, or else the detox system wouldn't have failed to detect the slightest abnormality. Han Yunqi looked around and found that there was a fruit stalk left on each of the plants. It was obvious that someone had plucked the fruit. The fruit stalks looked very fresh. Could it be that they'd just been plucked? Why had these poisonous plants been specially raised here? Who had raised them? How long had it been? What kind of poison had they plucked all the fruits to make? Han Yunqi was full of questions. If she didn't understand, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue were even more confused. It should have been Bai Yanqing who plucked them, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Besides Han Yunqi, Bai Yanqing was probably the only one who could open the steel. What is he trying to do now? They hadn't discovered the antidote to the poison Gu humans, but they'd discovered Bai Yanqing's secret instead. Han Yunqi was very worried. Let's keep looking, Long Fei Yi said mildly. He immediately looked to the right and said coldly, "Who's there?" Su Donglin reacted the fastest and immediately chased after the man. Long Fei Yi had the shadow guard protect Gu Beiyue while he brought Han Yunqi with him. They quickly overtook Su Donglin and saw a figure running out of the forest. There weren't many people who could come to this place. Long Fei, you didn't plan to let the man go so easily. Even though the man had run far away, he still hugged Han Yunqi tightly and chased after him. But when they reached the darkness, Han Yunqi stopped them. "It's too dark here. We can't see anything. It's very dangerous. Let's go back." Long Fei Yi was a veteran and knew that it was unwise to continue chasing. Moreover, the man was hiding in the surroundings, and the shadow guard and Su Donglin didn't notice him. It was enough to show that the man's martial arts were extraordinary. Although it was a pity, Long Fei Yi still listened to Han Yunqi's advice and turned back. Everything was fine at the altar. Gu Beiyue saw them and quickly asked, "Who is it?" Long Fei Yi said mildly, "We didn't catch up. His qigong is good and his martial arts are not bad. It seems to be a man." Bai Yanqing? Gu Beiyue guessed, but he immediately rejected this idea. If it was Bai Yanqing, why would he hide and run away? From the looks of it, he must be very familiar with this place. Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiyue were alarmed. This man was the altar, so if he was familiar with this place, it was very likely that he was a direct descendant of the poison sect. "Let's go back first. We'll talk when we get back," Long Fei Yi said mildly. Since they'd already been targeted, it wouldn't be wise for them to stay here any longer. Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. She was the new poison sect head, but she still had to be so cautious in her own territory. She said, "Send a few poison guards to stand guard. Don't let the intruder come close." She had a feeling that the flowers and plants in the glass wall held a huge secret.